just happened? Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that Shu coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. I am Unknown at the commentary, and with me today I have Hex on the expert analysis, probably for the first time in the Japanese region this stage.
Yeah, what am I doing here? Yeah, happy to fill in. Always happy to watch some top-level Overwatch, so let's have a good one. And there's a lot at stake tonight. Before we get into that, I just want to, props to... getting the DreamHack coming up for the OWCS finals. DreamHack will always have a special place in my heart. My very first live event I ever did in 2017 was a DreamHack. Now It's going to be in Stockholm proper. Yeah, I'm old, dude.
Hex.
I've been around for a while. Like you can kind of tell. But yeah, the DreamHack's always been great. So that's going to be an awesome event to view either in person or just on the stream. So yeah, looking forward to that. But some teams have to figure out how they're going to get there, which is why we're going to play tonight.
Exactly. So, of course, we will be having our bracket very soon, but we will be having 3 matches, all very high stakes. This is going to be starting with the semifinals. We have VARREL going against Nyam Gaming, and we have LAZULI going against Insomnia, and after that, there's going to be the 3rd place match. Of course, OWCS Korea already finished all this, but this is a little bit different in a sense that only 2 teams are going to be guaranteed OWCS Asia, and the 3rd team is going to be granted a wildcard slot. So not all 4 teams. In Korea, all 4 teams were given at least a shot at OWCS Asia because it was 3 teams that are locked into OWCS Asia, and the 4th seed would have been going to the wild card, but this is not going to be the case. You have to win every single match matters. If you lose in the 3rd place match, then this is the end of the season for you.
Yeah, that'll be our last match of the evening. 4th place is you're fired, right? Go home. Thanks for playing, kind of thing. But yeah, I've been watching some Japan lately, and it's been really interesting to watch some of these teams and how the meta is developing, how it shifts a little bit from here and there, how it's a little bit different from Korea, because Korea you expect a little higher level of play, a little cleaner, and some plays are pulled off. But I've been enjoying it a lot. It's like watching Aid play mystery heroes and play absolutely everything has been a blast. So I'm really looking forward to tonight. I think we have like kind of some expected results, but even when I go into watching Japan, I see the expected results and then I see all of a sudden Insomnia loses, right? And just like kind of these weird things will happen. So expect the unexpected.
Yeah, exactly. Especially I guess we would say that VARREL is still the best team in Japan. Of course, in the earliest stages of the group stage, they were like, So they were kind of like questionable in the first few weeks of the group stages, but after that they got back to their groove. They're looking like there's still no team that is able to challenge VARREL, at least in the Japanese region. But the question now is going to be, because we've been seeing unexpected results also in the Korea region as well. We've seen Crazy Raccoon. We were thinking about, hey, can Crazy Raccoon even drop a map? And then all of a sudden we see them dropping 2 maps against Zeta Division. And in the semifinals, they dropped. So Crazy Raccoon, they're not even in the finals. So we might even see that in the Japanese region as well.
It's always very hard to predict. I mean, their second match of tonight is LAZULI versus Insomnia, and that's almost becoming a rivalry in a weird way. Like it seems like they always play each other close. So yeah, there's just so much at stake and interesting here. You would imagine VARREL would be the heavy favorite in the first match, but that second match has all sorts of intrigue, and then who knows who's in the 3rd match even. So yeah, but here are the schedules, here are the stages. You guys can all read, I think.
Well, I mean, of course you can all read, but I'm just going to do my job and try to run you through the schedule here. Asia is divided into 3 sub-regions, Korea, Pacific, and Japan that we're doing right now. We're currently on Stage 2. We only have Stage 2 here around, unlike NA and EMEA, which has 4 stages. Right now, we're at the very end of the OWCS Japan. So after this, we'll be next week we'll be having the grand finals, and a day before the grand finals, we'll be having our wild card to determine our last slot for OWCS Asia. this is the map pool. Nothing has really changed. Well, I think really in terms of map pools, it's really interesting to see how different regions kind of prefer different maps, because early on we've seen a lot of preferences towards Blizzard World, and in Korea we've seen a lot of preferences towards Runasapi right after its release, not as much in the Japanese region.
The Japanese region, I think the one thing that struck me as a little bit odd is the preference towards Colosseo still. A lot of teams have been running Colosseo. I mean, we saw a Hanzo on Colosseo not too long ago, so there's always some weird stuff that'll happen. Kings is still popular, of course. Pick your poison on Flashpoint. Teams have generally gone towards Suravasa, and then Escort. I mean, we're still very much into a Circuit Royale meta. A little bit of Dorado sprinkled in here or there, but Junkertown, Shimbali don't really come up very often.
Hey, if you just say Dorado, the first thing I think about is now Fnatic, which is the another region, but still very funny in that sense as well. But this is going to be your playoffs bracket. We already had a little bit of action yesterday. Nyam Gaming taking out Rivati and Insomnia taking down Namakuji as well. So this is going to be the semifinals. VARREL and Lazuli have been waiting on the second round of these playoffs, being on the merit of being first and second in the seeding deciders. Now they're going against Nyam Gaming and Insomnia respectively. The winners will be guaranteed OWCS Asia tickets, and the loser will be having to take a third place match in order to go for that chance, OWCS Asia wildcard chance.
Interesting stuff as well that Rivati and Nyam Gaming yesterday, or not yesterday, but it was yesterday. Recently, I mean, that was a very close 3-1. What I've noticed about a lot of these games is you'll see 3-0s, even going back to the seeding bracket and the seeding matches that we had. And if you're just reading Wikipedia and you just come across 3-0, 3-0, it does not tell the story. There has been some insanely close games, and I think we're in for perhaps a couple tonight. I just hope for good Overwatch as always, and I do like the chaos that Japan can bring to the overall region.
Yep, exactly. Sometimes plans just go out the window and it goes to sheer execution in some of these matches. It is going to be VARREL and Nyam Gaming in the first semifinals match. It's going to be Lazuli and Insomnia for the second one, and the third place match will be to be decided after we do matches 1 and 2. We are going to introduce the VARREL roster. It's going to be Nico and Groupie PSG on the tank and damage. Mint and Cloud is going to start over Mihawk on the support role. So I guess no to flex support shenanigans, at least for control here.
That has been the wrinkle that VARREL likes to run, is that Mihawk will come in and play almost exclusively Ana with Cloud on that second flex with the Illari. Nico has been playing everything, kind of preferring the Sojourn lately, which has been really fun to watch Sojourn come back into the mix. There was a patch, but it didn't really affect Sojourn at all, really. Affected Sombra a little bit, but from what I've seen since we're playing on live servers, the patch hasn't really changed how people are playing. Winston got a little less damage, but you're still going to run Winston in a lot of situations. So it's been fun to watch, but Nico is definitely the stud of this team. And as you mentioned, the support line is really interesting. You've got former DPS Mihawk come in to play the Ana, and I guess if you're a former sniper, why not come in and play Ana? Makes all the sense in the world.
Well, I mean, yeah, you don't get any headshot bonuses, but still that accuracy of that pinpoint accuracy will definitely help you as well. I mean, we've seen also some good actual anti-needs and sleep notes from the side of Mihawk as well. So always ready to put in the action. Let's see who goes and comes in the side of Nyam Gaming. It is going to be DC and Scarlet on the damage. It's going to be Dox on the tank and Mimosa and Whiteout on the support. What do we say? I guess Dox has been a really great tank overall for Nyam Gaming, and I don't really want to discredit the support line of Nyam Gaming, but it really has been the DPS lineup who has been carrying the weight of this roster, and DPS has been the bright spot of this roster.
You're absolutely correct, and that's what gives them a puncher's chance. Scarlet a little more versatile than Daisy. Daisy mostly likes to run the Tracer, some long-range hit scan if the map does dictate it, but Dox's Junker Queen really stood out to me when watching this team. And yeah, the support's like I don't know. I'm always fine if you don't really notice the supports. I think that's usually okay. But this is a squad like a couple of the teams that we had in Korea that if they're going to win, it is going to be Daisy and Scarlet.
Yep, and one of the, I guess, watching points for this team is that they are pretty much on a losing streak so far. They had a decent group stage round robin with a 5-2 record, but after that it has been all downhill for the side of Young Gaming. They did not get a single map on the seeding deciders in the first day of playoffs. It's really going to be the question of whether they can turn the momentum around.
It's a tough ask, but as we mentioned, that they do have a couple players that can just go off. You can see Tracers take over games, you can see Genjis take over games, and that's what this team really likes to run. We'll see if they can have the steam to go forward and put up a fight against VARREL, who is the expected winner of this matchup.
Yeah, also questions for VARREL, as well as, of course, they will be very heavy favorites for this particular matchup, but they have the entire weight of the region on their shoulders. This team has been representing Japan in the Asia region, and not only that, they have been on the international stage as well, like in the Blizzard Overwatch World Cup. This team has been Team Japan, so this team has a lot to prove in terms of representing their entire region. But ladies and gentlemen, our first map is going to be Samoa.
Yeah, while there are some Japanese organizations represented in Overwatch in different regions, when you think of Japanese Overwatch, you think of VARREL. This is the legacy team.
Yep, and this team has been together for a very long time, even in the Contenders days. I think it was ESG Donut, if I'm not mistaken. They have been together for more than 2 or 3 years, and they're like not even changing like 1 or 2 members is going to be really showing in their teamwork and target acquisition, which may be really crucial in high-stakes matches like the playoffs. And as we are looking, as we're looking at the hovers right now, this is going to be a Ramatra with NPSs, and well, support line's going to be the same.
Seeing Brig and Juno really come into form as a combination of healers that a lot of people did not expect to see. But it's pretty solid anti-dive, and I think people are just now understanding the absolute sheer output of healing that Juno can do.
Alright, it is going to be Nico who's going to be taken out first. KSG does punish his Scarlet, so this ain't a 4v4 fight. Is anyone's game. Whiteout in a little bit of a pinch as KSG is trying to punch him to death, but still no casualties, no further casualties on either side. And as I say, Mimosa is going to be taken down, so it's going to be a lot of healing denied. And wait a second, Mint is going to be traded out by Scarlet, who comes back with the fray. Doc is very low, he needs to be kept alive. Scarlet taking out Cookie Stuff for the first time in the series. Cam is going to have a numbers advantage. Still, nobody is going to take the point yet. This is a very long first point. We might even have ultimates before we conclude the first fight here.
It depends where Y Dot is. If they feel like committing that into the fight, it's been one of the more interesting ultimates to combination with what other heroes, especially if you combination the Ray with an Annihilation, if you will, and you just cover the whole point and you're doing a ton of damage. But right now, Young Gaming is going to hold off on it and just be happy with their progress.
Yep, Scarlet has been doing a lot of work. He did fall early on, and was able to do a lot of damage, but it is, once again, it's going to be Nico taking down early. KSG commits with the Annihilation. The Cloud is going to be taken out as well. Scarlet is going to fall, but in the end, Young Gaming will be having to consider trade. And once again, Young Gaming looking pretty well, looking pretty good. KSG falling late, so this is going to mean that VARREL has more time, is going to take more time to regroup, and Dox still holds on to that Annihilation.
They've also still got both of their damage ultimates coming up, and we mentioned just how great of playmakers that Daisy and Scarlet both are. Obviously, the Juno ultimate is extremely important, but a defensive ultimate in that rally might actually get value for a change.
Alright, that's going to be the case. Daisy starts things up with the bomb. Cookie is going to answer with the Blizzard trade kills for Wydot and Nico. 4v4 so far. Nyam Gaming still has a lot of ultimates on the board, and Dux is going to use an Annihilation, which is going to be a very big ultimate. Mint is going to answer with a rally, but Tuki is not going to be saved. Wait a second, the ultimate is taken out by DHP. Scarlet, okay, realizes that he needs to use the Dragon Blade and uses to very full effect, as Scarlet is looking very, very focused in this series so far.
Daisy, I think, is the more consistent of the damage players, but Scarlet has such high peaks and a little bit more flexible. We'll also run the VARREL later, but you can see what an impact that Genji has. Now VARREL's up against it. They're trying to throw Bob out, but nothing really happening for this squad.
Yep, and overtime is in favor of VARREL. Finally, Daisy is taken out early, so finally, for the first, I guess not for the first time, but first time in a while, VARREL is going to have a lead in terms of trade. Dogs is just staying there on the point, but it's not going to save them from VARREL flipping the point, but still at 99%, Young Gaming should feel good of where they are at one fight win, and they should be able to flip that point.
Yeah, they're a single fight away, and we used to call this a junk rush, where you just want to go in and make the other team use ultimates, if at all possible. VARREL is not there yet, but they do have Annihilation and Blizzard coming up, so if Nyam Gaming can get in here and kind of get a prolonged fight and make VARREL use, they can come swinging back with their own support ultimates.
Alright, let's see how Nyam Gaming is going to approach this. One prolonged fight, and that means, like Hex said, like you said, Hex, Young Gaming will be having the tools ready, and also they have a chance. They're so far ahead that they have the chance to just lose this fight, and of course, ultimate's out of VARREL. Let's see how Young Gaming approaches this now. KSG will be having the Annihilation. Cookie starts things up with the Blizzard. Dox is caught in a bad spot, is going to be caught early. KSG also uses the Annihilation, so casualties across the board for Young Gaming. Eventually going to be traded out, but still, VARREL, a much-needed win, but they used 2 ultimates for it. Now is going to be the real fight where Young Gaming will be matching those ultimates.
And they will have the damage ultimate advantage as well, so you can just chuck a Bob out there, say, if there's a Ray or Rally, you can just disengage, throw Bob onto the point, make him do something, but you've got every ultimate to go. If Neon Gaming doesn't just mess up the execution, which has been the key word for Japan, they should win this.
Alright, the Bob is there. I'm not sure if he's doing a lot of stuff. It's actually going to be Kessie who takes down Nicholas, but Scarlet, he has been on point this round specifically, and he takes down 3, and this should be Nyam Gaming taking this round.
I don't see any touchers. There are no touchers. And we said expect the unexpected. And I don't know if anyone really expected Nyam Gaming to fight VARREL this hard. But I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the damage players from Nyam Gaming can have these peaks where they just absolutely take over.
Exactly. We've been talking about in the pre-match that, of course, Nyam Gaming is a well-balanced squad in general, but it is actually going to be these damage dealers, the DPS players, that is going to be the key, I guess, win conditions for Nyam Gaming. And so far, Scarlet is looking on fire. Like you said, Daisy is the more consistent one, but Scarlet right now looks like he's having a really high right now.
It's just a matter of if they can keep it up. I don't think there's any reason in the world Scarlet would get off this Genji right now.
Yep.
So gonna stay on that. So the difference is Nico is now on the Sojourn, a little more range involved there, and we'll see if that Sojourn versus Ashe matchup goes Nico's way.
Yep. And also he will be having a little bit more mobility against that Genji who's trying to make his life hard. Dox is going to punch Mint to death, so once again Nyam Gaming will be having a numbers advantage. Scarlet, like I said, is just going to make Nico's life miserable, and he does so. Scarlet so much work in this series, and he also is, okay, I was about to say that he was about to live to tell the tale, but Kuki is going to take Scarlet down with him, but nonetheless, Nyam Gaming will be able to secure first control of the point.
First point, I like the aggression here from this team, and VARREL is looking for answers right now. Nico is now onto the venture, so this is an interesting composition where you kind of just want to put a wall up and just run at the other team. I mean, that's what the Mei is for. Sometimes the team will run a Symmetra with this, but...
Okay. I guess even Dox with a lot of health, if isolated and focused down in a composition like this, is is going to have a hard time surviving. Let's see if the execution is there for the side of VARREL. Also, they need to have access to any of these members first. And Easy, with now the superior range, will have a lot of shooting to do. And Mimosa, very low, but is going to be able to live so far. Why not healing him up? No casualties so far. Oh, wait a second. Nico is going to be taken down, and Cloud is going to use the orbital ray, but it's going to be answered by White Dots as well. Yam Gaming using the ultimates as well, and they look like they are going to have the upper hand in this fight with Noxus is down, but Scarlet with the Dragon Blade will be able to slice and dice the lines of VARREL, and KSG, knowing that the fight is already over, holds on to that annihilation.
Gonna have to back up now. It is going to be a battle of the annihilations here incoming. But VARREL should have the advantage with the rally. Rally is one of those tools that you can maybe use defensively if you're just getting jumped and dove and try to help your support line. In this situation, it might be the correct call to just give KSG some more help.
Alright, Nico trying to get access to the backline of Yam Gaming. Using that rally early to gain some, I guess, agency on the point, and there is that KSG annihilation. Dox answers with annihilation of his own. Yam Gaming, despite not having that rally online, will be actually getting that first kill, and trades happening so far, but so far it's a favorable trade towards VARREL, and yes, after, this is just like their last round. After overtime, VARREL has control. They made that flip happen, but still, Yam Gaming, they should be very happy with where they are so far. They're one fight, once again, one fight away from winning this map.
Had to use a lot, but that's not the big deal. As you mentioned, one fight away. You have about 3 chances at that here. And if you're in Yam Gaming, the longer a fight goes on, the happier you are because it gives Scarlet more opportunities to charge ult.
And yeah, I think this is one of those cases where, like you said, Yam Gaming maybe even affording to have junk fights over there, throwing junk over there, as the main objective of the fight is going to be just forcing out ultimates from the side of VARREL rather than winning. Mimosa is in a... Yeah, I was about to say, Mimosa, I don't know if you want to do a 1v1 with Nico over there, but he definitely has backup. Daisy is going to fall, Mimosa falls as well, so once again, VARREL will be able to keep on getting that progress on the point. Yam Gaming, now it's probably time for them to kind of get on their serious faces and get their ultimates and start winning.
Well, the first kill from VARREL was the most important because taking out the Juno means that there's just not enough sustain on the other side of things. So they knew as soon as they were able to get Y-Dot that there was no reason to invest anything because they would eventually win that fight. And now this looks like final fight territory.
Alright, Easy wasn't able to detonate that dynamite. Good wall from the side of Kuki. Kuki also has the Blizzard, which is really important in controlling some key areas, especially if you have control of the point. Cloud is going to use the orbital right first. Yam Gaming, they're not in a hurry yet. They still have a little bit of time. The orbital ray from Cloud is expired, and now it's Wider time to use the orbital ray, and it's going to be in combination with Scarlet Dragon Blade. Mimosa is going to this is not looking good for VARREL. She very low. It's not going to be living long enough to get that annihilation ready. Overtime is going to take for Yam Gaming, and there's it is going to be Nico that's going to cover for how long it's going to be. Question, he is 100-0'd very quickly, and there's going to be no follow-up cuts. And to my surprise, has Yam Gaming, who takes first blood and takes Samoa.
I love Overwatch. I mean, I really do. You just, you get surprised by things. That's always been the greatest part about sports or esports, whatever you want, is because it's surprising. And there's no script to this. We don't really know. We've joked in the past that there's scripts and things like that, but those are just jokes. But yeah, this is, well, you know what? It did kind of go towards what we anticipated. If Nyan was going to win, it was going to be their damage players. But there were a couple moments too, and I just want to give everyone their credit, where the supports were keeping everyone alive. Those supports like barely died. There was one moment where Wydot kind of got caught out, but that's Venture's going to do that to people. That's kind of her whole role. Yeah, just really quality, not overcommitting too hard. They only overcommitted when VARREL would also overcommit. They're like, oh, you want to do 4 ults? We can do 4 ults. And then the execution was just better. And there was no answer for Scarlet. Period. I mean, that was the problem. And this Neom Gaming team is able to present those problems because they can also run Scarlet on the Pharah, which I think is always a problem for teams. But the Genji right now just looks so good. All of that said, one caveat, it was control. And we know control can be a little bit weird, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But still, if you're Nyam Gaming, you need all the, psychological boosts that you need, because if you look at their record against VARREL, yes, they had a very good match against VARREL in the round robin. It was a full 5-map banger, but they still lost 2-3, and on the seeding deciders, they just lost like 0. They got swept by VARREL, so you have to get that confidence flowing. And this is a really good start. Yes, this is control. Anything could happen, but still, you feel good that your game plan is working. And now the question is going to be VARREL, whether how they're going to answer these questions that are posed at them. Because now in gaming, of course, we've been talking about Scarlet, and we can talk about him all day. But what really impressed me was, like you said, the ult economy. They, discipline to use ultimates at the right time, their macro kind of operations of the game. It was really impressive, and I thought they improved a lot compared to last few weeks. Where was this Nyam Gaming in the past few weeks?
I am not sure, because not only did they not look good in the seeding decider, they went 0-9. Like, they weren't even taking maps. So, like, just being able to come back, and I think the match against Ravati was helpful for them because it was close, but they ended up winning, so that you get some momentum. And then I think this team does understand where the proverbial bread is buttered, and it is that front line. Yeah, and just, good comps. And usually when you see a team that's not as good, let's say, as the top teams, it's usually because they end up using a second or third ult when they don't need to. And that wasn't the case. Overwatch is so much about the value that you get out of ultimate abilities. It is a press Q to win game sometimes, as long as your Q is better. And they were just doing a lot in the neutral. Both of the damage players seemed like they were almost lapping the VARREL damage players when it came to having their ultimates up at the right time and then getting value. Venture is a fine disrupting force, but it didn't seem like it was getting, the ultimate's not as good as Dragon Blade. It seemed like that was difficult for them to find value on that. Yeah, the Bob was okay. The Mei, people were just dodging out of Blizzard for the most part. So just much more impactful play from the damage players. And when the damage players are going off like that, you have to give credit to the tank for the sustainability. You have to give credit to the supports. There was a moment right before the last Dragon Blade where I think Genji was on fire and comes back, and, the healing is there immediately to get Genji back in the fight so that he can build the blade. And those blades were what was winning them fights.
Yeah, exactly. So credit to the entirety of Nyam Gaming. They look like they're really on point. They understand their win conditions, and their execution is, at least on Samoa, was on point. On the side of VARREL, though, what do you need? You just got a, unexpected blow from Nyam Gaming right now, and their Scarlet, their Genji player, looks really on point. So what's your answer? What would be your answer? Would it be the map picks, or would it be the compositions, or maybe a combination of both?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think they thought Mei was going to do better, but Scarlet just was able to dance around that. Obviously you like beamy boys against a Genji, so you can't get the deflect. I also think Sojourn can be pretty good against Genji. Just the fire rate output and the tighter spread nowadays allows force out the deflect, and then you've got the bubble thing. I don't know what it's called. And then Genji can't deflect that. He's on the ground. So and then you can also dive away from it. And that's been Nico's preferred hero recently, has been the Sojourn. So I think you pick a map that favors Sojourn. We might see a Coliseo here. VARREL is good on that map, and Genji's not the greatest there. But I think right now, Nyan is just in that spot where I don't think it matters what map they're going to. They're going to pick comfort heroes, and they're just going to try to play their best to enable Scarlet until something goes wrong with it.
Yep, definitely. And remember, this wasn't even their point, I guess, plan E. Remember, they on Yum Gaming, well, most of Japan, they've been going with what the Korean teams were doing as well. We've seen some of the VARREL, like you said. We also seen, I guess, some echo play from the Scarlet as well. So
we saw Junkrat like last week, so let's
and Hanzo as well. Remember, that's G-Clef's
right.
like favorite hero. So
yeah, he was so stoked with that. I remember that. He's like, "Oh, is this the time Hanzo comes back into the meta?" But yeah, there hasn't really been as tight of compositions as the Korean region. Teams are playing. I mean, Juno is like almost 100% pick rate. It feels like you see Juno everywhere, except for some occasional Brig Ana. The map that seemed like the most normal was probably Paiso. Like that is the most normal map that people continue to play on. Is we're just we know exactly how this plays. It's a Winston dive, and then maybe a Pharah, Ashe, Tracer. Right? Those are your options. It's almost like the hero pool is limited on Paiso. Kings was playing kind of normal until Junkrat came out, and then some weird stuff was happening there. But I mean, really, it's like if you think you're the better team, you might want to pick something like Paiso, where there is really only one meta, and if you can just execute it, dive is still that strong.
yeah, and also I think KSG should be very, I guess, confident on the Winston mirror, especially because if you kind of have a history check on how what comps VARREL was really strong on, it was mostly the, I guess, what was the Winston Sombra the Tracer meta, right? So of course we might or may not see Sombra, especially after those nerfs, but
small nerf, yeah. There's been a little bit of Sombra play. I've been consistent enough.
Yeah.
To be able to just get to the ledge, where the support ledge, as it were, where they all hang out on first point, that's where Sombra can really get some damage done.
All right, Blizzard World also kind of comes to your point where Blizzard World also is a map where you might do some crazy things, but at the same time, we might usually expect something standard, like the Winston, maybe sometimes the Ball, and the D.Va as well. So I think VARREL wants to keep the variances at a very minimal, and keep those things to standard, because those are the points where you probably have the most advantage. If you're just doing I don't want to say honest, but if you're doing like a all-on, like a gentleman's agreement and doing the usual fights, then likely, because you have the belief that you are the team that has the higher power level, you should probably win.
Agreed. And VARREL kind of tips their hand of what support line they're going to run by not having Mihawk in, who has generally been 100% their Ana play. Not 100, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see what Nyam Gaming want to do here on the offense. I really doubt it's going to be a Bastion, but yeah, what do I know lately? And all these teams are pulling out weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whoever kind of predicted the Junkrat should probably just buy a lottery ticket or something like that. But,
and it was like effective too. Sometimes you see those weird picks and you're like, ah ha ha ha. No, it was actually getting work done.
Alright, but it looks like this is going to be standard Overwatch as Nyam Gaming, they are doing the gentleman's agreement and playing the Winston matchup, and it is going to be Whiteout who's going to play the Ana, which is not going to be used by VARREL here. So the nano difference might prove to be huge, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, you're also going to have this matchup as well. Tracer v Tracers usually fighting each other, and it is Kuki goes down early.
Yep, it was
after that battle with Tracer.
Yeah, it was a Scarlet v Kuki 1v1, but with the help of Docs, Kuki is taken, and that's that much space denied for the side of VARREL. VARREL has to back off. Now that Kuki is probably will be able to join and test there with doing exactly that. KSG, but very low, has to leave back, so this means an extra tick for this time Yam Gaming. Will VARREL be able to contest? This is going to be the case. But Yam Gaming will be almost having that nano. Won't even need it as two members are taking down all the control. Yam Gaming's neutral has been very, very impressive here, X.
I think the pick from VARREL was likely to isolate Daisy, because Daisy's their best long-range hit scan and best tracer. But Scarlet had a couple of nice kills there too, and Young Gaming, to be able to do that in the neutral, just vanilla Overwatch, not even having to commit ultimates, is huge. There's a lot of times where teams don't even capture first on Blizzard World.
Yep. We've seen a lot of full holds on Blizzard World as well, and now we have the ultimates online. The same will be for VARREL. KSG will be using the Primal Rage. First Ox is a little bit of a trouble, but he will be able to be in a position to heal them, or rather, just press the Q button and get extra health over there. And Nico is being hurt. He's going to call the help of Bob, but on the meanwhile, Kuski is going to take down 2, so this is going to be Young Gaming having to restart. VARREL, finally, for the first time in Blizzard World, actually winning 18 fight.
The flip should be coming momentarily, as there's both support ultimates available for Yum Gaming.
Yep.
VARREL committed a lot to that. The Bob came in. I think, you know, Yum Gaming is doing pretty well at knowing when fights are lost just in these first couple of maps. That's a great stick.
Yeah, that's going to be great stick, and also is going to come Nano Wideout, which was probably going to be on top. Doing a lot of havoc on the side of VARREL over there, but Scarlet takes the cookie, and remember, Wideout is going to be back into the fray earlier, so this might be a window of opportunity for Yum Gaming.
You would love to get the dive into the high ground with a nano. Obviously, you need to clear off this high ground. The problem is you've got Coach Gun to deal with, you've got Whip Shot, so it's going to take you a couple of jumps to be able to effectively clear off this high ground.
Yep, and everyone's coming into that small corner over that ballroom over there to get waiting in line to get some of those heals. Wideout, and there is that nano. The receiving is going to be Docs. Let's see if he can find anything. Right now, he's not finding any value. Scarlet is also going in with him, but is going to be unable to find any value, but Scarlet is just going to have a good stick on Nico, so this is going to be a lot of damage from Nani for the side of VARREL, and after that, this is looking like it's going to be just a favorable killing field for Yum Gaming, as yes, Wideout is going to be taken out, but again, this is going to be slowly, but a sure win for Yum Gaming.
Now the spawns tend to equalize a little bit where you're equidistant, so your big spawn advantage for Yum Gaming is not going to be there. Cloud died early there, which is going to be a silver lining here, because defensively you need the Ray, and you can just toss Ray on the cards. There it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. KSG having that damage boost is going to try to zap members, but Daisy is going to be the one that takes down Kuki. Docs also using the Primal Rage to bother Nico. It is using his stuff, but very defensively, more likely, and well, it does pay off as he is going to hit. Another fight. Not be sent for Scarlet. Docs is also very low. Is going to return to the safety of his healers. But Easy is just going to be thrusted down, so this is going to be even more time for the timer for Yum Gaming. PSG just, you know, harassing a little bit more, not over committing though.
Oh, almost jinxed him. That looked like an overcommit for a second there. I was just looking at the health bars. The kill on Daisy on the way out is really brutal, actually, because you would love to get in there, and you would have loved to nano Docs with Daisy in position.
Yeah, so the nano was committed in Docs, but losing the Moza means a lot for Yum Gaming. But it is going to be equalized as Docs will be taking down Finn. Yes, VARREL using KSG's Primal Rage will be able to stabilize things, and they're back to score 1. Yum Gaming back to this one. Now, what do you know? There's less than 1 minute, and now time is not on the outside anymore.
1 minute, and they're going to have to fight into the Ray as well, onto the payload. You know, it operates very similar to Kitsune Rush in that way, where if you put it down, the other team just can't fight into it. So, Yum Gaming Gonna have Rally, gonna have Primal. They've got stall tools, but there's not really a winning tool on their team just yet.
Yes, they have. They will be having the Rally. The Nano is a little bit far away. The best case scenario for Young Gaming is that they get a pick without using their ultimates. VARREL, they know that time is not on Young Gaming's side. They are going to commit ultimates before the card is able to be touched. But Young Gaming, they are going to make that numbers advantage happen, and the touch is there. Overtime is sticking, but the fight is very much in favor of Young Gaming, and the test will not be there as Young Gaming, despite being in overtime, will able to cap the point.
Very nice early rally from Mimosa to make sure that the team stayed alive. They got jumped on a little bit, but it did force out KSG, open things up a little bit for Docs to play onto the back point and disrupt all of those supports. And now, the damage dealers come alive for Nyam Gaming.
Yeah, so they're just taking down Cloud and Kuki, which means that Nyam Gaming will be able to get some much-needed free push time. I believe it's going to be Wydot who's going to play Euro Truck Simulator over there. But still, Wydot also out! Wait a second, I was about to say the Nano, but Nano beat Cam. Finally takes down Nico. This is going to be very difficult for VARREL because in a defensive situation, that bot is really crucial because that's an extra body onto the point that can solve.
Defense is in such an advantageous position here, though, with the super close spawns. Mint goes down early.
Yeah, Docs is also very low as well. Let's see if Mimosa is going to be able to keep him aloft. He's not. And Doc, yes, the Inspired is a very good healing tool, but it is not going to save everyone just by itself. And VARREL looking like they'll be able to stop this push right at his tracks at the current moment.
Gonna get some heroes that maybe can get on it. The Doom touches.
Alright, but he is going to pay his life for it, and the
Rally?
second touch is there for the Rally. And Moza tries to keep himself alive for the touch. Overtime is bleeding. Daisy is going to take down. I think this is just going to be it for the Young Gaming offense, but still, hey, considering that it is Blizzard World, anything could happen. Yam Gaming, decent push, but VARREL, important thing is that they now have a win condition. As long as they full cap, if they don't even have the full cap C, they don't even have to go to extra rounds and win this map and equalize the series.
Yeah, very solid offense though for a Blizzard World, and yeah, it was just the stick show for a while there. Both those tracers, and you knew it too when he was camping that defensive spawn. I was like, oh, this is gonna be awesome. This is what every tracer dreams of. There's gonna be like 5 of them in there, and I gotta hit something. If you miss those, it feels horribly embarrassing though, because you're like, there were 5 of them there. I should have been able to do that blindfolded. But yeah, Scarlet and yeah. Kuki playing very nice tracers here. Yeah, it's been some honest Overwatch. The only difference being, Wydot playing the Ana, but I think that's just probably a comfort level for Docs as well. Also, the Ana is much better on offense than it is on defense. We'll see if there's a change, but I think Wydot just wants to play the Ana.
Yeah, I think it just offers 2 different things in a sense that Cloud, the Juno also just offers a little bit of a speed boost, and the ult comes relatively earlier than the Nano, so maybe that's something that VARREL is kind of having confidence in,
right.
That Cloud can do enough damage and healing so that Cloud can get that rotation earlier rather than the Nano.
Yeah, also Sleep Dart is fantastic for defense. If you know the other team is going to play Winston dive on you, it's really nice to be able to sleep and anti the diving Winston, and they've been doing it pretty consistently.
Alright. Currently, nothing very, just nothing so serious just yet. Just a struggle for high ground. Wait, I thought that was just a struggle for high ground, and Yam Gaming just got violent and took PNG out of the picture. And now their primary dive tank VARREL just has to be on the back foot. Doc looking for more kills, because kills at this stage right now would mean that VARREL has to burn at least 15 to 20 more seconds until the next offense happens.
Blizzard World is one of those sneaky maps too, where a couple of bad fights and all of a sudden you're hearing that music and you're on final fight and you don't even know what happened.
Exactly. And Why Not looking solid on the Nano build right now, already at 70%. Cloud, despite being on the Juno, is a little bit behind. Guess she had health. Dox leaps back. Easy is having a field trip with this Ashe right now. So good on it. And Nico is going to be taken down by Dox, and also looking at the kill feed right now, it may be that he can also hit a dynamite on Nuke. As well, there is going to be that early Ray. And also, the Nano is going to be off the Daisy, but this is going to be a lot more damage. VARREL are in a world of hurt, and KSG all alone, not a lot he can do. Yeah, that one felt through the monitor. I can see Kuki feeling that through the monitor.
It just, Young Gaming does a really good job of disengaging, and you know the Ray comes through, but they just back off, and there's a couple of targets behind them. And what they've done that's so impressive. I mean, we've talked about the ultimate economy being great, but they've been really good at target acquisition. Like when there's someone behind them, Winston's back there, Tracer's back there, everyone is back there in the fight, and all of a sudden these 2v1s that VARREL thinks they have turn into 2v5s.
Hey, yeah, that's just up to Gaming. I don't know what the team is feeding them, but whatever it is working. Kuki sticks a pulse bomb, but it's not gonna do, I guess, too much damage to a ulting Winston.
Yeah, I had the Primal to not die to it because it was low, but forces out Primal, rallies out too, so a lot of ultimates being expended by Nyam Gaming. But the other side, so did VARREL.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this might be a window of opportunity. Nico, a cheeky headshot onto Formosa, and then he's taking out the Victor Y.com. There's Nyam Gaming probably just gonna bleed out. Nyam Gaming was doing so well until this point. And a good opening from Nico basically secures them point A.
3 minutes now added to the clock. And I wonder if this is a change. My KSG was going back, but don't want to get spawn camped. Yeah, it is a change. KSG is going to go to the D.Va.
Yeah, how do you feel about this one here?
I think he's getting out Winstoned, so I think D.Va is good, and also the problem right now is Daisy, and D.Va's just going to be more helpful with that.
Alright, let's see if that can actually make a difference here, as Y.Dot at 93% will be almost having the Nano online. Cloud having that orbital ray. Let's see if any of these support ultimates can actually make a difference in this fight, as currently the card is being contested, and Nyam Gaming, they would definitely like to take some time off that time right now because they probably felt that they could have a full health there. Dox taking Cloud early, so this is going to be the orbital right not going to be available for this fight, and Dox easily takes down Nico. Well, that was a Nano expected from the side of Nyam Gaming, but still, good value.
D.Va's also really strong against Ana. You don't want to just be constantly eating nades from this high ground, but oddly enough, KSG was the one who turned purple in that last fight. But that's part of the thought, is that you can stop a lot of the healing, whereas the Brig doesn't really get affected by it.
Is going to want that remake. Dox probably just leaped in to finish the Pilot D.Va off right before the remake was available. Still, I guess good healing from the side of VARREL to keep his Pilot D.Va alive. Now they're in a little bit more even terms. Cloud holds to that orbital ray, which will be used for the struggle for high ground. This instantly uses the Primal to keep himself healthy and disrupt the side of VARREL. Y.Dot survives. A good sign from the side of Nyam Gaming, but Daisy and Mimosa falling is not going to be KSG finding a lot of value on that D.Va pick, so maybe justifies the change, and finally a clean team fight win for the side of VARREL, and also some exit kills on the Scarlet as well. So this is going to be a, I guess, point B. So it wasn't really easy getting up to that point, but VARREL are winning those last minute crucial fights to get what they need to do.
It's great PO from VARREL, and Nico's also a bit of a magician to live through that. The problem is it took Docs way too long to get anything done back there, and eventually didn't get anything done while his team was getting dove on really hard on the other side. So now VARREL, single fight away, and yeah, it's going to be battling Bobs. Another stick, man. And then Scarlet is on his comfort hero.
On the ultimate side, Nico using the bomb for an extra body. Test probably just to get a free push onto this corner, but Whiteout is going to use Nano onto Docs, and Nico's going to be taken out, but Scarlet will be going to be the trade. However, Nyam Gaming has the spawn advantage. So, well, I mean, it would be pretty, I guess, equal on this point. I guess maybe, but see, the golden box of victory is very close now, and Nyam Gaming has to worry about touches now. There has been so many C9s in this region. I just even forgot. I mean, I forgot. I was counting at some point, I just lost count. Docs is going to juggle, trying to juggle Nico. Nico trying his best to just roll away, but one is going to be the one to finish him off. And, well, that was a funny scene, but in the end, it's going to be VARREL that looks like they're in a pinch and might have to back off and have a final fight. It looks like that is going to be the case. VARREL has both support ultimates, whereas Nyam Gaming only has the rally right.
The problem for Nyam Gaming right now is that they don't have the support ultimates, and this fight is going to take place on the cards, and that's perfect for Juno.
Alright, let's see how much value Whiteout taking down. Mimosa taking down. So it looks like Nyam Gaming will be unable to defend the golden box of victory as VARREL. Yes, they had a few rough moments against Nyam Gaming, but it is going to be VARREL who equalizes the series 1-1.
They very likely needed to stay alive long enough with the rally so that they could get to Nano, about 15% away on that. But that was always going to favor the team with the Juno player because you have to fight there. If you don't, you lose. And, you know, you're just going to drop the Ray down. And it's very similar to, I've mentioned how Kiri's ult works, is if there's a spot where a team has to fight, that's a good ultimate to have, where the team can't disengage, and Juno's is almost just ultra powered because the sustain that you get through it too.
Yeah, so VARREL, finally, we've been talking about can VARREL find an answer to the questions that Nyam Gaming were posing, but at the current moment, it seems like they do. They were struggling a little bit. They were really close to getting full held by Nyam Gaming. They were having a really good defense on point A, but after that, it was really, I guess, VARREL's answer is that, hey, we force you into a mirror situation that doesn't involve the Genji, but once you have the equal fight, then you'll be having the advantage. All right, now the question goes on to Nyam. Can they answer the questions being posed by VARREL? We'll see after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Even the devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
With that shoe coming in with the Nano 2, this might just be enough.
Alright, welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We're currently approaching our third map of the first series of the day, and indeed we are having a series as it is being tied 1-1. Yam Gaming will drawing first blood, L and Samoa. VARREL answering very, I guess, in a convincing manner on Blizzard World. Now, where Yam Gaming is going to go is going to be the question. If you're in Yam Gaming and you had some good memories on Samoa, what would be your likely answer?
I think maybe you just go to a Flashpoint map. I think maybe that's one that they want to have in their pocket. Generally, when a team wins control in the manner in which they did, you would want to just do that on Flashpoint. And Flashpoint's also a map where you can run like the Ana Brig, or you could run Pharah or Genji, depending on which Flashpoint map you're on. It also lets you run a Tracer like 100% of the time. Problem is, like, VARREL looks pretty good on flashpoints as well. They've got a couple like different pocket compositions, but at some point you're going to end up going to a map that VARREL is good at. So I think that would be where I would lean towards, mostly just thinking about Scarlet on Genji. It works really good on flashpoints, very good on Saravasa and New Junk City. Like, you can run compositions on that map that really favor your squad.
All right, we also have an update on the roster status right now. VARREL is going to have Mihawk in instead of Mint. So this is going to be that double flex support that we were talking about, and VARREL is very, very strong on this, has been on this style of play. It is going to be Circuit Royale that has been selected by Nyam Gaming.
Very popular map across all of Asia, really. See a ton of Circuit every time, and there's been a couple of really interesting kind of metas that have shifted on this map throughout. And then who did I see that was it LAZULI that was just trying to spawn camp constantly? Like, we'll talk about LAZULI, they're a funny team. But you can run a May Venture. Widow is back in on it if you have hill control. Ashe is good there. I mean, there's just a trillion different things that you can run on Circuit Royale now, where it used to be probably the most stale map in any map pool, really. It was you run Sigma, you run Widow, and you hope that your Widow's better. But now teams have kind of eschewed that. It's been a lot of Ramatra, a lot of teleporter play. So we'll see. I mean, you could really run anything here. Nico kind of very possibly could run like a Venture. I think Daisy and Scarlet are going to try to play their good heroes, but Daisy will probably be on hit scan. And as you mentioned, with the Mihawk coming in, it's definitely going to be double flex.
Yep, and this is going to be the case. This is not a surprise anymore from the side of VARREL, as Mihawk is going to be on the Ana duty, and Cloud is going to be in another flex support. This time it is going to be the Juno. KSG looking like he is very comfortable on the Ramatra. Also, this is the May and the Sojourn that you were looking at. I'd be very surprised, Docs, if you go with the Ram, and also why not on the Mercy, but Docs looking like they are going to play the new meta with the Ramatra. If you've been here if you've been watching competitive Overwatch and you've been taking a break for the past few months, you'd be very surprised at this. This is actually the meta now.
It's new Rush, really, where the Juno is replacing Lucio and Ram is replacing Reinhardt. You still have the May, right? So this is just a Rush comp. You end up dropping, your rings down and you boost through and try to wall people off. And
there are quick walls. PSG very low is going to be the first to fall. So any sort of core defense from the side of VARREL is just going to fall apart, as multiple members of VARREL is just going to be picked out one by one. Nyam Gaming, they didn't really have any difficulties getting through that first line of defense.
There was a defense there that was as quick as could be for Nyam Gaming. That's enormous for them. They're going to get this first corner.
Yep, and now the question is probably going to be, is KSG going to contest on the second corner, or rather the point itself? It looks like it was going to be the latter, and Mihawk, very far behind, is going to be enjoying his safety while trying to do a little bit of damage inside of Nyam Gaming. Dox is going to be anti-tied, but is going to be cleansed, so this is not going to be life-threatening for Dox at the moment. Dox very far ahead on the race for Annihilation. Mihawk trying to use the nade defensively to keep PSG alive. Mihawk is also very close to that Nano, so this might improve his chances of survivability. PSG still healthy so far. Ultimates are going to be committed from the side of Nyam Gaming, and Mihawk is going to answer with ultimates. Oh, but PSG is quickly falling and dropping low, and PSG lives long enough for the Annihilation to be there, but he's frozen. Can he pop the Annihilation? The answer is going to be no. As Nyam Gaming, they are committing a lot of ultimates, but it was worth it in the end, as they are able to cap point A, and also you just force out both support ultimates from the side of VARREL.
It's where you want to be positionally for the Juno. I mean, the Ray and then the Annihilation. It's just crazy good value, and VARREL was about 2% away from their own Blizzard. Scarlet got it first and just rifled it off immediately. And that's a point that you don't mind overcommitting ultimates on, because it can be brutal to try to take that back, and there's also a spawn camp opportunity. But now you want hill control so you can get your Ashe up top, because if you lose this fight, it actually ends up becoming really difficult to come back into, and VARREL knows this, and they're going to commit ults.
Yep, Scarlet is the first to fall, so this buddy, Kitsuner Rush, and it's going to be Young Gaming on the back foot. They are running for their lives right now. It doesn't look like VARREL is going to pursue them very actively. They just want control of this hill, like you just said.
Daisy does this sometimes. Goes for these very aggressive flanks, but gets caught out.
And is just going to be walled out, and Kuki is going to use the Blizzard. Yum Gaming is not going to commit in and get frozen. But right now, this is just an ultimate trade for ultimate. This is very low, okay, but still is able to survive. So this is going to be a orbital ray for Yum Gaming, which gives enough damage to take out Kuki. Keshi is with the Annihilation, and it's going to be nanoed, but still, kill feeds are in favor of Young Gaming. They are 2 members left. Doc low as well, but right now it doesn't look like he is going to be threatening his life, but still, it looks like they have to back up a little bit and look for a second chance. Docs, 9% off the Annihilation. Scarlet also very close to his opponent. Oh, that's a cheeky maneuver over there. And Scarlet has the Blizzard and will use it at will, and there it is. And Young Gaming is not afraid to press Q if they so want to, but they're using it with great efficiency here, Hex.
Another single alt fight, and this is why this map is so good for both Juno and Kiri. It's pretty linear, it's pretty small. When you're on offense, you're almost always fighting in these hallways, and you can set up good fights, although you do have to eventually clear high grounds here. What Daisy was looking at, maybe smelt a Sombra.
But it is going to be Kuki on the Pharah. Let's see if this can find a lot of value. We've seen VARREL work at this point a few times, especially in the Korean region as well. Let's see if Kuki can duplicate the same success. Yum Gaming has a lot of good tools for the engage if they just find the right angle. They have the Kitsune Rush, they have the Annihilation. Nico is going to use the pop early, but it's going to be walled out, so no major damage. Yes, and why not? It's going to use the torpedoes defensively to keep his team up and healthy. Nox is at half health, but should be okay. Also has the Annihilation to get that extra armor. Alright, using the nano onto KSG, hoping that KSG will get the Annihilation in time, and the Mills are going to use the Air Rush, and VARREL, before they can disengage, they lose KSG, they lose Clone, but this is not looking good for VARREL. Yum Gaming, very disciplined and on point. Daisy is going to be taken out by Nico, so this is a silver lining where the side, as I say, Nico is going to be punched by Dox, and Dox is going to use the Annihilation. He wants to end this here and now.
That's the Ray, the Annihilation. They're just kind of really close the ground onto VARREL. VARREL running the Pharah is supposed to outrange them. You saw some early good spam rockets that are supposed to come in, but Yum Gaming, they kind of just fly at teams. Like, you look at how aggressive that May play was to come over the wall, and then you're cutting them in half, and you're at 20 meters away. You can't play the poke game against a Pharah, so they just decided to rotate top, even though they had lost their Ashe, and just send it at them. There's a great aggression that Yum Gaming is pulling off, largely because they can edit the map in a lot of different ways with the May. It allows you to do those kind of rush things where you're isolating people and all of a sudden there's 3 people on you, and just both of the support ultimates are really good synergy with Dox. So you're fighting on the cart, and yeah, do you want rush? Do you want orbital? Which one do you want? You can have them both.
And Yum Gaming, as I said, we've been praising the DPS players, but if you just look at the team specifically, it's really impressive how they choose fights, how they make their decisions on fights where they are confident that they can win, and they are not just afraid to throw in ultimates, multiple ultimates, and that in fights that they can win and profit from that. All right, and in terms of composition, it doesn't look like Young Gaming is going to change anything. Nico probably going to use the Hanzo for the scan.
It's usually just to check top, but saw a shield out there. I don't know, Nico could run this.
Ooh,
this would not be the first time Nico has run the Hanzo.
Look, where is G-Clef when Hanzo is there for him?
He's somewhere eating a hot sandwich, apparently. I don't know if you caught all that conversation.
But I mean, that's something that you have to update me with. But Daisy is going to take out Mihawk, and that's just going to be a lot of ult charge denied for that Nano. And VARREL looking like they really need that Nano to come online quickly to get through those defenses of Nyam Gaming. Because if you just compare how the offense went from the side of Nyam Gaming, they just got through the initial defense line of VARREL really quickly, and
they already had the point by now. Like, that's how quick it was.
Yeah. So if VARREL wants to compete with Nyam Gaming and look for extra rounds, they need to get through this really quickly. But losing Kuki at this stage right now is not going to help. Yes, a very decent anti onto two members, Dox and Mimosa, but it's not going to change the flow of the battle. They do get some breathing room on that corner over there, but unless they get a pick, then it's not going to work well, bode well for VARREL.
Well, get Dragon. Should buy you some space.
Yep. Well, Mihawk is going to be taken down on Scarlet. Doing good work over there. Scarlet is going to keep himself away. I think that was a flank over there. Dox is going to punch down KSG. And that was a KSG that was using the Annihilation, so that's no longer going to be available. And Dox didn't use the Annihilation that turn. What do you know? Now he used the Orbital Ray, and now this is going to be a situation where Nyam Gaming has 4 ultimates on the board. VARREL, they do have both support ultimates and a Dragon, but I don't know. Nyam Gaming, looking at their ultimate split so far, they are looking so clutch on these ultimate usage. I'm not really sure if VARREL can get a lot of value from this. Let's see, he go very low, but is going to...
It's a good disengage, yeah. And they finally clear out right side with the help of the Pharah.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean that right side room is essentially just May's playground. You have to clear it out if the other team has a May, because she's going to be in there the entire time, just ruining your day, sending icicles through, walling people off who dare come in there. So they were finally able to get enough damage over the top to get some kills.
Ooh, Nico taking out Wydot means that Nyam Gaming, they have a very difficult question of whether they're going to commit their ultimates on the point. It looks like at least Daisy is going to commit the bomb, but Bob's owner is going to be no more. At least Nyam Gaming, I guess the good news is that they will be up ahead on the numbers count on the point, and they also have the Annihilation if they want to use it, but do they really need to use it?
I've also got Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard is a great ultimate here too. And they really only need to win one and maybe a touch of a fight.
Yeah.
And they've got 2 AoE ultimates, and
also
VARREL has to push into it. And VARREL's got almost nothing here.
Yeah, Kuki definitely has to find at least, I don't know, maybe a pick from a direct rocket or maybe even a Nico headshot in order for them to work a miracle. Nyam Gaming looking like they're in a very comfortable spot. Like I said, also Wydot's Orbital Ray is also going to be into play much quicker than Cloud's. Nyam Gaming using the wall, not isolating anyone yet, also because they're not pressured to use any of their ultimates yet as well. They still have a corner, and they also have a little bit of room. The Scarlet. There is the Annihilation Dock. KSG has to use this for the extra armor, but it is not going to help their cause. It is going to be members of VARREL falling like dominoes, and Cloud being the last one. Overtime is completely down, and Nyam Gaming once again will be taking the lead. This time it is going to be a match point. Who would have expected this? This was not on my bingo card.
I don't think it was on anyone's bingo card. What are you even going to do against that? You have to fight into a Blizzard, an Annihilation, the Orbital Ray, and the Kitsune Rush. I don't think there's enough ultimates defensively in the game to stop that amount of incoming damage. You essentially need like a May to put a wall up for half a second and hope that you don't just eat all the damage in the world. But the AoE effects are just brutal. Absolutely great for Nyam Gaming to be banking up ultimates. And I think that's why it's so surprising to me, is you expect kind of not that they're a lower tier team, but they're not like the best in the region. You expect teams like this to start making mistakes and start throwing away ultimates that they don't need and not, correctly using a single ultimate to win a fight, or just realize a fight is over. And the comms seem like they've been really clear. At the end, it just felt like it was inevitable that VARREL could not do anything against the AoE damage, sustain, healing, and everything that Nyam Gaming had acquired. So good on them.
Yeah, Nyam Gaming has been very impressive. Like, there are not a lot of moments where VARREL, when we say on broadcast that VARREL, their only chance of winning is to make an isolated pick on a member through a Hanzo arrow or a rocket direct hit. That's how much VARREL was pushed on. And yes, I don't think VARREL made like big mistake. It's not like VARREL just gifted Nyam Gaming the victory. It just looked like, at least on Circuit Royale, Nyam Gaming just played better.
It's the execution. I also think Circuit Royale is a map that you can get out-comped on rather easily. I think that you need a Mei. I feel like almost 100% of the time, like you can run a sim Mei if you want, but you have to be able to get your people in place and then wall off the opposing team. So you saw the Pharah like kind of doing work, but it wasn't enough. Even if you tag Mei with a rocket, just getting heals, can't come around that corner because the Ashe is waiting for you around that corner. Is Hanzo still? I don't know what to tell you about their survivability.
Hey.
Nico almost made it work. There was like a couple nice shots, but I think just when you're playing that modern rush composition where everyone's got such a damage output and there's sustain all throughout it, you're playing a tank and a half. I always think that Mei is considered like half a tank, just the way ice block works, the way the wall works. Like it feels pretty tanky. So yeah, they just did not have enough damage throughput. I think I just feel like you can get out-comped pretty hard on that map, and we've seen it before, but it's weird because Circuit Royale just feels like it's ever-changing, that what comp is not going to get out-comped? Is it Alari Pharah, which we've seen? There's like a trillion different comps you can run, but yeah, that's a rough play for VARREL, and now they're one map away from going over to third place, a decider game.
Yep, and like I said, the third place decider game is unlike OWCS Korea, where it is actually do or die, because in Korea, of course, you would definitely like to have that third place slot and just get yourself finalized onto OWCS Asia, but fourth still means that you go against the third place of Japan and also third place from Pacific. You, on paper, are expected to win that. Looking at the other side of the coin, if VARREL has to go through the third place match, and even though if they get that third place, they still have to go against the fourth place of Korea, which is a big challenge to say the least.
And Nyam Gaming just looking to straight up qualify. If you make it to the finals, you just have qualified. So that would be a surprising turn. And it's not just been one player. I know we're kind of obsessed with Scarlet, and then I thought Daisy was playing well. Dox looks pretty good, but you got to give these supports credit that the reason they have support ultimates up all the time is they're staying alive. Their positioning is really strong. So we had the POV of the Pharah, and she's tagging Ram and kind of hitting Mei, and they're just getting healed by something you can't see because Juno has like got those abilities, and then Kiri as well, which is it's not the highest healing output, but those ultimates are some of the best support ultimates in the game, especially for that composition which just really wants to fight at the front line with AoE. So yeah, give everyone on this team credit, and I think we may have overlooked the supports a little bit, but they seem to have something working for them, and everyone has had a game where they look pretty solid for this team.
Exactly. I've been more specifically have been kind of labeling the backline of Nyam Gaming their weak link necessarily, but right now they're proving me wrong. They are, like you said, they're being very solid. They're keeping themselves alive, which is like the most important thing as a support, and which is actually harder than it seems. It's harder than it sounds, because like, hey, sometimes when you play games like Overwatch, it's like, hey, how hard is it to just stay back and not die? It is actually pretty hard when you play on the highest level. And back to the story of VARREL now. What do you need to do? You had your, I guess, your win on Blizzard World. Are you going to replicate that? Are you going to pick a map that you would likely play the Diva or the Winster Mirror, or what are your choices as VARREL right now?
The Diva looked pretty decent for them on Blizzard World, so I feel like VARREL likes Coliseum a little bit, and then you can play like so.
Mm-hmm. I may have lost
Coliseum. Am I back? Sorry, it's a little red button on my voice.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little stutter, but I think I'm back.
Yep, you are.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
Yeah, USA Internet, love it. I got no
And
other excuse than that.
Hey, you also are on the other side of the globe, so you're all good.
They are going to go to push, but it is Runasapi.
Alright, so Runasapi. This is, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, because I think Young Gaming, out of the choices that VARREL could have made, should be pretty content with VARREL's map choice here.
It's not bad. I mean, we're getting down to it where there just aren't many map choices left to make, right? So either you go to push or you go to Flashpoint. And the way that, this Yum Gaming team is put together, I don't know if you necessarily want to go to Flashpoint. It's also a map that you can run Sojourn on, you can run Diva on, and, those are some of VARREL's best heroes at the moment anyway. It's actually where we saw Sojourn debuted a couple of weeks ago with Lip. Not debuted, but it was the first time we'd seen it at that stage.
Yeah. Didn't really work out that well, though.
No.
Hey, but still, you got a point. And let's see. I'm gaming, looking at the hovers right now. Remember, I had my lesson. Never believe in the hovers, but at 9 seconds, I do kind of have faith now. Okay, Dox is going with the Ramatra. No reason not to. He has been playing so well on the Ramatra and Scarlet onto his favorite hero once again, Daisy. Mimosa, White Out, all standard stuff. VARREL is going to be on the Diva, like you have mentioned, and it is going to be Kuki on the Echo.
Okay, it's not, this is something that Kuki has played before as well. So it should put some pressure onto Young Gaming. As far as it's just going to be mostly Daisy. Also, the Echo can be really good against the Genji with the beam finisher.
Yep, you can't deflect those unless you have a mirror, which clearly Scarlet doesn't, but right now, struggle for control on the push, but Daisy is in a little bit of a pressure, but will be, once again, Yum Gaming, their support line is being on point with giving these burst skills at the right time. Sometimes it's actually really hard to do in the heat of the moment. Scarlet also doing his job, marking the Tracer on the sidelines here. PSG doing what he can to disrupt the front, the space between the front line and the back line, but has to be careful not to get debacked here, because if KSG, oh wait a second, I was talking about KSG. KSG Kuki is just going to be the first one to fall, and Cloud falls right after that, and this is just going to be VARREL conceding the fight.
Yeah.
And yep, early lead for Yum Gaming.
I think what I like about Scarlet's Genji so much is it just seems to come out of nowhere. Where there's other heroes where you're like, okay, they're in the sky, they're coming down. This Genji is truly just focusing the ninja aspect of it, and you don't necessarily see it coming, but he knows Kyuki's in that room, he knows there's a jump pad, and just takes him out.
Yep, he's playing of course, we have to have a position of having labeling Overwatch 2 as a stealth game in that aspect, but this is going to be an early orbital ray for Cloud, but it is going to be balls. VARREL trying to be on safety duty as they steal away the bot, and there's still a member down, and Cloud is in a bit of trouble as Scarlet is looking to finish him off, but it's actually going to be Mimosa that is going to be taken out. Why not? Thinks that the fight could be won, and is going to use the orbital ray to be Dragon Blade is going to take down Cloud, and also Kuki is going to be the victim of Whiteout's aggression here. So, Whiteout, good decision making, I guess, until he died over there. That decision to press Q was accurate because that got the kills, right? And then he just died, and that's... Yum Gaming could have had a bigger lead. That's all I'm saying.
Previous to that, though, VARREL was working with their own Ray, and they were able to come around the back end. So some nice play from VARREL as well. Both teams had committed ultimates, just rallies on the field right now.
Well, at least Yum Gaming, they have their team ultimate, they have the Annihilation. Nico, Pulse Bump doesn't mind the intention target, and Yum Gaming still up and healthy. Scarlet pressured a little bit by Kissy, but it is not going to matter as Myth, almost instantly after the rally pump, is going to be down, and it's going to also be close out. Wait a second. As soon as the rally expired, Whiteout is going to be the victim. Easy is just doing a lot. As not only does he the kill, he also demexed, and KSG instantly swapping to the Winston. They understand that the D.Va composition is not going to work.
Much more value from the rally from Mimosa. It ends up saving Scarlet, who gets into a little bit of trouble, but the peel is there for Dox, who comes in through that room, and the rally comes up, and they're able to turn that fight around. At this point as well, at 48 to 20, you kind of start thinking that you just have to fight clock.
Yep. It would help Yams Gaming's cause a lot if Yams Gaming could capture the point, and also on the other side, VARREL would definitely like deny that, but it looks like VARREL is going to concede the checkpoint and flat. Just forcing everyone out on the side of Young Gaming with the orbital ray. Whiteout is going to be caught on the retreat. PSG is going to be traded out, but with Scarlet gone as well, it's not going to be enough damage for the side of Young Gaming. Kuki just clean up duty on the rest of the members of Young Gaming, but still, like you said, Young Gaming, they could concede these kind of fights as long as they don't give too much push value for VARREL, and as long as they win the consecutive fight, they'll be okay.
The kill onto Wydot to start that off was kind of the go signal for Cloud to just drop the orbital ray. This is going to be the critical fight. Whoever wins this one should end up with the lead. And there's also that checkpoint that you want to worry about.
Yep, right now VARREL has to fight for that checkpoint. Yum Gaming already has that on the way. Scarlet with the Dragon Blade has always been a menace this series. Whiteout also with the orbital ray to add extra bit of damage. Yuki's position. Yuki's position is going to be really important here.
Yeah, can you get anything out of the barrage? Yuki gets 2.
Dox also manages 2 as well. Scarlet also has enough damage with the Dragon Blade, is not able to finish off KSG, and KSG is going to use a primal rage to keep himself alive. But remember, Dox also, the Annihilation hasn't even used it yet, and the Mega Pack is going to keep KSG alive for the moment. Same cannot be said for Kuki, as Whiteout is going to shoot him down. And Scarlet also going to just survive. White converts all that lost health into Whiteout's ult charge.
He's got so much faith in his healers that just going after a Winston for really no good reason, you're not going to get that kill right there and then just out. And just, I guess the good reason is that it lowers your health pool and it helps your healers.
Yep, and now, like you said, that was a really crucial team fight. VARREL, because VARREL failed to get that lead, and now they have to fight the time bank to fight with as well. Easy using the bomb as an extra member to fight this team fight, and Dox going to take out mid with the Annihilation. Yum Gaming, they know that this is the fight to invest ultimates in, and they're getting an extended lead here. This might prove crucial at 3 minutes left.
Another rally with value. Mint is going to switch to the Lucio of all things here, trying to get his team back into position. Just has not gotten anything going on the Brig. Yeah, now Young Gaming can rotate Wydot's ultimate in here too. They used a bunch previously, but Wydot's got the orb for the Ray.
There is that orbital ray you were talking about, and even without the ray, just Daisy gets a nice headshot on Nico. And then it's going to be taken out. Easy using the ray to full effect to just clean up the entirety of VARREL. And what was an early, I guess, struggle for control for both teams, it was a pretty close one. But in the end, right now, Nyam Gaming is getting a huge lead over VARREL. And one more teamfight win, and they might actually threaten full push against VARREL.
VARREL's now going to switch back to the Brig. This is a map where teams end up changing a lot and trying to counter change, and it's almost always a bad sign for any squad.
Oh, this is a good played from Scarlet. Yes, only one kill, but this might be all they need. Also, wait a second. Okay, I was about to say that it was looking initially good for Nyam Gaming, but in the end, VARREL, good job from VARREL to stabilize, and despite Scarlet finding a kill onto mid with that Dragon Blade, they will finally try to get the bot into neutral territory. But still, Nyam Gaming, they probably should feel good about this. They only have 1.5 minutes left, and by the time they're back in fighting condition, their bot should be in neutral territory, and maybe, I don't know if it could even be in pushing territory.
Maybe. VARREL has to win 2 fights in a row here in pretty decisive fashion. If Nyam Gaming can get through this with a long, drawn-out fight and maybe get their rally and annihilation, which they've liked to combo together, they could win this map.
Alright, Cloud. Oh, Kuki gets value from the barrage. Is going to be punished instantly, but still, taking out that tank early means a lot for the side of VARREL. So Kuki's sacrifice will convert into a teamfight win. So this will, but still, VARREL, they used a lot in their banks. They only have the orbital rain now. They probably still need to win, I don't know, maybe two fights.
It's gonna be close. But if you could have one ult, you would like to have Orbital Ray, and of all things, Daisy, Doc, Scarlet, all getting there. Huge dive.
Traded out for Daisy. Whiteout absolutely has to live if Nyam Gaming is to win this one. Good cover from Mimosa. And now it's going to be KSG that is going to be in trouble. KSG in overtime is there. Remember, VARREL might be denied the grand finals. Whiteout taking down KSG already got mid. So close. Now he will be on it, but can he save himself? Kuki is not going to be so low. Cloud also very low. It's just going to the Dragon Blade. It's going to be their KSG on the Doofus. They're trying to make that judge happen. It is not going to be the case, as ladies and gentlemen, VARREL, for the first time in, I don't know, forever, it's going to be denied the grand finals. The winner is going to be Nyam Gaming.
As we began is as we end with a Scarlet Blade. I'm so impressed with this squad. Also some concerns for VARREL, as they were just playing musical chairs towards the end there, trying to find the right heroes. The Venture pick came in. So it goes back to even Circuit Royale, where it seemed like they just didn't understand what comps they needed to do and the constant switching. Also, oddly enough, the support line for Nyam Gaming just stayed alive more often, more effectively. The Brig was much stronger for Nyam Gaming. They were getting rally value and saving people with it, whereas on the other side, Min looked like he didn't want to be playing Brig. Went to Lucio, went back to Brig. It's like, well, you have to play Brig because, well, that's why they call it Brig Jail. But yeah, I can't say enough about how strong this Nyam Gaming team looked. And VARREL, they still got another match to play tonight, so you got to figure out something.
Yep. Now, this means a lot for the Japanese region right now, because VARREL, as good as they are, I still think that they're good. I'm not saying that this one match is going to just drag them off like the best team of Japan, but still, they still have. It should be a very big concern, and also shakes up the entire power structure of the region. Now, we will be, for the first time, we don't know who the winner of the grand finals is going to be, but VARREL is going to miss out the first ever LAN in Japanese professional Overwatch.
Now you made me sad. Like that. That's just a bummer to think about. I forgot that was going to be the first Japanese LAN. They'll probably go still, but probably not be playing. Yeah, you're right. This is a huge shakeup. I thought our next match was going to be closer just because those teams have played each other in kind of weird ways, and it doesn't seem like there's been an effective answer for some of the weird stuff that goes on for both those teams, really. But this one seemed like it was pretty cut and dry. Like, if you look at the seeding decider matches, if you've watched Neom Gaming, and like they struggled with Ravati, it's.
Mm-hmm.
It's surprising. That's it. I mean, it's just surprising. I think they all played some of their best games, really. Yep. I thought the support line was almost never pressured, and when they were, the peel was great. The Ramatra play looked really strong, and I was a little surprised at that because Docs had been playing a lot of just Junker Queen and looked good on Junker Queen. I thought it was best hero. Player of the match is going to be Scarlet.
Yeah,
you love having a damage dealer that like needs an answer. You have to do something about this damage hero, otherwise this will happen.
Yep, and also, I just don't want to discredit anyone else, but especially in the early stages of the map, like early map, Scarlet was definitely the standout player. It looked like Samoa was just simply won by Scarlet. I mean, of course, everyone contributed, but it definitely felt like that. And as the map went on, then we've been talking about the team itself, the team performance itself, like how Ultimate Discipline was so good, how they were being able to identify which team fights that they were able to win, and also which team fights that they need to invest ultimates in. But still, the early stages of the map, I definitely think that Scarlet gave Neom Gaming the confidence that they needed to take down VARREL.
It's nice to see Scarlet on the Tracer as well, because it lets Daisy play the Ashe, and that's like a combination that is so good on so many maps is the Ashe Tracer. So to be able to play that at the high level, where that was usually Daisy's hero, would play the Tracer, but you have to have the versatility there. I'm sure he would rather be playing the Genji. Looks like super comfortable on the Genji. I mean, there was something just kind of a swagger about his play style today, where even on Circuit Royale, he's just fighting a Winston inside Winston's bubble and then leaving and climbing up a wall with 20 HP. And it's just like the courage to do that when you dying is going to be terrible. But that's also the reason why I feel like Blades come out pretty quick, why the support ults were almost always up. It's like, yeah, your tank is going to take damage and that's going to buff your support ults, but the DPS were kind of playing in the same way, Scarlet especially. So really great showing. The important thing is that we were right when we talked about this match. It's always the important thing of that. If this team's going to win, it was going to be their damage players. And give Daisy a lot of credit too. Daisy ended up having like 3Ks, 2Ks consistently on that final map using the orbital ray to really just like help the Ashe damage. So yeah, everyone's super impressive. I'm pretty stunned by this result.
Yeah, already, it was the first series, and already we have a surprise result, but we have a second match coming up next. It's going to be LAZULI versus Insomnia. This is also going to be, well, this was destined to be the interesting match, so let's see if it lives up to the hype after a short break.
stop me now.
down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hog work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We're approaching our second series of the day, and I mean, we've been seeing this video a few times now, but it is always really hype to know what these teams are fighting for. Of course, they are still a bit away. They have a semifinals to finish, and also which will lock them in for OWCS Asia, and the top two teams from OWCS Asia get a plane ticket to Stockholm, so that's what they're ultimately fighting for. But, you know, if you have your sights on too far away, then you might actually not be able to even be given the chance to make this. LAZULI, Insomnia, this team had some interesting history.
Yeah, recently played each other, and LAZULI 1-3 them. In fact, out of their last 4 games, Insomnia has lost 3. 2 of them to VARREL, and then 1 to LAZULI. And the LAZULI game was interesting, and you mentioned that you were like frustrated watching it just because it felt like LAZULI just kept running it down on them. It was just like Sim May constantly. And there were a couple times where it hidden switch. I believe this was the Junkrat game, maybe not the
Hey,
Kings.
dishonest Overwatch. That's what I don't like. I mean, I was joking, but of course.
It was funny because Hidden is a very good player, very strong hit scan player, and was just the beam team. Like it was this Sim in May. There's almost nothing to protect against it when they get going, right? It's just it's very difficult to get your tanks in a good position. You like 100% can't run a diva into it. What are you thinking? So it was really interesting. Aid was playing all sorts of stuff, kind of all over the place. They do still try to force the CAS a little bit, which I think we've seen in Korea, teams trying to force the CAS, and it almost never works. When it does, it looks kind of cool. But I liked what this team did. This LAZULI team, like it was a display of confidence that we're just going to run at you. I mean, we're going to do it until you stop it, and it just seemed like Insomnia was never able to fully stop it. They did win a single map, but it was fun to watch. And Aid was kind of playing weird. Oddly enough, the map that they won was on Saravasa, and that's when Aid started playing Torb, and the Torb totally worked. So, as far as we say, like the first map, expect the unexpected, or the first match, expect the unexpected. I feel the exact same way about this one.
Yeah, when we came into the pre-show, this was supposed to be the all fun and all kind of like unexpected. Like first matchup, we were like, hey, we know that both teams are really good. Nyam Gaming will probably put up a fight, maybe take a few maps off, but VARREL would probably win this in like normal circumstances. Well, what do you know? It's VARREL who is going to be denied their finals land in Tokyo, and now we're out to the. I don't want to say main dish because we've been treated with a very big treat on the first series. But yes, Insomnia. The big question is going to be whether they do have an answer for the LAZULI game plan that render them kind of like helpless in their previous matchup. And Insomnia, their main game plan most of the time is like, hey, Aid decides that Insomnia is going to win and funnel a lot of resources towards Aid and have him do his stuff, especially on the Widow, the Ashe, or maybe even the Sojourn. Also, like you said, he tries to make the Cassidy work, but hey, if Happy can't make her work, if Flora can't make her work, it's probably out of favor in the meta. But still, the big question is going to be today whether Insomnia would be able to find an answer for LAZULI.
This could be a really fascinating matchup too if Insomnia ends up losing, because as I mentioned, they've played VARREL twice in the last couple of weeks, and both of those went to 5. And VARREL's waiting in the lower bracket, and then one of the 2 top seeds would be headed home, which no one would have seen coming. Yeah, Insomnia, I mean, they're not going to fool anybody. They have no roster subs. They kind of just play, their style. But you're right, it's the Aid show. It's the floor strat of Aid will get all of the help. Under C, we'll go just play far or something and shoot people, and Aid will help out on the ground. But yeah, they had absolutely no answers for this LAZULI team. LAZULI team with a pretty large roster. They're playing Nevis, who is one of their support players on the DPS. They're playing Hidden on the Sim.
And sometimes if Shui wants, he plays the support.
Yeah, true. It's just been wild.
Hey! Oh my god, Nevis is on DPS and Shui's on support again!
Yeah, this is kind of 100% what they ran in their loss to LAZULI, which I'm talking about. I don't know why that name just keeps slipping my mind. I guess because it's something. But this is what they ran pretty much 100% of the time in their 1-3 loss to LAZULI.
When they won against Insomnia. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. It is, yeah. Okay, yes. This is what they won. They ran against Insomnia when they beat them. And so if they come out and it's, the Nevis May, the Hidden Sim.
Oh.
I'm
dishonest Overwatch.
I am kind of rooting for it, just because it feels like such a flex to do that to a team and just realize that they can't stop it. And then if they do stop it, like on Circuit Royale, there was a moment they stopped it. Hidden just switches to Widow, and the problem solved.
Rip everyone's heads off. And of course, Insomnia starting 5, you don't get a lot of flexibility here. Under C, Aid, Milkaru, IQ, and Wanda usually on the support. So, and also just a quick trivia, probably a lot of people should know by now, Aid and Milkaru are real-life brothers. They probably blame each other after matches if they lose. But, there is that pre-built synergy over there.
Absolutely. Under C was playing a lot of the Pharah, I believe, for this team. Previously, so they have that option, but yeah, we know what this team's deal is. It has been the Aid show. I feel like Aid, if just was able to just pick a hero and stick on it, they'd be a lot better suited. But the last several games I've watched of Aid, just all over the place. It's Venture, it's Ashe, it's Torb, it's all sorts of stuff. So
maybe that's also a show. But
well, I mean, the question is which Aid shows up today, for this team.
Yeah, is it the Aid that decides that Insomnia is going to win, or is it the Aid that kind of got lost a little bit, like the last time they played against LAZULI? Because clearly they didn't expect that Sim coming at you, Aid being their primary target. Once Aid is just eliminated, and now the picture of Insomnia is just their win plan is just thrown out the window. First map is going to be Samoa. LAZULI, being the higher seed here, will make that map pick. What would we expect? Do we, looking at the roster, I guess maybe we see the same thing from LAZULI?
Perhaps. I think that's why you run this roster. It's what they ran on Samoa previously, was the Sim May and just being ultra aggressive with it. You can cycle in whatever you want to on the tank. You can play Maga here, totally fine. Ram, totally fine. Of course, Leonopteryx, very well known for the Junker Queen, also good on this kind of rush where you just get the tank in there as quickly as possible and there's sustain for you. Oh. I please do it. It's so funny to me.
There it is. I mean, also you have to mention Shui being on normally the DPS. When he's playing on support, he's being so good on the Juno, as if hey, I'm actually a DPS that can also heal you as well.
Yeah. Over are the times where supports end up playing Widow for their squad. Now are the times where DPS play the supports.
Yeah, I remember those times back in the day. And it is going to be Aid taking down Shui. We have a Sombra sighting, so maybe this is the answer that we've seen from LAZULI. Hidden instantly going to the Reaper pick, so this is going to be a little different, exciting from the last time we saw these teams played each other.
Hidden started on the Reaper, is now going to switch to the Tracer instead. Neither are super fun to play against the Sombra, but we'll see. I think a lot of this is just being annoying and getting as much value as possible.
Yep, Undersea also taking down Shui as well, so Insomnia early game plan is working out well. Yes, they do lose 8 in the process, but Undersea doesn't care as he's just going to casually take 2. And, well, Insomnia 22% and running. It seems like they did their homework and is finding an answer to the LAZULI pick. LAZULI, they clearly believe that this early pick, I guess, composition is not going to work, and they make wholesale changes to it.
And Leonoptrix coming off onto the Junker Queen. You saw the spy check there too from the May. But the Junker Queen can actually get something done even when hacked.
Oh, there's that commanding shout. Let's see if they can find any value from this aggression turn. Bulgar low, but it's going to be IQ who takes down Nevis. So, again, early numbers lead for the side of Insomnia, and Hidden's going to take down Waka Yumi with the well-played pulse spot, but this is not going to be enough. Leonoptrix is going to fall as well. Insomnia 65% and running. Ultimates are also in their favor as well. The Orbital Ray is going to be there. Also, the Minefield does not get a lot of ground. And the EMP, if LAZULI gets a little bit too close to comfort, but 8 is going to be taken down by Hidden. Maybe a little bit of overextension over there.
Well, Insomnia is living in LAZULI's backlines, which is something that they were unable to do in the previous times. They were just getting locked on, got set up on all the time, and now they're taking the fight to LAZULI, and LAZULI is not prepared to turn around and have an answer. This is a team that's built to go forward.
Yep, and finally though, LAZULI does get a team fight win and make a flip happen just before the overtime is there, but instantly the Nano Blade is going to be on clutch, and the Sakume will not connect the Sleep Guard, and Undersea is just making that team fight win. What's going to happen? Overtime is going to bleed down. Shui is trying to do what he can with the Orbital Ray, but it is not going to be much, I guess, too much effect, as Peach is going to be taking down Insomnia. Very impressive stuff from Insomnia. Right now, LAZULI taken by surprise. This time it's LAZULI that's taken by surprise.
It's the aggression that's really the big difference between the Insomnia that we're seeing now and the Insomnia we saw previously. Also, Aid making this somber work is really good with the dive that they have. Just being able to coordinate it, and you'd have to imagine that the comms are going to be there as well, where Aid gets a hack and then, you know, Aid's out. Aid's not sticking around to fight. Like, here's 3 bullets, someone else go do it, and it's usually fine. There's a hamster or there's Genji there that's been able to clean things up. And not only that, but the hack has really put LAZULI in a weird spot where he'll hack the Ana or Shui, and they have to leave. They have to go peel, and that means that the front line ends up getting cleaned up. You saw Leonoptrix be the victim of that several times.
Yep. So, just Insomnia, very smart play to just disrupt the entire win plan of LAZULI. Once again, Aid trying to do what he can, but this time LAZULI much more awareness towards that Sombra, so no initial pick in favor of Insomnia as well. Also, the scouting is much more aware of where Sombra is going to be. Aid in a little bit of a pinch as he will be going to have half health, but he will be healed up. And Undersea just throwing rockets on the side of LAZULI. The range difference is actually something that LAZULI is unable to deal with at the current moment right now. Leonoptrix forced the commanding shout, but well, I guess in the meantime, most of the members of Insomnia down, so Leonoptrix just staying alive on that initial aggression from Insomnia was the key difference.
On paper, it doesn't look like LAZULI has the tools to deal with a Pharah, and they don't necessarily, but I've seen Leonoptrix crush Pharahs as Junker Queen. It's actually pretty funny. And then Shui, since you have a DPS player playing the supports, also going to be able to help out.
Yep, yeah, Leonoptrix his right-click knives are just so accurate. Oh my goodness, IQ was trying to save Wakayume, and then he just gets the end of the wrong end of the stick from hidden over there. So this is going to be a numbers advantage for Lazuli, which is going to be short-lived as Navis is going to be taking down. But shoot, okay, trades happening all over the place, but it is going to be Lazuli without the DPS players, but Shui can act as a DPS like we said, and also the point is still in Lazuli's control, and Sakume doesn't want to give that up. He really is there. Something still looking for a way to access the point. Aid on the venture. We've been talking about Aid trying to swap around picks. Not a good sign for Insomnia looking at the history of this matchup. Alright. IQ uses the orbital ray. Lazuli looking like they are going to disengage for the moment, but Aid is going to be nanoed to take down Nevis, so Lazuli unable to deal with that amount of aggression. Leon Optics trying to do what he can, but he only stalls the flip. And at 84% though, Lazuli can think that with a good team fight with the tools that they have, might be able to close this one out.
They're in a good spot. Insomnia should be trying to set up a fight to make Lazuli uncomfortable, because what Lazuli wants to do is fight on the point and get the Blizzard onto the point. But Aid with a nice two-piece there was helpful, as he was at 65% and hadn't done anything before that, so it's nice to see Aid pick up right there. Lazuli, they want to get Rampage and Blizzard.
Minefield from trying to deny a lot of space, and Aid is doing a lot of work with that Atomic Shock and Wanga Yume and IQ. Just also just joining in the fun, as like we've been saying that Lazuli has the tools to make that flip happen, but good play from Insomnia to deny access from Lazuli and cut down like individual members.
And we've got the hanging ball of Damocles. Under C is lurking somewhere looking for a barrage as well.
Yeah, he's also Milkaru with the aiming skin as well for the Check-U Hunters, so trying to replicate that legendary ball player over there. Under C trying to do what he can with the barrage, but it's not going to find a lot of value as Lazuli gets most of the kills. Still will be without their tank from Insomnia. Their tank is the only one alive, and it is not going to be that way for long as he takes down 2, and they finally get that flip happen. 86 and incoming. Probably. Okay, if that stick happened, that might have been just the end of the round, but Insomnia, they still have the opportunity to touch 96% and running. It looks like Aid is going to be the one to touch, but he just got a huge chunk of HP taken out. Milkaru also will be able to touch. Overtime is sticking. IQ uses the orbital ray, but it is going to be taken out by Leon Optics. Sakumi also uses the Roly. This is a bloodbath, but a bloodbath in favor of Lazuli. Milkaru is going to use the minefield, but is also going to give his life 8 falls as well. So this is going to be the end of the touch, and Lazuli going to equalize 1-1 here on Samoa, winning Volcano.
Great disengage from Lazuli. The orbital ray got absolutely nothing, and the Juno even ended up dying with it. Again, Rally is getting a lot more value than it was in the Korean region, and Leonoptrix continues to impress on this Junker Queen. It's gotten so much value done, just being an ever annoying presence on the point and getting just pure damage out, and also commanding shout, not something to sneeze at. That little bit of extra sustain can turn a fight.
Yeah, there has been like this one moment during the Volcano where Leonopoulos was almost like calling to Undersea Sphera, and that commanding shout was just enough to keep himself alive, whereas the other members of Lazuli was just use that time, that window of time, to take out the entirety of Insomnia. Once again, Insomnia trying to make the software work early, and also into a pile driver. That's something that is very hard to deal against, and that's going to be an early numbers advantage in favor of Insomnia. Undersea is in a little bit of trouble, but will be able to dash to safety. And with that numbers advantage, Insomnia looking to have early control on the point.
Oh, no.
Shui is not having a good time.
Oh no. I think that's the opposite of a good time. It looks like a terrible time, and right now, LAZULI just doesn't really know how to defend against these hack dives.
Yep, and also, Milkaru is just bullying the backline from LAZULI. They're just being, I guess, taken down one by one. And Leon Optics with the commanding shadow will be able to live for an extended period of time, but once again, Shui is going to get dived at. But this time we'll be able to survive. But still, Insomnia, easy disengage, and it was almost in front of their spawn. So as long as they don't overextend and get picked out, they should be in good position to contest the point.
There's just no stuns or anything to deal with the ball right now, and these hacks are constant. And the important thing about how 8 is playing the Sombra is staying alive.
Yeah, he's not kind of greeting for the kill. He's just trying to make that hack happen, and then maybe the virus if it connects, and then just getting the attention of the backline. Yeah. And this time he's going to get punished by Leon Optics.
Jinx, of course, and this is actually during the orbital ray too, so that's a lot of damage that they don't have on the field. Perhaps that's why he died, just being uncloaked, trying to put damage through on the orbital. But Insomnia going to have the Nano Blade.
And also the EMP if they really, really want it, and knowing that LAZULI has a lot of ultimates as well, and it's likely that Insomnia will invest a lot of ultimates here as well. But if they can take down Shui before that even happens, that's even going to be better. But still, Aid ever being a menace on that Sombra, the Sombra pick. Wonders multi-man EMP, and that's going to take Nimbus out of the picture, and a rare sighting in a Nano Sombra. Undersea, just the naked blade, still going to do a lot of work. I was about to say, I jinxed it again, that Shui just torpedoes Undersea in the face and takes him out. But still, it looks like Insomnia should have enough advantage to get this fight away. Sakumi being the target of the dive. Milkaru ever so good off the ball here.
There's been a lot of times where I've watched Insomnia that I'm not ultra impressed with Milgaru. This is the opposite of that. These are highly coordinated, really well thought out dives. The tech has been there on Samoa, and it's just a menace.
Shui is going to be the target of the hack again. Q is going to be traded out by Hidden. Hidden doing what he can, but still Insomnia, a very impressive dive performance here. Very coordinated dives, and that 99% overtime is going to start taking Milkaru in a little bit of a pinch, but he is going to roll away to safety. Maybe find the Mega Pack over here. Undersea using the deflect to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. He is going to be healed. Aid! Chance Locator is not going to save him before he got killed before the teleporter. Shui finally getting that revenge. Hidden doing what he can, and also Nevis with that Blizzard. Once he has time to join, it might be the key winning this fight. Insomnia decided to concede control of the point. They want a proper team fight.
LAZULI was in control of that for a while, so there was absolutely no need for the Blizzard. It'll come out now just as a control of the point.
Alright, Aid transform the EMP as well, and also Shui a little bit low. Hit it also very low as well. Aid just get its second EMP, but it is going to be taken down by Nevis. And well, trades in favor of LAZULI though. And at 82% Insomnia, this is going to be final fight territory on either side.
As can they get the EMP down and clean up the people who are about to have their own ultimates. Huge ultimates about to come online for LAZULI. Rampage, Orbital, EMP is down. And Nevis.
Alright, Nevis out of the picture. Shui is going to use the Orbital. That is a huge rampage! Very low across the board, and overtime in favor of LAZULI, but on the scene with basically 1 HP. He tries to make it a very ambitious play, but he had to do it because it was overtime, and if he's going to die with Blade, he's not going to use it in the Death Chamber anyways. But LAZULI, well played team fight, and LAZULI is going to take Samoa. Of course, they have to fight for it, but still, LAZULI, very impressive performance.
it was going to be such a tight window to be able to work with the Sombra EMP, because you had to be tracking that there was going to be big ults online for the other side. You can almost expect Juno to have ult online every fight and a half, and that, Leonoptrix is probably got that rampage. So what they needed to do is get the EMP off, get hacks off, and kill 3 people before the counter ultimates could come in. It was one of the very few times they couldn't coordinate their dive super well enough to be able to do that. But overall, I mean, I was really impressed with Insomnia's dive. I'm surprised they lost that stage in particular. It looked like Shui was just having an absolute nightmare of a day. That was the target. So I think there's a blueprint for Insomnia to come back here, but all credit to Lazuli and just being, playing the heroes that got them here for the most part. And the Junker Queen has been unrivaled. Like, that switch kind of changed the whole scope of things, because you're able to yoink ball back, you're able to get a lot done, and then Rampage is still one of the best tank ults in the game.
Yeah, the huge Rampage at the end of Samoa over there made all the difference. That was a huge, and it was really crucial in a sense that Insomnia were already at half health-ish, and after that Rampage kind of registered on 3. It was 3 or 4. I'm not really sure. I think it was 3. And then after the Rampage hit like 3 half health targets, there was just no way that Insomnia was going to get any sort of healing or getting back into that fight, and forced Undersea to just pop a blade at 10 HP or something like that.
And the May pick, it didn't look ultra effective, but it was doing enough to disrupt where Ball wanted to be, where Genji could truly operate, and doing enough to dissuade Sombra. Like, it wasn't perfect. You're not getting stuns into headshots, but it was enough to, obviously the map editor is always going to be a good option for you, but the sustain to stay on that point, which is a pretty large point, and then just kind of mess with what other people are doing enough that those blizzards were able to turn fights.
Yeah, exactly. So credit for the side of Lazuli, at least Insomnia. I think stage 1 is that they did. A bright spot for Insomnia would be that they forced Lazuli off the initial, Symmetra composition that basically won them the previous series.
Disdain in your voice.
No. But the thing is, Lazuli getting that as a plan A when they started Samoa meant that it was their initial win plan, and throwing Lazuli off that plan A and forcing them to play plan B is an achievement in itself, but still Lazuli's plan B was solid enough to secure them the win. So we also have to commend Lazuli for that as well.
It's crazy how Lazuli plays that Sim Mei too. It's kind of like this very aggressive dive version of it. And Sim Mei is technically just brawl usually, but you want speed boost. And now you've got the utility for Juno to help out with speed boost. You come through the telly and everyone's just right in your grill. But the counter to that was diving the backline constantly. And I think that's going to be an interesting cat and mouse as we go forward between these two squads.
Also, interesting point is that we've been seeing a lot of ball from Milgaro. Of course, no surprise on that front, but are we also going to see a counter Sombra from the side of Lazuli? Because usually, if you think about, of course, yes, they did win Samoa, so it might not even be a concern for them. But if the ball dive is going to be a concern, if they think that the ball dive is a threat, one of the classic, answers to that is going to be the Sombra. So maybe we'll see. Is it possible that we'll see Sombra on the side of Lazuli?
Hey, it'd be better than running a Cass, which some teams have tried. But oddly enough, so the next map is going to be Insomnia's pick, and it is Runesapi, which has been really the haunt of divas and Winstons for the most part. I guess we saw Ramatramir on this too. So Runesapi has featured a ton of variety. It's pretty good at hit scan in the first fight. This is a map that teams have tried to force Cass on. To varying degrees of not success for the most part, but also a very good Sojourn, very good Ashe. So I'd be a little bit surprised if we see the Sim Mei comp coming out, and that's very likely why it's Insomnia's pick. They're like, let's play honest Overwatch, though you can't call yourself that when you're running Sombra Ball Dive. I don't think, as much as you might not like Sim Mei Rush, Sombra Ball Dive is a little bit dirty as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So honest Overwatch would be, I guess, Ana, Winston, Tracer. That's like my, and Brig, that's like my honest version of Overwatch. I feel like those heroes are always pretty solid. Now that Brig isn't release Brig anymore, those days still give me nightmares. Runesapi has featured this. Also, the cool stuff we saw in Runesapi earlier with like a Kiri and Juno together. So there's an opportunity here for some interesting stuff for both sides, really.
And also something interesting to say is that this is coming from the first series as well. We're seeing a little bit more Genji compared to the other regions. How is the Genji effective in any of these like matchups? I guess the ult value, maybe?
Well, the ult value, of course, but also Genji is just super annoying, and it's been used to get to the back line and really pressure out Junos make mistakes, make people come back and peel, is how you're seeing the Genji work, especially on Runesapi, where you can kind of go through the middle and you don't have to like go straight on to a team, and there's plenty of good flanking routes. The Genji was just straight up harassing the support line, and even if you're not getting kills, that opens things up for your front line to hurt their front line because the supports are busy healing each other. But really for me, I think the difference in the first match that we'll probably see mirrored here is, can Briggs get value? And I know like when we did Korea, I was talked about it like this. I'm not sure why I like the Brig play. I like Kiri plays better. Kiri is a bigger playmaker, but there were a couple plays made by the Brigs on both squads. So it's very possible, but Runesapi is turning into a pretty honest map after first point. Once first point goes through, teams are kind of just running, I think, Winston dive. I don't know. I guess we saw Ram Mirrors, Kiri. The only thing I'm certain of right now in this region's meta is that we're going to see Junos.
Yeah, Juno has been... I think it's also a cross-regional thing. I don't... it's with the exception of NA, EMEA, I'm seeing in the Asia region specifically, I'm just seeing a lot of Junos, and I think it fits a lot of the playstyles for the Asian teams as well. But let's see if Insomnia has an answer to what LAZULI has in store. We are going to Runesapi. Alrighty, looking at the hovers right now. Of course, remember, never trust the hovers because I've been jinxed before. Because I think it works. I think jinxes work in both ways. I sometimes jinx the players. I sugarcoat a player, and then they just die frame one after I sugarcoat them. And also, these players kind of tease me with the hovers and then make me look like a total fool.
The caster curse has been a thing since the very early days of shoutcasting, right? This is, this goes back to like StarCraft Brood War.
Alright, A definitely looks like he has been practicing Sombra for the time being, but he is going to be caught before he gets the hack onto Sakume and has to back off. Also, Undersea is in a little bit of a trouble. I guess I'm going to change that into a lot of trouble as he's going to be the first one to go back to the Death Chamber, but Shui also follows suit. Shui is going to be the prime target of the dive here, and also Hidden is going to be fallen by the hands of Fade Sakume, living a little longer. Oh, actually, it's going to live a lot longer than Milkara over there, and LAZULI. Wait a second. I was about to say, they shouldn't be able to push that point, but I guess Insomnia is letting them.
You're going to take a little bit. The commanding shout helps. You've got Ring to get everybody back into position here. Right.
Still no ultimate so far. Maybe this fight is still going to be neutral. Ada looking for a target. Leon Objects is going to be purpled and taken out. Shui also going to be taken out as well. So Insomnia, their game plan hasn't changed, but I guess maybe it's the map or the execution. LAZULI is not finding a clear answer to the dive aggression from the side of Insomnia. Oh, good sleep onto Milkara. Probably saved Sakume's life over there.
you're not at all able to answer this dive, and you predicted it. Nevis is going to have to go to the Sombra to deal with Ball. It's just been way too consistently good for this team. And then also Aid just pulling away resources and getting kills.
Yep, and let's see how it goes now as Insomnia, they have a 32-meter, well, 22-meter lead actually, and that is a huge EMP into a pile driver. And of course, that's going to be just Chewy maybe. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. And good follow-up damage from the entirety of Insomnia. And that was just one ultimate fight. Insomnia, they still have a lot of ultimates to answer what the ultimate aggression of LAZULI if they choose to do so. Leon Optics has the Rampage, Sakumi has the Nano, but Insomnia, they still have more ultimates.
Yeah, and as we've seen, the Sombra ultimate is charges very, very quickly. Insomnia has their options right now. I think this might end up being the Nano Blade because where they are on the map.
Well, it looks like the Nano is there, step one. He doesn't even need the Blade. They take care of Nevis over there. And, well, yeah, the fewer the ultimates, the better, I guess. The idea was probably going to be the Nano Blade, like you said, but Undersea, good discipline in a sense that, hey, if I'm going to win fights without even using the Blade, why use it?
Absolutely, and you really want to use the orbital ray in more narrow parts of the map, not at those bends, and these great setups.
Right there is that Dragon Blade we were talking about. Undersea's not going to put a lot of value on it, but IQ is going to take down Sakumi with the torpedoes at the current moment hidden.
They did go to Cass.
Okay. LAZULI is playing Mystery Heroes a little bit. Davis was on the Sombra going back to the main. That Leon Optics Rampage is going to be enough, and follow-up damage is going to be there from the rest of LAZULI to take down Insomnia, but still, 100-meter lead, 100 meters on Insomnia, 90-meter lead, and Insomnia, they have an EMP that can use at will. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, this is the reason, like, you run Cass. They also didn't look super comfortable on their own Sombra, but Cass can deter a Sombra just with a shot or a flashbang. Not
Oh, that
EMP,
is
though.
a 4-man EMP. Davis is also very low, but will be able to use the Primal Freeze to keep himself alive. But still, LAZULI, they really want to win this fight. They are committing. They are using the Nano onto Leon Optics, and they're also going to use Blizzard. Let's see how much this can find, how much value this can find. Undersea is going to be taken out. Wakayumi also frozen, but is going to live. Davis very low. It's going to be healed up. Wakayumi uses the nade and is going to nade purple Leon Optics, but it's going to be Sakumi who's going to fall by the hands of the Aid. Milgaru just being the unkillable hamster here. Well, same cannot be said of Wakayumi. He's going to be axed down. Okay, he did it again! No. Undersea knew that he was not going to win that fight, but he wanted to stall anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, this is a situation where maybe the Cass can work. It is solid against 3 of the heroes. You're not going to be able to get to the backline, apparently, because there is no backline. Yeah, I mean, I like the theory of the change at the very least, but the problem is also with Cass, you can't get away from anything. If they decide they're jumping you, you're getting jumped.
Yep, and that manual hack into the pile driver, if you're that primary target and there's not a lot you can do, maybe the best you can do is trying to get a grenade out before they hack manual hack registers, but it's kind of like easier said than done. At least LAZULI gets the checkpoint cap. Undersea with 2 HP. The Nano Blade is, well, and Blade is not going to save you from being needed and being at 2 HP. Aid is
That's gutsy. Really committing.
Yep, Chewy is taken down. Let's see if there's going to be follow-up damage. Milgaru needs healing. And healing, the Ray is probably going to heal him up as well. Undersea is going to take down the Unoptic. So in the end, it looks like Insomnia was worth it.
Oh, Undersea finally with 3-piece. Feels like every time we've been on Undersea's POV, that he's like at single-digit HP, but finally gets some heals, gets the dashes through. And
Last time I saw he was at 2 HP.
Yeah, I like the commitment of the EMP there to that. You don't even have to win that fight. You just can't really lose it, if that makes sense. It kind of does.
It does. As long as he buys enough time for the rest of his team to come back, they're already in the lead, right? As long as they don't give them free push and let them kind of like close the gap in terms of push mileage, then that's solely a ultimate well used.
Okay, also a switch onto the Kiri. Just for escapability, hopefully survivability.
Yeah, also the Suzu is going to help a lot. Undersea also at 42 once again. This time is going to live to tell the tale. Wagayume also probably will be having the nano by the time Dragon Blade is going to be available. Aid closing on to that EMP. Hidden looking okay on the Cassidy so far. They're not taking out Wagayume. Wagayume looks like he's getting axed out very often this map here, because I think this is like the second or third time it's getting personal. Leon Optics taken down. Wagayume, that's a huge EMP once again. Then is Naru Undersea punishes him. Oh, this is not looking good for Insomnia though. They used the EMP and the Orbital Ray. The Orbital Ray did not find any value at all, and LAZULI is just with the rally is going to just shrug off the aggression of Insomnia, and they're going to get progress.
I mentioned on this map that Brig Rally has been such an important staple of a lot of these compositions, and teams that are able to get good value out of it consistently do well here. And LAZULI, with only another fight needed, could just drop this Kitsune Rush. There's the rush, but Shui dies instantly.
Yep, so this is going to be a numbers disadvantage, and also Undersea has the blade. That's going to be a nano blade. There it is. He is going to be purpled as the Rampage is there, and Leon Optics, I think he has a personal grudge on Wagayume. He has been harassing Wagayume constantly, and Undersea for the second time in a row is not going to make this Dragon Nano Blade find any value.
It's how the composition ends up working, right? Is you have commanding shout and you just try to get in there. You've got slow heroes all across the board, so you're not going to be able to dive. There's almost no mobility, but LAZULI runs a death ball. And the death ball works against a Sombra because usually, not in this instance, usually there's someone around to peel for you.
But, well, the important thing is that LAZULI is right now, so even though if they do concede this fight, this is not going to be of particular concern. As action-packed as this was, there's only 3 seconds remaining, meaning that one team fight win in favor of LAZULI will make sure that they secure this map here and hit in on the Scorpion again.
Yep.
It's not that it doesn't make sense, though. It does make sense.
Yeah, both of these damage healers, the main damage healers on these squads, just run everything.
And, like, you know, we've seen the Torb actually find value, especially the Molten Core in this map has been of a lot of value.
They got EMP out, so now Blizzard can come in. Nevis has to stay alive. There's the Blizzard with commanding shout.
Blizzard is going to be there, but I don't think anyone got frozen. But AB is taking down Undersea, punishes Nevis. So this is still a 4v4 fight. Shui uses the rally. We've seen a lot of high-value rallies before, and this is going to be unanswered. No sound barrier from Waka. Yes, the Ilkaru is going to be used. The minefield, is it going to be enough? IQ takes out Leon Optics, so they actually might be able to do it. 91%. This is going to be the Rampage denied. Where LAZULI and the Centimeter is there. The Dragon Blade is also there as well. So I was doubting Insomnia, but they might have actually just done this.
It looks like they did. I don't see any touchers on the field. No one can get to the payload. Insomnia pulls it out. What a crazy clash of styles that turned into, of the Sombra and the Genji and Ball Dive, which is the most irritating thing on earth. And then all the answers that had to do with this death ball composition of May, Cass, and Junker Queen, and just completely different styles of play. But I really did I do like Lazuli's thought process in this of like, well, let's just run death ball, because if we don't, our backline's just going to get dove. And so we just got to run forward. We have to commanding shout, wall people off. We have to run rush. And they're very, adept at it, because even without the sim, it's a composition that they've run before, the May and Junker Queen working well together. So I like the response to it, but in the end, just a little bit too much. That last fight was ultra frustrating, because it's like, why can't anyone kill the ball? And you're just seeing ball run around, and this is Stage like, oh, he's got shields again. Awesome. So interesting clash of styles, kind of forced onto this Lazuli team because of the Sombra dive being ultra effective.
All right, now things are getting interesting as the series is tied 1-1. Let's see what comes in map 3 after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We're currently approaching our third map of the second series of the day, and once again, just like in the first series, we are tied 1-1 after 2 maps.
It's been a fun one, and I'm not surprised at the next map we're going to, which is a LAZULI pick. And I'm not surprised mostly because we've seen a ton of this map, but also what they were able to achieve against the same Insomnia team. It's Circuit Royale, and I think a lot of that is just Nevis only play as Mei when they play DPS. It's been pretty much 100% pick rate, and Circuit Royale is one of the few maps where you can just run Mei first to last, really. Just that strong at cutting off angles, at taking corners, being able to get you up to hill control. So I don't think that they're going to try the spawn camp where they all sit on roof this time, because they got absolutely blasted with it, and it's really easy to check, and people are now checking with the Hanzo arrow.
Yeah.
But I could see a Sim Mei Ram comp here, and then, you know, if it stops working, then Hidden will just switch to Widow, which is what he did last time.
Yep, alright, let's see which kind of styles or curveballs these two teams throw against each other, and we are going to Circuit Royale.
Very likely could see some Venture play here too. Venture has been played a ton on this map, usually to mess with the Widow, but it's kind of this disruption comp where teams are playing on defense, where they're just trying to hold that room with their Mei, and the Venture will come in and, you know, kind of skirt around. If they see anything, pop up and drill, and then get back to the room. LAZULI, for the moment, is queued up on what they like to run.
And Insomnia aid on the Venture, like you said, to disrupt the backline, but this one probably not going to be the target. The target is not going to be the Widow, because there is no Widow on the side of LAZULI. And I think maybe LAZULI just won the initial gamble for the comp here, because Aid might be in a really awkward spot if he just tries to get access to the backline. He's going to get walled, he's going to get beamed at, he's going to get antied, and has to probably just back off. We'll see how it goes, though. Didn't take it out Aid.
Reaper.
Yep. We've seen him change to instantly to from the Symmetra, and finding a lot of value already.
They just want to go. I mean, look at this team run.
Yep, they just are. They're going with Fury, as Leonoptrix is just having, I guess, the time of his life. He's getting far forward. He's not afraid of anyone on the side of Insomnia. Aid is going on the Pharah. Hopefully this is not the start of the musical chairs that we were talking about when Insomnia, when things don't go their way. Aid did have history of swapping almost every time he dies, and then that really didn't go well for the side of Insomnia. LAZULI.
It's a good swap. In theory, it should get a ton of value just firing from on high here, as long as Aid never goes down to ground level, which apparently did, and is killed by a trio of ground-based heroes.
Just taking down another C means that this is going to be the easiest point A cap in the world for the side of LAZULI.
You're right, Aid is switching. He was on this Sojourn for half a second as well.
Yep. And he's going to match this Reaper, so this is also going to be something that we don't really see every day, especially not in the Korean region at least. And Nevis, the ultimates are there, the orbital arrays, both of them are going to be used, but it's going to be Nevis who is going to have the Blizzard advantage, and Hidden, despite using the Death Blossom, is going to be taken down by Aid, but Sakume is going to take down Aid as well. Just the power that LAZULI has been having on offenses is just that Antonia is unable to answer at the moment.
It's just a lot of speed. I mean, if anyone wants to tell me exactly what happened in that last fight, we'll go through it frame by frame because there was a lot of visual stuff on there. Insomnia now is going to be able to get out here. This is a spot that you really don't want to lose on defense. Obviously, you don't want to lose any ground, but it's such a great maze spot.
Well, Aid's Death Blossom finds hidden, but it is going to be Leon Optrix just instantly punishing Aid over there under C. Taking down Shui, so finally a sign of stabilization for the side of Insomnia, but let's see, the fight isn't over yet, but it looks like it will be soon as Nephis is going to follow Leon Optrix to follow Sakume. No way he's going to 1v3, 1v4 that. And like you said, yes, it was a decent push, and they still have a lot of time. But the position, where the payload is at a really awkward position for LAZULI right now.
Yeah, really nice play from Insomnia there to find the Reaper, draw attention, and then hit him with the anti. Completely cleaned up, completely caught hidden off guard.
Now they have to do the struggle for the hillside. This is going to be IQ starting things up with the orbital ray, and instantly Nephis is just going to be out of the picture. This is once again a single ult fight win for the side of Insomnia. And also a exit kill on Sakume. Good, I guess, awareness to find where he was hiding. This is just going to drop more time on the time bank, which Insomnia sorely needs. Nephis is going to use the Blizzard and is also going to take down Mikara in 8, so maybe it looks like the control of the hill is going to be regained from LAZULI. Maybe even point B is going to be capped uncontested here.
Very well should be. They're going to be able to get in here, and then you can either Annihilation or Orbital Ray. You don't need to use either. They do get the cap, but this is still a spot where you have to win a fight. Otherwise, the other team is going to be able to re-establish a forward hold.
Alright, we have Reapers trying to shadow step into advantageous positions. Both Reapers having their Death Blossom. Of course, we all dream of having that Dream Death Blossom that just is not hindered, and it takes about like 3 or 4 kills and take player of the match as well, player of the game as well. Still, both teams have also some other tools that can I guess, their Reapers not using the Death Blossom just yet. Low health bars across the board for Insomnia. Wakayume is going to be taken down. Both Reapers down, but Shui with taking down Milkaro is going to have the advantage, and LAZULI looking for a huge time bank full cap on none other than Circuit Royale.
Nano Annihilation gets the job done as long as Insomnia doesn't fall to one of those giant Death Blossoms, but IQ and Aid could team up together for one of the craziest damage outputs you'll see in the game.
Alright, Shui starting things up with the Orbital Ray. IQ is going to answer with the ultimate of his own. He is going to be slept, but at least the ult is not canceled because it was not started in the first place, and Aid will live for another chance to use that ultimate hidden on the Widow. A little bit of pressured a little bit, but is just going to be have enough composure to take down Aid. This is going to be Insomnia having to back down a little bit, but still Milkaro, he is in touching distance of the card, so he will be able to contest. Oh, that wasn't a headshot onto IQ, but it did enough damage for Sakume to finish off IQ. This is not looking good for the side of Insomnia. Wakayume has the nano. It is going to be on to Milkaru for, I guess, sustainability. Aid was antied, but still is able to, is still in fighting condition under C, has that Blizzard. He is looking for the perfect opportunity, but it is not going to be of any use if Hidden is going to kill him with a well-placed headshot. Hidden finding a lot of value with this Widow swap.
Yeah, and being the only Widow on the field is always a great advantage as long as you don't get pressured out of the high ground, which is exactly what happens there.
But Shui is going to take Aid off the picture, and Leon Optrix decides to use the Annihilation to take down Wakayumi. This is going to be a lot of fighting power denied for the side of Insomnia. Lucario doing what he can. He is using the Annihilation, but Hidden is just going to sneak in a headshot onto Undersea. Aid is on the OP Bastion, but there's not a lot an Omnic can do. And also, a Martian is not going to be enough to stop Lazuli. Getting that full cap happen, 32 seconds on the time bank. It could have been a lot worse, but still, Lazuli got what they came for.
The hidden switch at the last point is just a Widowmaker paradise. It's like that and Gibraltar last, which always come to mind as if I were a Widow anywhere, this is where I would like to be. And you saw it too, Insomnia was able to win a couple fights, but they couldn't fight forward because there's almost always going to be a sight line, and Hidden was hitting enough shots that they dared not try them. So if you try to come around this corner and you're upstairs, there's a Widow on the platform bridge, or even if you go around towards the spawn entrance, you know, that Maywall's not going to last forever, and then once it drops, there's a Widow around that corner. So you're almost forced to play back where the payload was, and even then you have to play out of sight lines. But Hidden just loving the moment that he's the only Widow on the field, and he actually gets value out of Infrasight and just able to pop it. And that's what Hidden can do, just that crazy hit scan potential.
And I just want to throw some shit for no reason. He has that sort of Widow in his pick and still uses the Sin. Unforgivable, man.
Wait, you have nothing to say about the Reaper?
I do, for a later time, but it looks like Hidden is going with the Reaper like you just said. And Insomnia, clearly they think that this composition is the one that works best for them. Oh, sneaky maneuvers from Aid. Making sure that Sakumi doesn't have any aid. And a good collaboration from the Ball and the Farah to take down Sakumi. And also Shui is going to be down. IQ, whoa, wait a second. Hidden just deletes the entirety of the backline of Insomnia. So Insomnia doesn't have any healing, but the spawn advantage should be enough for Insomnia to at least go through the initial corner here. And Legion Optics, that late exit kill means that they will be having a free push until at least the first corner, and it's probably going to be contested at the next corner or maybe even on the point. Aid finding a lot of success on the Sombra today.
The Farah wrinkle to this dive is actually really cool because the range at which Farah can operate is just almost unmatched, and to be able to pop in a single rocket and then Aid knows the low health and is able to clean up people.
Wait, Sakumi lived? Okay, Sakumi survived. That was a good... Yeah, and then it's actually going to get Aid, who's going to be punished. I thought Sakumi was just doomed to die after that pile driver and manual hack onto the brig over there, but good play from Chui to keep Sakumi alive, and also that meant that Hidden had enough time to just blast Aid out of the sky. So this is going to be a little bit of a delay for the side of Insomnia. Well, Nevis, as soon as Aid came back, that hack into Power Driver, Nevis was not lucky to survive that, like Sakumi did. The Optics very low as well. The Ram is going to have, yep, he has to choose. Is he going to die inside the room, or is he just going to die outside the room with the barrage? But finally, Insomnia looking like they found an answer to what Lazuli is running right now. Lazuli going back to the Junker Queen, which I guess both teams are coming back to comfort.
Definitely feels like a comfort pick. Also, being able to control the hill with the Junker Queen will still also put some pressure on the Farah being hit scan and hitting knives. And just having the survivability against this Sombra.
And that was the EMP as well. It finds two, but it's going to be instantly taken down by Hidden. Hidden doesn't always need a Widow to, you know, make headshots happen. And Ash, he's just doing so much heavy lifting with the Ash pick here. Aid off the Sombra. He's like, okay, this is enough. I am actually going to play a real hit scan this time.
Trying to get shots up.
Ooh, he's actually going to get blasted by Hidden. It wasn't even a headshot. I think that's a headshot into a body shot. Still, impressive stuff from Hidden. Oh,
what is happening?
Yeah, exactly.
Best spray in the game, by the way. The Hearthstone emote.
Yep. And I remember, speaking of Hearthstone emotes, I remember Crazy Raccoon all saying the sorry emote after they lost to
Right.
the Doctors over there. But still, yeah, I agree. Best emote in the game. Milkaru trying to look for a good pile driver and maybe connecting that into a headshot, but Aid says, I don't need a pile driver to register a headshot. And then Aid is just angry. Hidden just got his head with the Nash, and then he just takes down 2, and this is going to be enough numbers advantage for Insomnia to go through, but they have a bomb to go through. First bomb is just on point. But still, good fight from Insomnia. Aid showing that how scary he can be on that Widow pick.
Okay, now Hidden is the one playing musical chairs as he switched to the Hanzo briefly. Now on the Cass. Gonna get outranged hard here, but the Cass is going to help at least a little bit with the ball harass that is never ending.
Alright, IQ starts things up, gives pressure to the front line with the orbital ray. Undersea taking, well, not taking down particularly. IQ is the one that's on the Tracer. Lazuli, they have to make a choice whether they're going to fight this one. And Undersea, good angle to use the barrage onto Hidden, being in a relatively safe spot. And Lazuli, they are punished for electing to make a contest for that point B here. Best place to want to set up for the Widow. That was a flanking Widow, by the way, but still, Nevis is going to keep Aid out of the sidelines for the moment. And this is going to be Milkaru using the mines to deny access to the stairwells, but Hidden is just going to use that as shooting practice. Now Milkaru will land up there. Well, Undersea's on team down. Aid trying what he can. He just probably wanted to get a kill with him. He knew that he was going to die there. Hidden with a headshot kill onto Aid. Lazuli, 5 ultimates on the board.
Well, this is the perfect spot you want to be holding, but you ideally can hold this with a Mei and make them really get punished, but...
Oh, that's gonna hurt. And
great play from Nevis.
And also, there was no way out of that because it was also damage boosted by the orbital ray as well, so that did... Oh!
Carnage.
Yeah. Well, and also, I think the rest of the members of Lazuli just got, you know, amped up by that because they want their part of the action as well. Leon Optics just taking 2 melee kills onto Milkaru and Undersea. So...
It's funny because Nevis would be the one to play the Mei in this comp, but he just ends up killing everything instead. The Mei always good at these doors, but kind of a slower play. And Lazuli is just way better when they're all out aggressive.
Alright, Insomnia looking at the ult right now. They do have the orbital ray. They also have the Annihilation. Oh, Reaper's in trouble. Hidden's in trouble. Okay, taken down. So this is early numbers advantage. One side Insomnia. This is their go sign for Insomnia as the Milkaru uses the Annihilation. Doesn't find a lot of value. Yes, the Optics is taken down, but oh, wait a second. That was dirty though. I was about to say that Milkaru didn't get the most value. Yes, you were expected to take the Optics down anyways, but still. The off-screen, Insomnia just takes Lazuli apart 1 by 1, and what do you know, they are contesting for the full cap. Even if they do end up full capping, they will have a better time bank than Lazuli, but they still have to make a full cap in order to go extra rounds. Yeah. Taking down Leonoptrix and taking down Nevis seems to be step 1 for that.
Yeah, they needed Leonoptrix to be able to stay alive, and Nevix was also part of their sustain there. The plan was to keep those 2 alive and then get to your own orbital, and they also had Nano coming up. Unfortunately, unable to do it, even with the sustain of those 2, because Insomnia just blasted everything that they had at it, able to take it down. Minute versus 130, not much of a difference.
Yep, especially on if you can make a forward defense happen, maybe that 30-second deficit is not going to mean anything. But Insomnia with the time deficit is going to be the one that starts the attack first. Hey, we've seen insane 1-minute pushes before though.
Technically, you can finish this map in 1 minute, and we've seen it very recently on Circuit Royale, actually. So it's very momentum based, and teams just don't want to give up any ground. And I think a lot of that momentum has come from the Juno being super meta. Is you're able to fight in a linear fashion as long as you can take the one hard fight, which is usually trying to get the hill. Everything else is pretty straightforward.
All right, Undersea on the Hanzo. The question is going to be: is it just for the scan? Probably yes.
Yep. It's to check the rooftop.
So no rooftop shenanigans for LAZULI on the defense. A kind of messed that up a little bit. I think he wanted to go over the roof about that. He is also going to get spotted, so a little bit unfortunate for 8 over there. I think he just wanted to do what he did at the initial attack, just go through the architecture over there, sneak into the backline, single out Sakumi or Shui. But, alright, already half the time gone for the side of Insomnia. They need to make a pick happen. Aid the perfect time to do that, and also Sakumi is just going to be taken down. So this is a go sign for Insomnia. This is the best opportunity you'll have. Milkara taking down 2, so they will be able to make this push go on for a little while. Nevis doing what he can to stall, but it's not going to be enough. Overtime is going to tick, but still, Insomnia will be able to have that push. I think LAZULI will be able to contest before the touch happens, maybe on the second corner after that. Milkara scouting out. If Aid makes a kill here, that's probably going to be point A.
Just a little bit strange that Hidden hasn't switched. I mean, maybe it's to put some pressure on the Pharah, but I think the healing output is going to be too great for that to ever happen.
Oh,
it's usually
she's
to deal with
down. And also Leon Optics is anti and sleeping. He woke up. Milkaro is also taken down, so maybe this is going to be the end.
Okay.
Hidden is going to be the hero of the day.
Yeah, the flashbang to take down Milgaru. Obviously not what it once was, but stun grenade hindered, and then hits a couple shots onto the Pharah. So I guess wanting to play closer quarters than an Ashe would allow. Usually you put your Ashe up on hillside, but that can be spammed out as well. So wanted to play close quarters, and Cass is just better on the ground at those mid ranges, and that's where LAZULI's real strength has come today.
Yeah, I guess it was good patience from the side of LAZULI. In the end, if you just look at it in a result perspective, it was good patience. They lost the early, I guess, forward corner fight, and they let Insomnia push until LAZULI had all 5 members. Yes, they did lose Shui early. Also, Leon Optics was in a little bit of a pressured position as he was purpled and also slept. But good response from LAZULI, denies 0.8 cap from Insomnia. Insomnia, still, LAZULI only has 1 minute and a half, so if they are able to establish a solid defense, especially on the first corner, they still have a win condition.
See if Snowball comes into play. I like that we have skins in OWCS.
Yep, you can play all the skins that you want, and this Hidden is going to be on the Torbian. Did Insomnia scout this out? I didn't see a Hanzo arrow.
Well, the Pharah knows what's up.
Okay. At least... Oh, wait a second. Insomnia, they're losing IQ early. But Hidden is also going to be taken out. So maybe they can burn a few more seconds. This Pharah pick is just finding a lot of value, and also Leon Optics taken down as well. Nevis is down. LAZULI, they are actually dropping some precious moments. Oh, that was a sleep. Oh, to Shui, and Shui, okay, is going to live to tell the tale, I guess. But Milgaro is going to punch Hidden to death. Oh, they lost Milgaro. This is a big part of their defensive setup.
The May pick is exactly what you need to break that spawn point, be able to push people out, but it's a pretty interesting good hold to start off with from Insomnia.
Yep.
And they got a lot of work done from their May. So a couple icicles here, and Blizzard on the point should just end it.
Also, Nano will be available earlier than Sakume. 10 seconds left. They're not putting already a Half Health Aid on the Venture. Give more pressure, especially in close quarters here. Like you said, Undersea has that Blizzard online. And Nano is on to Mukaro. Also, Blizzard is going to be used, but is the cost is going to be Undersea's life hidden, just burning him down. And this early ultimate Nano from Wanda Yume is not going to pay off, as LAZULI, with the ultimates coming in late, will be able to just finish this off. It was a initial good defensive setup from Insomnia, but LAZULI, very impressive second fight, and that secures them match point.
So going into this evening, we all expected these two teams to be the ones to come out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just so surprising, but this sustain was just a little stronger for them through that final fight, and the longer you sustain, the better your ultimates are going to be able to get. Also, losing Undersea really early was not ideal, and Hidden put Bob in a really decent spot for that fight and was able to cover the rest of the point. This is an interesting team. I mean, we've gone back and forth as far as just map picks and being comfortable on it. So, yeah, LAZULI, they seem to have something of Insomnia's number. They just keep going like mid-range, death ball, aggressive. They're going to like 100% run May, except when Nevis feels he needs to hit a giant pulse bomb, and then they'll run a little bit of Tracer. But for the most part, it's like 100% May. You're running Ram. You're getting the speed boost from the Juno, and it's revamped Rush. It's all this ends up being on circuit is you run at the other team, you try to put a wall up, and then you kill them. And it's just the sustain that Ramatra has along with Juno, and the utility that May has that make it work. The other two pieces are not usually as important, but obviously every player on a 5-person squad is important.
Yeah, that's why we say a single numbers advantage, or maybe even a double numbers advantage, is going to be really crucial, especially in a 5v5 setup. I do want to point out that the early, I guess, attack offense from LAZULI kind of snowballed there, because Insomnia's defensive setup on extra rounds was really impressive and kind of chipped off a lot of time. I think that 30-second advantage, it was just enough for LAZULI to secure them the map, and that was earned from a very impressive early offense from the side of LAZULI.
Also give a ton of credit to Hidden, just played really well on every single hero that they picked up. So it was the Widow, it was the Ashe, and even, to my surprise, the Cass. But the Cass flashbang was helping a lot in dealing with the ball. So any bit of utility helps. You flashbang, hindered, stunned, can't necessarily get away as quickly. Everyone focuses, and got him a couple kills in that manner.
All right, so now map pick is going to be on the side of Insomnia. We've been a little bit back and forth. But Insomnia, if you're in Insomnia's shoes right now, one loss sends you to the third place match. What would you pick in terms of maps? And also, I think the Sombra pick kind of works. Do you want to pick a map where the Sombra pick really works, or do you want to play something else right now at this stage of the game right now?
I think the Sombra ball dive has been their best look. Also, this isn't ultra surprising. This is what they played previously against this squad, and a map that really allows for really good dive tech for the ball specifically. Sombra can be anywhere, right? Cervasa. We've seen the tech come in from Junbin on this map with the ball, and there's just crazy angles, rooftops to glide on. So I cheated a little bit. I saw it, but I would have guessed it anyway, I swear.
All right, let's see. Saravasa. I guess they want to keep it close and maybe we'll see the Genji, or I don't know what to expect, to be honest. In terms of compositions, what would you pair with the Ball and Sombra? Tracer, maybe? I'm not really sure. Maybe the Mei was supposed to be the play. I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Underseas Genji has been fine. This is also a map where Pharah, oddly enough, works because of how it's designed, that you can use the concussion to get off of walls. And if you watch some of the best Pharahs on this map, the mobility is terrifying. It used to be a map where you'd run a Lucio with that too. This might now be a Juno map, as she seemed to have replaced Lucio for the most part. But I think they come out and try the dive with Sombra, Ball, and Genji. Genji works pretty well on this map. Tracer would be fine as well, but I think Undersea is a little more comfortable on Genji or Pharah.
All right. I'm also hearing that there are no substitutions on either side, which is kind of surprising on the side of Lazuli, because Shui on the support, he also played the Brig earlier in the series, and it kind of looked decent, but at the same time, my educated guess would be, usually if you're sending Shui to the support, you're either playing him for the Juno role, and if you're expected to go against a Sombra Ball dive, you would probably prefer to go for a Brig, and no substitutions. I don't know what this means for the team, though.
Maybe they're just going to try to just deal with it. I think Juno is too good right now to just bring out of the lineup at all. And if Shui is your best Juno, that just happens to be the case. I think, I'm not certain this meta sticks, but right now the ultimate just looks way too good for Juno to be taking out of the game. The sustain, the damage, the fire rates, and I think she just got nerfed, actually. So did Sombra, got nerfed as well. So yeah, I guess the numbers maybe not perfect yet. We'll check out win rates and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter at the highest levels of play. When you can coordinate like that, then a -7, like a -15 damage over time nerf on Sombra is not going to do anything for you, right? So yeah, Juno is just that strong. Also difficult to hit. I think the survivability is in that aspect of her kit rather than the Ana, which is pretty easy to hit. So the Brig Juno working well together makes sense as far as peels and things like that. So yeah, I think we've seen pretty much 100% Juno pick rate tonight.
I think so.
It's close.
Yeah, we're definitely getting there. Maybe I've seen an isolated case of me on a Brig, I don't know, but I think mostly it was the Juno. So Juno enjoying a lot of playtime after release. Yes, you did talk about some of the nerfs, but also there was a compensation in the fire rates as well. So maybe that, is a little bit of a compensation for Juno specifically. Of course, for the Sombra, it's just an all-out nerf. But like you said, does it really matter? Because especially how Aid plays the Sombra right now, he's not playing for kills anyways. Like, that damage is not going to change how Aid is playing. Aid's primary objective is to make sure that the manual hack is there, so that the dive from Milgaro and Undersea is going to follow up, and that follow-up damage is going to be what kills the target, not the virus damage.
It's hack, virus, leave, and hope that you get out alive. And that's what Aid has been doing really well, has been getting out alive. Now, the question is, can Hidden come in and play that Cass, which is pretty decent deterrent to a Sombra? Flashbang is good. It's been a decent deterrent to the Ball. When they tried to run their own Sombra, it didn't look great, but once Hidden moved to the Cass and they just ran Death Ball, then it started being much more effective. And Hidden is just kind of on a ripper tonight, hitting every single shot. So yeah, if there's anyone I think who can make Cass work on Sarabasa, it would be Hidden right now. Granted, what I think they should blind pick against the Ball Sombra dive. It has been pretty much the best composition that Insomnia has been running against him. So if you lose your first fight against it, you have to switch, and that's not awesome for you. So that I would assume that that's what they think they're going up against. You could also see, because of this mid fight, you could definitely see an Ashe come in, but that's, not the greatest hack target. So I think you'll see LAZULI. Yeah, sorry. It's an interesting name. LAZULI runs something where they can really get on the other team and try to bully Deathball. That's been their best comp, is to get as close to the other team as possible, not leave their supports out to dry at the back. As good as supports can be, it's almost impossible to peel against hack, pile driver, Genji dash. That's just too much.
Yeah, and also, come to think of it, I think LAZULI kind of should be, I guess, a little bit, I wouldn't say too happy, but at least a little bit content. Not the worst case scenario, in that Drunken Queen is also very playable on Renasapi as well. So, of course, we're just throwing out spoilers right now because we didn't even get to that graphic of the map. But still, yes, it is indeed going to be Renasapi chosen by Insomnia. I am not hearing of any delays or issues, but we are taking a little bit of time, so maybe we might have an issue. I'll update you as soon as we hear.
This is a perfect time to explain. When I mentioned that G-Clef was not eating a cold sandwich or eating a hot sandwich somewhere. Yeah.
Okay.
So they had like super long delays, right? And it was actually really funny. G-Clef and 9K were hilarious, and they talked about pizza for a solid 15 minutes, which we can do in moments if we have to. I think we're on like a 1 or 2 minute delay. Anyway, so I guess G-Clef just doesn't eat anything cold. Like, not sandwiches, not pizza. Like, pizza I kind of understand, but just doesn't eat cold sandwiches? Isn't that weird? How are you not reacting like this?
No, I mean, I'm just trying to be very polite in a Korean way because, well, I remember having cold sandwiches in lunch when I was in school in the States. So, yeah.
It was like, there's almost nothing better than a cold submarine sandwich. I don't know.
Yeah.
I found it very, very odd. He also is one of those people who's all snobby about pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza is fine. It's good. We don't need to make a thing out of it.
Look,
I'm sorry. I love you, G-Clef.
I love you, G-Clef, as well. I'm fine with pineapple pizza. I just don't want to buy it with my own money because there are so many better options,
if it's
right?
there.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody just gets me pizza and there's pineapple on it, like, I'll happily take it.
It's gotta have like a salty meat with it too, like pineapple and ham. Like that's pretty good. Good combos. Anyway, we are luckily in game.
Yep. And looking at the hovers right now, of course, at your own risk, believe at your own risk, but Aid is on the Sombra and Undersea on the Genji, so this is something that we've been expecting. Of course, I guess the TP is there. Symmetra is there for the TP, and LAZULI. Also, wait. Okay, I would have been very surprised if Hidden. I would be very salty if Hidden stayed on the Sim. I am a Sim hater for some reason. I have no idea. Alright, Shui is being hacked and is also going to get harassed to death once again. So we've seen the story before, and also Sakumi is going to get meleeed by Milkaru, but actually LAZULI, the Nevis and Hidden, the DPS deal, is also going to pay back and take down multiple members of Insomnia. But this is still going to be a equal numbers fight, and we're seeing a hamster and a robot shooting and punching at each other. Well, in the end, it is going to be the Omnic that wins.
The Omnic wins out. I don't mind the Tracer against the ball either. Pretty good deterrent, able to chase down ball and try to secure kills.
Alright, Undersea, trying to do what he can. He's taking the high ground and looking for good shuriken angles. Trying to charge up that Dragon Blade as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, right now, he is... I guess out of the 4 DPS players, he has the lowest ult charge, but it doesn't matter if Nevis is just going to fall into the hands of Undersea. But, well, Chui is going to pay back. And Hidden with a well-placed pulse bomb is going to take down IQ. And remember, point is already under LAZULI control, so A dying at this stage right now means that maybe Insomnia has to just give up first flashpoint.
Yeah, Hidden being a bit of a menace. He's, you think you're annoying? Watch this. Rally does come in, I think maybe just to triple make sure they secure this point.
Yeah, also this stun factor may just deny the touch from Lucario as well. But still, secured. Flashpoint secured for LAZULI. Insomnia, they will have ultimates online, and it looks like, okay, LAZULI. Well, Milkaru is there first, but LAZULI as a team will be able to form defensive positions earlier on the point. Aid using a 4-man EMP. Shui is going to fall Nevis soon after, so good follow-up from the side of Insomnia. Yes, LAZULI had rotational advantage on the point, but it is going to be just one ultimate going to be required from Insomnia to just have a team kill. Oh, we've been talking about this before. We didn't have as much team kills today, but this is going to be one of them.
Yeah, where's the banner though? Did I miss it?
I think we didn't see the banner. We had the horn though.
Yeah, I had the horn. I mean, that's the special thing about Japan is the team kill banner.
We probably. I'm pretty sure I didn't lose that. I didn't miss it, so probably not on the side of production this time. Shui is going to use the orbital ray, and Undersea is going to answer with a nano, but no blade just dead. Once again, Undersea is just going to be one of those moments where he feels that he doesn't even need the blade, and rightfully so, as Hidden is going to be the only one surviving, and Hidden chooses to, choose how the way he dies, and he is going back to the death chamber to come back with his team.
Both teams committing a lot there, but just Undersea with the mechanics of this. Genji looking really, really sound, 80%. There's the ball, there's the hack.
Alright, Shui not finding the most success. Now there's going to be the Dragon Blade that Undersea has been saving. And Nevis is going to fall as well, so overtime is going to tick by LAZULI. They will not be able to resist as Insomnia. They will equalize the point, and also Insomnia will be having the rotational advantage towards their next flashpoint as well. So Insomnia feeling pretty good right now.
Nevis goes to Sombra, which has not worked out well for them before. Trix is going to go to the Comfort Hero.
Yeah, so both manual hacks on either side is not going to find value, not enough follow-up damage. The virus is not going to connect. However, Aid is very close to that EMP. Remember how, if you kind of remember or recall how the last fight started, this is once again a 3-man EMP. Shui singled out again. That's gotta be so frustrating for Shui. The Optics not finding much luck either, and then this is just going to be cleanup duty. Well, the game plan for Insomnia is working really well, especially at the start of each flashpoint. Aid having that EMP ready at the start of both the second and third flashpoints, which is just enough. One ultimate enough to secure that fight.
Already at 20 again, and for Shui, if you didn't want to be singled out, you shouldn't have played Juno. I mean, who else is Aid gonna go after in that situation? I mean, it's the perfect target.
Again, Juno is just getting bullied by Aid at this point right now, and LAZULI without their Juno is just going to have their Brig or the support. At least Wakayume is going to be taken down on the side of Insomnia. So as for the number of supports, they'll be on even ground. But IQ has the ultimate, the orbital ray is going to be enough to sustain. Sakumi, on the other hand, is going to use the rally, but this is, well, he's not going to save Leon Optics from certain death, and it's certainly not himself as well. Yes, 8 is going to be traded out, but at this point, who cares? Insomnia is going to get that teamfight win, and the teamfight win at this stage of the flashpoint is basically meaning that Insomnia will be able to secure the third flashpoint already at map point. One more flashpoint, and Insomnia will be able to take this to full 5.
It's been completely one-sided. Aid with just EMP after EMP. Nevis finally getting there, so they could be able to use a combination. Nevis does get a nice kill there.
Yeah,
that should
Yeah.
Give them positional advantage on first, or on the point, rather.
Yep, they didn't even have to use the EMP. Shui being manual hacked over there, but is going to be cleansed by Sakume looking at the duration, and Leonoptrix is instantly going to punish Aid. So like you said, Hex, this is definitely going to be first control secured by the side of Lazuli. Wagayumi has the EMP, so maybe this is going to be a Nano Blade. The Sleep Dart goes wide for Wagayumi. All eyes on who or where the Nano is going to be, but Wagayumi is just going to be taking it out early from an EMP and a Rampage. But looking at the progress right now, it looks like Insomnia should be able to have another fight, and Lazuli used a lot of resources that one. They also used the Orbital Ray, so that's 3 ultimates down.
You obviously do not want to use that, and always the silver lining for a team when you get EMP'd and cleaned up is that you were unable to panic ult, and now your economy is always going to be in a little bit better shape.
Right. Manual hack onto Sakume. Sakume is going to live. Shui also very low, but is going to live as well. Nano is going to be onto Milkaru instead of MC, probably keeping Milkaru alive. And, well, it does pay off at the end, as Shui is going to be taken out. Leon Optrix also going to be taken out by IQ. EMP not even needed to make that flip happen, so things are getting better and better for Insomnia. As Insomnia, they're making a habit of winning with just one ultimates used, especially in Sorvasa here.
They're obviously more comfortable with this type of composition. It doesn't seem like the follow-up is always there for Nevis's hacks, whereas for Insomnia, if it's not Milgaru, it's Under C for these hacks. This is looks like a much more practiced Somber comp.
Right, Leonoptrix is going to be purpled, needed, but still not a lot of damage done, but the damage will be done to Shui, while Yume also taken down, so still numbers, in terms of numbers, they're pretty much equal Milgaru in a very tight spot right there. Oh, Hidden is taken down, and Milgaru is going to live.
Any touchers, they'll touch.
The touch is going to be there, but Milgaru has to give his life for it. Also, Aid is in a position to touch. There it is. Is he going to use the EMP? Maybe once everyone is back into the battlefield. Aid is not going to be given that chance, as Leonoptrix is going to axe Aid down. Things are not looking good for Insomnia. IQ, even with the Lucio, is going to just touch, but is going to just be shot down by the torpedoes of Shui, and it goes, this flashpoint goes to full 5.
Okay, interesting to go to the Lucio there. I love that that's how you can tell when things are going wrong now. in Japan, oh no, they have a Lucio. Lazuli ended up using a couple of, or just the one ult, so the economies are switching back in.
Alright, wait a second, we have Aid having an EMP onto just 2 members, but I mean, have a EMP onto both backline members is pretty nice, and Leonoptrix now, which looked like a very ambitious Rampage, is proving to be a very big one, as despite Lazuli losing both support members early on, they are on course to winning this fight, and Leonoptrix looks so impressive on the Junker Queen.
The JQ has just been such a game changer for this team as we've gone through this series, and it's not just the Rampages, it's the sustain on the point, it's the absolute unbelievable amount of damage adds in, because if you look at it, the DPS line is not super imposing, but when you have a tank that's main goal is damage, you're able to cover up some of those deficiencies. Aid finds Hidden.
Oh, and it also finds Sakume as well. Nevis is going to have an EMP, but Aid lived, oh, almost lived rather, but still, Insomnia, despite losing 2 members to that EMP rush, still is able to win that fight, so that's an EMP wasted, I would say, but in the end, Nevis was going to swap to the Mei anyways.
Yeah, it's the only way that made any sense, was this swap was going to come in, so they're going to go super brawly here with the Mei and Reaper. No one with anything on the board. Insomnia in control of the point.
Yep, and this might be the fight that decides the direction of the series right now, because if LAZULI wins this one, they are in course to win Survasa and close out the series. And Insomnia, if they win this one, they are in good position to win Survasa and go to full 5 on the series. A very important fight, IQ low, but will be able to be saved with the help of Wagayumi, and is going to use the orbital array early. LAZULI doesn't have an orbital array to answer this, and 8 is going to take down Nevis. 8 finding a lot of value on this venture pick. Also going to use the tectonic shock early, and yep, that was a chicken race against. Oh, wait a second. I was about to say that the tectonic shock was enough to take down Reaper, but hey, what do you know? Insomnia just won the map and just equalized the series.
Going to 5, why not? These swaps were really nice from Aid after they had switched to maybe do some countering to a Sombra. Aid also likes that venture very much, and you can see the damage able to put out there towards the end. So nice play. I really do think that Insomnia's best look so far has been the ball dive when they're able to run it. So yeah, I'd imagine that LAZULI wants to go to a map that's not good for that. What stage do we have left in the pool? Is it hybrid? I never know what these icons mean.
Yes, it's probably a hybrid, because we had push on the second map, we had escort on the third, and fourth was flashpoint. So yes, indeed, we have hybrid left. Hybrid's the one with the truck and also the point square at the same time. So
I thought you were describing a map to me for a second. I was like, dude, I know enough that. So what? Blizzard World, Eichenwalde, Kings Row, Paraiso.
Maybe I don't know.
Those are the options.
LAZULI, I don't know what they're thinking right now. Maybe if they want, I guess we were talking about this before. If they're confident enough to win the honest Overwatch gentleman's agreement, maybe they want to go to Paraiso with a forcing Winston maybe duel. But well, I'm not the analyst here.
You could, I think perhaps Kings Row would work best, because you can put your best player on their best heroes. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So LAZULI, obviously Hidden, has been playing really well on Ashe. And even Widow a little bit. You can run a Widow on this map. Mm-hmm. It also, I mean, the problem is you don't really have a Pharah. Pharah's been really good, but I think Nevis probably just sticks on the Mei. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing, but I think it's largely that you can just run Ashe 100% of this time.
Yeah.
So.
And also you might you can also kind of count in the possibilities of substitutions. LAZULI has a bigger roster. It might sub in, but I mean, just looking at the team sheet right now, you have CC2 as your DPS, I guess, maybe. Probably not going to be the Pharah, because CC2, back in the Namakuji brother days, we've seen a lot of Hanzo play. So, yeah, I think you're right, and LAZULI probably not likely to use the Pharah. Undersea can play the Pharah, though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so... Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any swaps from either team. I think they're kind of set in their ways right now.
Okay. So it's going to be full force versus full force. I'm definitely excited to see what the next map is going to be. But if you're Insomnia right now, this is like your last... This may be this is probably going to be the last map unless you lose today, because something that you're not hoping for. But considering that this may be your last map against LAZULI right now, what do you want to play? What's your game plan? Is this going to be the same thing over again, where you play ball until it doesn't work, or do we expect something like a Ramatra? Of course, it's very map dependent, though.
I think so. We've seen a little bit of Milgaru play a Winston, but I just don't feel like the Winston dive is really up their alley. However, it's not an awesome map for Sombra trying to get in position, because all the defenders high ground, like especially on attack. Sombra is going to have to translocate and try to get into somewhere, and then you're usually fighting in a hallway. So I mean, I guess it's going to be I mean, of course, I'm speaking as if they're going to Kings Row, but yeah, I mean, I think that we've seen almost no Eichenwalde. Blizzard World works, but Blizzard World is a good Sombra ball map. So with the choice not being Insomnia's, then you don't go to Blizzard World. Eichenwalde is kind of weird. Yeah, it just feels like Kings Row is going to be the best call for Lazuli. I just think you got your Ashe and Widow play on Circuit Royale from Hidden that ended up kind of carrying you, and you can even run Cass on this map. I say that like Cass is completely terrible, but from what we saw in Korea, it kind of was. It just never seemed like it was always working and teams were forcing it. So,
all right, so I am hearing that we are going on a break, so it gives a little bit more time for both teams to get their strategies, and also some time for us to rest, and also some time for you to farm your drops. So don't go anywhere. We'll come back with the map 5. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We're currently approaching our 5th and last map of the second series of the day. Remember what the stakes are, and this one map is going to decide who is going to Tokyo, who is going to be on the Grand Finals first offline LAN tournament of competitive esports. Of course, Overwatch League was was taking place in Irvine. Well, was it Irvine? No, it's
Burbank.
Burbank, thank you. I have never been there, yes,
Oh, yeah.
First offline LAN in Tokyo. So that's one of the things that I have My highest regrets on I've never been to Burbank. That was such a pity. But still, it is indeed going to be King's Row. So you were right. This is the logical choice for Lazuli, because I guess the other choices are actually in favor of Insomnia.
It's going to be interesting what both of these teams run. The only thing that I'm pretty sure of, yet again, is both teams will run a Juno, and I think Lazuli is going to try to force a hit scan. It's just, you know, do they have a Pharah to pair it with? Do you run the Mei in this situation? You know, I mean, that's all Nevis has been playing. Does it end up being Ramatra or Junker Queen? Because Leonoptrix really hasn't shown us much dive, but if the hover is correct, I mean, it's not a hover, they're out of spawn, so...
Yeah, Lazuli, they're actually going with the monkey business here.
I call it the Winston package, but monkey business is totally fine. Winston package generally being just Ana and Winston goes so well together, and usually you have, you know, some sort of other dive partner with it, but I think they're just going to be completely happy to rely on Hidden to be the one to do the damage to the dive targets as long as you stay in the correct sight lines.
Yeah, maybe the only, I guess, risk of that is just Leonoptrix getting 100-0'd really quickly. Like you said, there are no heroes that necessarily dive with the Winston. Let's see how it goes. Aid scouting things out. Leonoptrix is going to be the target of the hack and the dive, but it's going to be Milkaru who's going to get a lot of damage and just going to get demeched, and Undersea also just going to follow suit. Hidden making those shots connect. And that was a dirty shot head onto Aid, and also, yeah, that a nade, bio nade onto Wagayume made sure that he doesn't get any healing, even despite going into the own spawn doors. And, well, so I guess that's a good early start for the side of Lazuli, and not necessarily this same thing for the side of Insomnia. Aid is on to the Ashe instead of the Sombra. Let's see how this one works out. Oh. Well, a good headshot. This is not going to necessarily kill Aid, but a Hidden is going to kill Undersea as well, and Milkaru plumping to the Winston instantly gets slept, and Needed is struggling to keep himself alive. Well, the healers of Insomnia able to keep Milkaru alive, so that's a lot of nano charge. Milkaru. Okay, I was a little scared that Milkaru would have gotten 100-0 there, but IQ has the nano.
Undersea goes to the Tracer because he's just not been able to find any purchase with the Pharah, and they're just going to go ground and pound here, and huge anti-heal that should kill free.
Yep, Leonoptrix, is he going to live long enough? Okay, maybe, yeah, he got the Mega, so he should be able to live, but this means that Insomnia has all the time and space in the world to at least get 2 ticks here. Will be test to come after the second tick. I mean, Leonoptrix does have the Primal Rage, so maybe
it can opt for an Archway hold instead. They got the spawn wave. It was definitely a possibility. The problem is if you go in there and you end up losing the fight, you're going to end up giving up half of the street space in this map.
Alright, so now both, well, never mind, both, I was about to say that both teams have a lot of ultimates, but it's going to be Lazuli that are going to use a plethora of ultimates. There's also the Blizzard and the Primal Rage. Leonoptrix is slapping Aid to death. But I mean, considering that Lazuli used 2 ultimates, just losing Aid might be okay for Insomnia. And now that looking at your ult rotations, IQ will be able to have that nano on. We'll be able to match the nano of Sakume. Aid taken down once again. This is not good news. I was about to say that Insomnia, they forced out 2 ultimates and lost a member. That's, I guess, okay. But losing Aid again, that's going to be a lot of time delayed for the side of Insomnia.
I just worry that if Aid gets killed again, then he's gonna rage switch to something. It just, when pros get kind of bopped by their counterparts, you end up seeing weird switches happen because they just feel like they don't have it. And right now, Hidden has just been a much better hit scan today.
Yep, the Adoptric in the meantime is going to get needed, but the nano damage reduction is probably going to be enough to keep himself alive. Milcaro using the Primal Rage to wreak havoc in the lines of Lazuli, unable to find kills just yet. Oh, that's a good nade! That's a huge nade on 3! Can the follow-up damage be there? Question, the answer is going to be no, and actually it's going to be Waka Yume that is going to be pressure to the Objects is going to be traded out, but still looking good for Lazuli. Unless Negus falls here, they do have to give up a little bit of ground because Leon Optics is not going to be available. But still, Lazuli looking very confident right now.
They look like they have this map kind of figured out in a way that allows them to play it even with maybe not the most ideal, but Nevis's May, well, just gets deleted there, Caster Curse, has been pretty solid just as far as pure damage output and building ultimates. And when you're playing on streets phases and you're playing where carts are going to be the object of contest, Blizzard is a great ult.
Alright, Milcaro was the target of the Nano, doesn't find a kill, but still, I guess, gets a lot of space control. Oh, but Aid is completed by Hidden. Like I said, Hidden has been the better hit scan, at least for today. This is really bad for Insomnia because we've been saying in the pre-show, Aid has been very crucial to any win condition of Insomnia, and Aid being gift right now, for lack of a better word, goes bad vibes for Insomnia right now, especially in a map 5.
It goes to show just how important map picks are, because you get to pick the hybrid map that is the best for your best player on their best hero, and you're seeing that pay off right now. Zuli, 5 ultimates, 45 seconds left.
Hidden once again and getting the better of Aid. Aid also had the bomb at the ready. Hidden taking down Undersea. Hidden is just controlling the entire lobby, and Waka Yume just has to use Rally maybe to just keep themselves alive and without any offensive value. And now the Zuli is just going to dump ults at them, and it's not even 5 ults that they're dumping, and still they are delaying Insomnia and denying just like access to the point. Insomnia to just have to their lives just to get on to the point. Alright, Nano extended to keep Milcaro in the backline. At least Sakume is going to be taking out the picture. That's a starter for the side of Insomnia. Leon Optics takes down Waka Yume. Milcaro doing a lot of work, but Leon Optics is also doing so much work. Aid is going to be taken down. Oh, wait a second. Lazuli is going to drop a few members, but Insomnia, they only have Undersea and Milcaro remaining. Milcaro is just going to bleed out, and Undersea with 175 HP. Can he make a difference? The pulse bomb connects, so Leon Optics has to leap back. Oh, wait a second. Undersea may have just saved Insomnia right now. The Nano is onto Leon Optics, but the rest of Insomnia should be on point soon, as I say. I just cursed it again, as Waka Yume is just going to get burnt down as he tries to touch.
It's something I always say about that point specifically of any map. That is the worst possible spot for the cart to be. The walk back is so long. I mean, as long as that fight went on, we just kept thinking of like, where are the reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Why is no one else showing up from Insomnia? And it's just the walk back is brutal. They even ran a Lucio and a Sim to try to get there on time. So even had they gotten there, it would not have been an awesome fight for them. But
yeah,
Leon Optics really impressing on this Winston of all things.
Yep, Leon Optics, usually considered, I guess, a classically off-tank player. Of course, we've seen some off-tank players play some great Winstons, especially after the transition to a single tank system. But still, Leon Optics being I guess doing very well on the Winston was something that we haven't been expecting. Oh, and hi Ash, by the way. Aid, well, looks a little bit frustrated. Well, I don't know. Like, but Aid thinks that I'm definitely thinking that Aid thinks that he can actually do this a little bit better. He has been, I wouldn't say owned, but he has been struggling against Hidden, especially on King's Row on the Ash duel.
It has been somewhat one-sided. I think owned is a little strong. Usually that's reserved for something special. Also, I've always loved this kind of cool little thing where you just sit behind your brig and, hey, now we have a shield tank.
You have your own mini Ryan. Okay, should we keeping Sakumi alive? This is good. And Leon Optrix doing a good job of securing space for his team, but in the end, Insomnia will be able to take down Shui first, and then things fall like dominoes. Hidden, taking a few blind hip shots onto Milgaru, but it's not really going to make any difference as Lazuli's attack has been thwarted once, but they still have plenty of time.
One of the things that often will crack open this point for teams is usually running a Pharah. See that platform where Aid is now with his rig, just spamming rockets. That usually gets them to move into the hallway, and you can take that platform away. So it's interesting that Lazuli is refusing to run that, but even Insomnia struggled to run the Pharah.
Alright, Aid, going on a little bit of a redemption arc, having a good headshot onto Nevis. Ricaro down Shui, so once again, Lazuli probably has to back off. Now this is going to be slowly when the ultimates are going to be online. It looks like the first ultimate is going to be Milgaru's Primal Rage, and also the nanos from both sides. Sakumi will be having that ultimate. Is going to use the nano onto Hidden, maybe just to keep him alive, and also considering that Hidden has been so impressive on the Ash. Wait a second. Alright, in the other hand, Insomnia is going to use the Nano on Milgaru. Wagayumi is going to fall, but also Hidden is going to fall victim of the Winston aggression, but it is going to be Lazuli who takes the better trade as the ultimates are online. Lazuli is looking... Oh, wait a second, not if Aid has anything to say about it. This is the second time Aid has just had a brutal headshot onto Nevis.
Gonna go for it.
Yep.
On the point.
Bob is on the point. So it is going to be contested. Not even a second tick going to be registered for Sado Lazuli. Now it is. And Wagayumi using the rally means that Insomnia is going to commit. Nevis does not find the intended target with the pulse bomb and is going to fall. Lazuli already at 3 members. Hidden takes down Undersea. So this is a 4v3 and also spawn advantage for the side of Lazuli, but Hidden is going to be taken out, so this is going to be a... I guess they have to regroup and do this all from scratch. What do you know? It's less than 1 minute to attack from Lazuli here, Hex.
It's 1 minute, and Insomnia is playing this absolutely perfectly of Hidden will not beat us. The moment he steps up to try to get into sightlines around the corner, they're just attacking right away.
Oh, Nevis is going to fall. This is probably Insomnia's go button. Wait a second, Aid and IQ is going to fall. Lazuli, this is probably their best chance of capping this. Undersea, still on the point, looking for a kill. No pulse bomb just yet, but still wreaking a lot of havoc. Oh, wait a second, that point, Undersea is going to touch, but Undersea has to give his life for it, and, well, it was with a very big struggle by Lazuli. In the end, gets point A, they get step 1, and gets the right to contest for the golden box of victory.
Being aggressive, making sure that they're not going to be stuck in archway here as well. And really, this one comes down to it. I know this feels like a Korea region here. Which Nano on Winston's going to be better?
Yep, now, well, at least we have a Nano on the floor. First Hidden is just going to dig Undersea. And the Nano from Lazuli didn't even start to be used. It was actually just going to be the orbital right, and maybe that might have been just it. Well, Insomnia, they still have a lot. They still have at least 1 good fight to contest, maybe 2 if the first one's really quick, and they will have enough ultimates. But hey, remember, this was a fight where Insomnia used both the Primal Rage and the Nano, so this doesn't look well for Insomnia, and Lazuli have 4 ultimates on their belt.
It's Lazuli having the offensive support ultimates that is really changing things. It's just an impossible ultimate to fight in. Nevis finds a nice angle for this Blizzard.
Owaka Yumi is frozen and taken down. That is going to be really off the picture. Nevis is going to be taken down by A, so this is a 4v4, but Lazuli, they have the Nano, they have the Primal Rage. Remember, this is a territory where one team might win and actually nice just... Yeah, and this is just going to be 3 members of Lazuli driving in, and ladies and gentlemen, we have our grand finalist, Lazuli. It definitely was hard fought, but Lazuli will take the series for a 2 and will make it to grand finals in Tokyo.
Lazuli and Nyam Gaming, of course, are the 2 teams to move on to the grand final. 3rd place match between VARREL and Insomnia incoming. All right. I mean...
well, at least the 2nd seed got to the grand final. So we didn't have a situation where the 3rd seed and 4th seed knocked down the first and 2nd seeds.
Yeah, it was close in those seeding decider matches. Lazuli did end up 2-1 over Insomnia. They were close matches too, by the way. But yeah, super interesting stuff happening. I like this Lazuli team as far as the aggression that they show, running 2 offensive support ultimates. Really was nice for them. And on the other side, you know, there was a Brig on the field. I don't think ever really even got that rally off, but just in a phase of the game where it's linear and it's small, the orbital array is just super, super good. And you saw it all the time. Help with the Ashe play, help with the Winston play, and the damage and sustain is just so strong. This Juno is a pretty good hero, but also Hidden just kind of crushing a couple maps. Like, they only won 3 maps, and Hidden was the MVP on 2 of them.
Well, let's see if production agrees with us, and actually it's going to be Leon Optrix.
Totally fine.
Yeah, I kind of agree with this one as well, as much as I like Hidden and think that he also did contribute a lot, but Leon Optrix kind of, I would say, made the stage possible for Hidden to do his thing.
The versatility that they showed is pretty great, and there were so many times where the Junker Queen would just straight up win fights for this squad, not only just with Rampage, just like soft mechanics, and it's almost one of the reasons they don't have to play anything that's anti-Pharah is because Leonoptrix is great. But yeah, to play the 3 tanks at the level that Leonoptrix did, especially to close out that last map, obviously well deserved. I'm just a fan of boom boom DPS picks.
Yeah, I mean, of course, why wouldn't you, and why wouldn't anyone else? But still, you know, I can't argue with this Leonoptrix pick. And what I'm really interested is that Leonoptrix is actually a really good Winston. That's something that I almost said VARREL at the finals. That's something that Nyam Gaming will have to be very aware of, because not only is Leonoptrix one of the best Junker Queens in the Japanese region, now you also have to think about, do you really want to choose a map or you have to force the Winston duel? Because yes, as good as Dox is, looking at the performances from today, you might have to think twice if you want to challenge Leonoptrix in a Winston duel.
Should just be a gentleman's agreement to just play Junker Queen, right? Both these guys really like playing Junker Queen, but yeah, I think I liked the Winston a lot. I would want to see it on a map where they don't run Ana, where there's, some situations where you'll run like Brig and Kiri and you're not getting nanoed, not getting super support. I think that's what separates the best Winstons in the world. But obviously the performance today on a multitude of tanks was fantastic and really brought his team to the grand finals.
All right, we have our grand finalists, and now it's going to be our 3rd place match. It's going to be VARREL versus Insomnia on our 3rd series of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back after a short break.
happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We're currently on our final series of the day, which is going to be our third place match. And this, for some of these teams, may mean the world, because we've been seeing that awesome Stockholm video. This is your last chance to get at least a shot at making it to Stockholm over there, because the winner gets a wild card opportunity for getting into OWCS Asia. Of course, you have to go against the likes of Poker Face to get yourself in, but still, having a small chance is better than having a zero chance, whereas the loser of this match is just going to be dismissed for the season.
Yeah, that's it, and it's it's a pretty decent wait until the next stuff starts happening. For OWCS and other tournaments may pop up, but those have been few and far between. So, last best shot to win a series and move forward, VARREL and Insomnia. Obviously, it won't be easy to beat Poker Face, but you never know if one of these teams can get hot. I mean, I didn't expect the results that we had earlier tonight. So you can get hot at the right time. And also, with the way Overwatch works now, especially where teams are playing on live servers, one weird patch could just change everything. You literally never know.
Yeah, exactly. The introduction of Juno just basically threw Crazy Raccoon off their tracks. And what do you know? They start bleeding and they start losing maps. They start losing series, and they're not even in the Korean finals.
Yeah, so absolutely anything like that can happen. One interesting thing about this next matchup, though, VARREL versus Insomnia, is VARREL's been waiting to play for, 2 hours now? 2.5 hours?
Pretty
so
much.
You have to wonder how cold you are coming into it. Obviously, we had a pretty long break and everyone can warm up, but those things are always really interest me of what the factors could be trying to come in cold and versus a team that might be fatigued after they just played a 5-map set. So there's always stuff like that. Obviously, we won't know unless, we have interview translations, but that won't happen. So, this Insomnia team, I think, underperformed a little bit just based on the DPS that they have on their squad, right? Milgaru played pretty well. Supports were fine-ish, but Aid did not play up to the level of his competition, and we'll see if that changes, probably going up against toe-to-toe with the likes of Nico in a lot of those matchups.
Yep, once again, even though if Insomnia did fall short against LAZULI today, their game plan is not going to change drastically, or it's not even overnight. It's just a matter of half an hour. And today's matchup right now, as you can see, who knew that today it's going to be VARREL versus Insomnia for a last chance for a possibility to play in OWCS Asia, a ticket to Seoul. But coming back to the point, Insomnia, their game plan still will be going to play around Aid, and Aid definitely has to step it up a little bit. They did make the series competitive against LAZULI, but remember, that was against a 5-2 team in the round robin standings, and you're going against, on paper, a stronger team, which is in the form of VARREL.
On paper does mean a whole lot. I just really like the swagger LAZULI played with. We're going to put our best player here and see if you can stop him. Here's the VARREL roster. Only change that you might see would be Mihawk coming in. If they want to run the double flex support, will come in to play the Ana. Other than that, here's your 5.
Yep, I will be very surprised if Nico comes in swinging with the Bash and Bo Beep, but Kuki, KSG, Mint, and Cloud, they're very proficient in the heroes that they have on screen right now. Interesting to see whether VARREL is going to play some sort of the Sombra, because that has been a very big issue, especially on the second series of the day where LAZULI went on Insomnia, and considering that Milgaru is a ball player, maybe that factor may play a big part of the series. But Insomnia, we don't have any sort of flexibility on this roster, but it is going to be Undersea, Aid, Milkaru, IQ, and Waga Yume on the starting 5. This team, like, I guess their game plan that they brought for at least the previous series was the Sombra and the Wrecking Ball with the Genji. That worked out well. Let's see if that's going to be also work against VARREL as well.
Obviously, some maps are going to be better than others for it. I think it has been their best composition. The marker for when this team is kind of riding the struggle bus is when Aid starts mystery heroesing it. And I think if Aid doesn't feel like the shot is on today, which it might not be considering the Ashe and the Widow stuff, just get some hacks. I mean, the hack stuff worked out really well. Rely on your teammates and understand that communication can win you fights, but it was pretty impressive most of the time. Mostly Aid's survivability I thought was pretty good for a Sombra who doesn't have the old translocate anymore. I mean, that was just a cheat code. But yeah, we'll see if they choose to run it. It's the best they have looked, but you have to imagine that VARREL does not want to allow Insomnia to pick what they're good at. And I think Nico just picked that skin because it's got a hat. A fellow Team Fortress 2 enjoyer, apparently.
Alright, let's see if that's indeed going to be the case. And well, I mean, we do have to ask Nico about that. But if and only he can make it to Seoul, so maybe I'll save that question if he makes it here. But let's see, we have a match to go through. Our first map is going to be Samoa. So let's bring it in. The dubstep button is pressed.
It's been all Samoa today.
Yep.
This one's going to be stage dependent. Volcano does lend itself a little bit to the Ramatra, May shenanigans. We'll see what these teams want to run. The variety in this region has been astounding, but I don't think Undersea is going to play Soldier 76. Yeah, there's a limit to variety.
Well, there was a time where Soldier 76 was meta in even the Overwatch 2, in the very earlier stages of Overwatch 2, where it was the Winston Soldier 76 and Genji. I mean, if you can't believe it, go watch the old Overwatch League VODs, but it is indeed going to be Insomnia to comfort with Milkaru on the ball, and the Sombra Genji, where VARREL is going to play the Ram with the Tracer and Ashe. So
both these teams have obviously seen each other play this evening, and so VARREL is not going to be caught off guard. And you saw the supports even lined up kind of in a different sequence, in a different spot to avoid this hack dive.
Yep, Aid had to TP away from the aggression. But Waga Yume is going to be the first victim of Kuki's aggression, whereas Cloud is going to be traded out. So 4v4 fight, Aid is not going to find the intended dive target as he is going to fall, but trades are happening, so Insomnia pretty on par with the level of play on VARREL right now, but with Milkaru so low, it is going to be VARREL who takes early control of the point. And wow, that's a late kill onto IQ, so this is going to be more time for Insomnia to group up and even more progression for VARREL.
The late kill, as you mentioned, definitely is going to hurt their chances. They gotta wait. They have to wait and set up.
Ooh, okay, this time Insomnia's dive, a manual hack dive, worked out a little bit of a, I guess, fumble from the side of Milkaru on that hook, but it's not going to matter. And VARREL is just going on full aggression with that early rally that they have been getting. And just profits at full time. Insomnia, they have to regroup and just start from scratch as 43% and ongoing for the side of VARREL here.
I wonder what the limit is as far as hacks and kills on a Juno that would actually make a Juno switch.
Well, I mean,
we've been seeing the Juno being targeted pretty hard by this comp.
Hey, Shui didn't even swap, so maybe, I mean, he can't even get this hard. So. Kuki has to be forced to recall, and the virus onto PSG, but I think Aid was a little bit too, I guess, overzealous there, for lack of a better word, as KSG is going to punch Aid back to spawn, and Nico is calling Bob to do something. Let's see if Bob actually does something. At least he'll maybe he'll throw that past Kookie. Kookie is going to throw out the pulse on it. It is not going to find the intended target. The EMP is there, finds two. Okay, and Cloud is going to be taken out. Oh, wait a second, KSG uses the Annihilation, but is it going to be... I guess that was an environmental if I'm not mistaken. Okay, with 96% and going, Undersea is going to be taken down, so that's going to be Nanoblade out of the picture. Insomnia, they have to take this fight whether they like it or not. And Ada is going to have a manual hack on to Nico and will succeed with the help of IQ over there. But on the point, KSG takes down Milkaru, so yeah, Undersea.
2 kills for KSG.
Well, Undersea just took the blade, but it's not going to mean anything after the round lost. So, I guess pretty, I would say, low profile round win for VARREL, as it really didn't feel anything special. Like, it was just kind of like very normal, where it was like, oh, we got an early pick, then you just win the fight, and then it's kind of like rinse and repeat. Yes, Insomnia did get a good manual hack dive every now and then, but in the end, it didn't look like VARREL was pressured anytime in that round.
It's very sloppy, very tradey from both times. The alternating colors of the kill feed will tell you that fights are not going perfectly, but that's also because the dive forces that onto you. Insomnia going with this May Venture composition they like so much. VARREL is going to play a version of it, but Yuki is going to be on the Tracer.
Oh, Nico falling down early, but once again, KSG is just going to punch the life out of IQ, so this is that one. Healing denied, but while EMEA should be able to keep everyone else alive as long as they disengage at the right time. Actually, it's going to be KSG going to fall down at the hands of Waga EMEA. Milkaru is not going to let this opportunity pass, as Ramatra himself is also going to punch multiple members of VARREL out of existence. And with that numbers advantage, Insomnia will be able to secure control on the first point.
Venture's passing in the night. Nico dead again on this Venture. Was the first death in that fight as well. This is a composition that I feel Insomnia is much more practiced on, with Aid's amount of Venture play at the professional level.
Yeah, and also it's kind of really straightforward, right? You just wall nicely the person, then there's not a really lot of target focus to be unfocused on, right? So maybe it's a little bit more straightforward, but low health plus across the board for Insomnia. And oh, wait a second, I was about to say that the entirety of Insomnia was in trouble of falling, but it is indeed it's actually going to be VARREL who falls, who drops both their support members, and Nico will not be having healing until their healers come back, and same can be said for PSG, but they will be disengaging and will be able to fight the consecutive fight. But Insomnia, they are going to press on the accelerator button and going to use Blizzard first, and A just going to pick up all those kills. Yes, Nico does find a trade kill onto Undersea, but still, it is going to be Insomnia that already has 64% and running on the progress on the point, is in prime position to assert control here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to be just a little bit behind on the Nano. That Nano will be as a savior. Missiles coming out.
Oh, Nico? Wait, did Nico? Oh, okay. I was about to say that Nico... It was okay. Nico just... the kill feed said that Nico killed himself, so it was probably a server crash. No, self-environmental kill. Sure. I'll correct myself.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't say that on the internet anymore. It's unalive or something.
Okay, but yes, the self-environmental kill on Nico, but I guess it was a server issue that, like, when scrim lobbies explode, you just go all the way to Neverland. By yourself, you float all the way there, and then so in the end, you end up touching an environment that you should not be touching, and then you get yourself on the kill feed. I guess it was that. Maybe it was Venture that kind of like burrowed and went all the way underground and burned himself. But I don't know what happened. But in the end,
Getting dark.
Yep. Now look, expeditions always have some, dangers lurking ahead. All right, and
Sure.
you were on volcano, no less. You're making an expedition on a
True.
volcano.
You make good logical points. I really don't know. I'm remembering when 9K and G-Clef had this happen, and apparently the players kept playing. It was just like a observer side crash, but Anna ended up flying, and it just sent both of those guys into fits of laughter. So. Bit of joy, but yeah, we do have a server issue. Obviously, if you've been watching this region, you're not unfamiliar with these kinds of pauses.
Yep. So what is probably going to end up happening is that we will probably, when I haven't heard from production, that we'll probably go on a break, and then we are going to have a lengthy conversation with both of the teams and the referees on a single lobby, and kind of discuss, hey, agree on where you want to start this map again, because of the point progress. Ultimates probably, unfortunately, have to be disbanded. You're not getting them back, and once you kind of agree on which point of the map or which timeline of the map that you are going to come back with, the observers come in. They have to start the map from scratch, and they kind of relive, redo the map. That's kind of meaning that they have to, I guess if that was a city center, then they have to just wait until 100-0 or something like that, because one team won, and then Volcano is going to be the tricky one, because you have to kind of match the progress on both teams, and then you invite the players and have them play again. So I believe that the referees are going to have a discussion with the teams. I'm waiting for production to give us a call, because we don't know what the conversation is actually going on with the Japanese players and the referees.
I mean, if it goes on much longer, we need to get into this discussion about pizza. But I think people who've been watching the Japan broadcast over the last several weeks have heard enough about people's pizza requests.
All right. Well, luckily for you, we're not going to the pizza discussion. We're going on a short break, so I apologize for the server issues, but we will go on a short break to resolve this issue. By the time we're back, the issue should be resolved, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back. welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We were, well, trying to finish the first map of this third series of the day, but there was an unfortunate server crash, and this is what we're going to do. So VARREL will get one round. They will get City Center, if that's the correct name of the round, and then Insomnia will get 75% on Volcano, and both teams will respond. When the game crashed, Insomnia had a little bit more than 75%, but both teams agreed that by the time people, both teams will be arriving at the point, they will be very close to reanimating the exact state that happened before the crash. So that's probably what's going to happen. I am told that the observers have made the lobby as the condition that I've just explained, and we are getting ready checks from the players, because now the observers that made the lobby state as is will be moving back to the observer role, and we are inviting players back to the lobby.
Excellent explanation. I feel informed and right back on track.
All right, there you go. Well, it's actually going to be okay. It was 75%, but now the spawn door is open, and Insomnia will be having 80, a little bit more than 90%. VARREL looking for a flip, but I think, oh wait, we can take down IQ, so maybe VARREL can make that flip happen, but not before Insomnia goes to overtime. Undersea takes down Cloud, so we might end this round quicker than the break was. I mean, it was 20 minutes, so it's probably a very tough competition at that. But Min is going to take out Milgaru, so a sliver of hope for the side of VARREL, and the flip is going to happen. Insomnia, they still have a lot of time. Probably, maybe their game plan is to wait until the ultimates happen and wait for that last fight.
Obviously, the ultimates reset when we had to re-enter the game state. We don't have a restart from replay anymore. But Undersea is doing a great job of building this May ultimate, and that has been the separation between good and mediocre Mays. And May ultimate on this map, we've seen it already tonight. And well,
Caster Curse on looking bullet back in the form.
It has been ridiculous tonight. Yeah.
But yes, I don't blame you. Like you said, this is not necessarily our fault. It's just been the way things have been since the start of esports. Oh, Kuki, good catch onto Wakayumi over there. So this is going to buy VARREL some valuable time to catch up with the progress on the point. And Insomnia, without Wakayumi, will be having to retreat to, well, I mean, they don't really have a lot to retreat. They're almost in front of their spawn doors right now. And Kuki, okay, he was unseen until the double blink into the pulse bomb, but unfortunately for Kuki, the pulse bomb does not find the intended target. Insomnia now in a position to use their ultimate, but Wakayumi is going to be taken out, so that is going to be the nano. Annihilation, but it's going to be taken out instantly, but still, VARREL is dropping like, I guess, dominoes, and then it's going to be, once again, Insomnia flipping the point, and that will trigger overtime. Kuki is there to touch, but he's being pressured right now. Okay, he makes a touch and has to recall. Can there be a second touch? The second touch is there. Ada is going to be nanoed and is going to use the tectonic shock. IQ already picked out Nico, so this is going to be 8 numbers of damage for the side of Insomnia. Milgaru very low. This uses the annihilation. Cloud also takes down Milgaru. Ada is going to trade out Mint, but the better trade is in favor of VARREL, so VARREL actually makes this happen. And at 80% and running, it actually might be VARREL that takes Volcano and closes this map.
To be able to pull that back after they kind of bungled what they wanted to do the fight prior is really big. They wanted Orbital Ray and Annihilation, but since KSG had died so early, they were unable to pull off that combination. Now we're in pretty much vanilla Overwatch. Who can win this neutral for the map?
Hey, not if Kuki has anything to say about it. He has the pulse bomb. He is looking for a stick. Looking for the best moment, doesn't find a stick, and doesn't find a kill as well. So, like you said, we're going back to vanilla Overwatch. Overtime is running. Undersea has that opportunity to get that Blizzard online. It might be huge, but at the moment right now, wait a second, a huge chunk of damage done to Nico, so this is going to be Nico out of the picture. It's 4v5 until 8-9. So this is going to be 4v4. Undersea uses the Blizzard. It's going to be KSG caught in the blast. Can he survive? The answer is going to be no. Cloud is going to use the orbital ray. Can it make a difference? IQ is going to make the orbital ray of his own as well. Undersea taking a lot of kills here, so this might be Insomnia's to take. And overtime is bleeding out, and the touch is not going to be there from Nico as Insomnia. They will take this to round 3 of Samoa.
VARREL unable to get ultimate value from their orbital ray, which, as we have mentioned numerous times, new ability, pretty great ability, but you need something usually to combo it with. I think we're at such a state in Overwatch right now that we're so ultimate based in a lot of these fights. The neutrals are interesting to watch, but I think it might be one of the big reasons you end up seeing a lot of the May ultimates have been charging, and they're just point winners, especially on control. We'll see what aid switches to, very likely the Venture, so that you are going to get the rollout still.
Alright, let's see how it goes. On the tank side of things is it's going to be pretty equal on Mantra. Like you said, Insomnia aid is going on the Venture. Undersea just eating a few bullets, and well, at least he's going to live to tell the tale. At least so far, Nico at 80 HP has to get healed up. Milkaru, they're trying to go aggressive. He has to be careful not to get punished. Nico is going to be saved by his supports over there. Aid very low. And Kuki is going to take down Wagayumi in the time being, so Insomnia, unable to make that early aggression pay, is going to cost a toll on them, and although they did have early control on point, it is looking like it is going to be a very quick flip in favor of VARREL.
VARREL with the classic catch and then return. Insomnia is very going to be ability based. They tried to push in, walled off a left side, tried to get anything done. There was really nice peel from Mint on that break, and then the pushback comes in. Once you catch the dive and the abilities are down for Venture, that's the time to go.
Alright, Kuki, very quick pulse bomb. And the pulse bomb is there. Yeah, that was a very low HP Milkara, but at least, you mean, the difference between getting that kill or not is a big difference. Wagayumi being very elusive on that. Lucio is, in the end, going to be taken down by Nico, and KSG also punches IQ to death. So this is going to be, once again, a teamfight win for the side of VARREL. Nico looking for a good headshot angle. No ultimates online just yet after Kuki using that pulse bomb, but both teams are getting very close to that ultimate battle that we've been talking about. Ultimates mean almost everything in this meta right now.
Insomnia on Lucio is a little bit concerning. It means that they want more than one shot to go in once the hyper has died out. So we have not seen a ton of Lucio tonight, and usually it's a sign that something has gone wrong.
Alright, Aid trying to access backline. In the meantime, Milgaro is going to take out Bob out of the picture, and Aid takes out Kuki, who has been a thorn. And Insomnia is, I guess, game plan, and Insomnia, they're just throwing everything in the kitchen at VARREL, but still concerning that trade kills are happening. But I guess taking down KSG is going to be enough to make that flip happen. And VARREL, I don't think they're particularly concerned right now, as they still have some time. They have almost a 70% lead, and Kuki taking down IQ means that they are in a good position to make that flip happen once again.
Oh, stick misses just wide this time. VARREL in that last fight ended up using both of their ultimates, but it matters not. KSG has been on a tear, just punching the heck out of Insomnia.
Yep.
Yeah, to run a Lucio and then die 5% before beat is a little bit brutal, but Insomnia is going to have one more shot at it.
Yep, and it has to be a touch from, I guess, the Genji maybe, or it's just going to be Milgaro. I guess there is that you were talking about. It saves Aid from certain death, but I guess not from an extended aggression from KSG. El Milgaro is going to, they already used both of their annihilations and expired, and Insomnia not finding the most value. Kuki low, but it's going to be consistently healed. If this fight goes long enough, we will be having the orbital ray, likewise just said, and KSG, like you mentioned, Hex, is going to be very terrifying on this Ramatra as Insomnia failing to find an answer. And, well, VARREL, in very dominating fashion, takes Samoa. I think they're very angry they missed the finals here.
They look good on that map, especially KSG. It's just getting more values out of your punches than Milgaru on the other side. Milgaru looked a little bit, well, frankly, lost on some of that. And part of that was the straight up good focus from VARREL onto the tank. They were just throwing ultimates at the tank, knowing that the sustain is completely gone if you can just put in enough. I think they froze him once on Volcano, and KSG just sat next to him with the wand and just hit him in the dome. Kind of funny stuff. But yeah, KSG looked really, really strong on that Ramatra, and I think we're seeing a lot of Ramatra compositions for the sustainability and for the the kind of lethality once you hit that switch. So it's been fun to watch, but definitely the better of the tanks there. We'll see how it goes going forward. I still feel that Insomnia's best hero for tank is Ball, and that they should play ball maps.
Yeah, that's exactly the case for me, and I definitely agree with you in the sense as well. And it also enables, I guess, Aid to play something that's not the Venture. Of course, Aid. I'm not saying that Aid is a bad Venture player, but still not finding a lot of success in either of the series so far. In today's matchup, I guess he looks a lot better when he's playing. I'm really not confident to say the hit scan anymore, I guess, because he looked decent on the hit scan, but he was a little bit outclassed by Hidden earlier today. So I don't know if it's just a lack of confidence that is kind of forcing him to play the Venture or some composition. But still, very clear that this Ramatra composition is not going to work, especially against VARREL that is going to a mirror tank composition against them.
It's almost just the map forcing it, though. I mean, Samoa's not a great ball map, except for Volcano, where we've seen some cool tech with the balls hanging above and getting some stuff done. So they just felt it seemed like a little more comfortable on running just the pure brawl composition, but I'm kind of the opinion that if you're running a Lucio right now, things have gone wrong. Even after the beat, did you see how fast all of that health just diminished? Like, the damage output of some of these squads right now with ultimates is just insane. And Lucio's utility is probably just lesser than Juno's at the moment, even though, you know, the cooldowns are a little bit different. But we've not seen in the last couple of days Lucio be super useful, which is odd because in Korea, like, Lucio boosting people around flashpoint maps was definitely a thing.
Yep, and even throughout, if you just go through the history of competitive esports in Korea and the Asia region in general, we've loved the Lucio composition. Like, whenever a dive package or the like happened, it was always the Lucio. Even if it wasn't a dive package, when it was a brawl, when it was a rush composition, it was always with a Lucio, because even when the healing is not, like, I wouldn't even say close to like full potential, the speed boost was the utility that Lucio has been used for been loved for so much, so long. And now Juno, it has that, and also vertical mobility, and also a good, I mean, ultimates, I guess, a little bit more impactful on the Lucio side, but still, and more damage output. Like, yes, the Lucio was buffed on the side of the damage, so Lucio actually packs a punch when it actually comes to 1v1s, but still, like, there's, right now, I think, at least in the teams for Asia, there is no reason to pick the Lucio over the Juno at the current point, and like you said, having to be forced to be uncomfortable enough to resort to the Lucio means that I think they're out of their comfort zone.
Also, Orbital Ray is a lot harder to Ajax. So maybe that was one of the reasons that people go for it. But that ult has been, when I first saw it, the design of it, I was like, oh, people will just leave out of this. And apparently that's just not the case. The sustain and damage that you can do right away from that is pretty good. And Kitsune was kind of the thing. We've casted enough Korea to know, I'm like, well, it's whichever Kitsune is better here. It's usually better on defense to have the Kitsune rush. But we have not seen a ton of Kiriko. There was a team that did it with with Juno, and I'm like, oh, that's just massive amounts of damage.
Hey,
You're just
you're
never going to
talking
heal
about
that.
Zeta Division. You're talking about Zeta Division with.
No, I'm
with-
saying tonight there was a match tonight.
Yeah, I definitely remember that. And
Yeah, but Kiri and Juno, like it feels like it's not a ton of healing, but if you can set your Juno up right, we saw it on. It's already been a very long evening, but we saw it on Circuit Royale, and they dropped both of those ults, and the team just vanished. It was crazy. Survasa makes a ton of sense. We didn't talk much about the map pick, but I said pick a map that Ball is good on. Survasa fits that bill.
Yep, and also maybe Aid would have a little bit more luck on the side of the Sombra, and maybe Undersea can go to something like the Genji. That I think, like you said, the composition that really worked best for Insomnia was actually the first map in the first series of the on the second series of the day, where it was a coordinated dive between the Som after the manual hack came in, then came the pile driver, and then came the Genji dash. There's not a lot you can do, and I think the execution was okay on the side of Insomnia, so let's see if they can actually do it on Survasa. Looking at the hovers right now, of course, I always get scammed at the hovers right now, but looking like Aid is indeed going to play the Sombra, and Undersea after that TP may go to the Genji. And on the side of VARREL, standard. Now this is kind of like the new standard where it's the Brig and the Juno, and after Kuki uses the TP, it's going to be the Tracer. So very confident in the composition that they used on Samoa.
VARREL, yeah, with a bit brawly and poke component with Nico.
Yep, the hack and virus was there, but you've got to remember it's not going to be that damage. It's not going to be enough to finish off a member of VARREL. It has to be coordinated with the pile driver, maybe and or a Genji dash, but it's going to be Undersea on that Genji that is going to fall first. Nico taking that kill credit. And with the numbers advantage, VARREL already established early control on the first flashpoint. Kuki has been such a menace on that Tracer pick, and yes, kill credit for Nico, but it was good damage from the side, piece of damage from the side of Kuki that made that happen. Nico is going to get purpled, but it's not going to be of particular concern as you just look at it. PSG always being very aggressive with those punches, and Kuki taking down Aid. Aid did get a manual hack onto mid earlier on, but still wasn't able to get that follow-up damage, so Insomnia's plan not really working as expected.
Where they were so successful earlier, except for in this matchup on the first map, was Aid's survivability. That is really the thing that I'm tracking with this Sombra play. Because if you fail the dive, Milgaru and Undersea can probably get out, and you can try again, like, immediately. But if Aid's not there, you really can't.
Alright, overtime is in favor of VARREL right now. Nico is going to start the bob with the numbers of damage. This is going to be like a late 64 fight, and it is quickly deteriorating into a 6v2 fight for VARREL, as with just the bob expended, VARREL is going to secure first flashpoint, and even the rotation is in favor of VARREL, so VARREL will be making those defensive positions, and Insomnia has to go to VARREL.
Can we see Cloud's POV? Cloud was getting chased by, it looked like 4 people, but I don't think they were able to actually pick that up. Yeah, anyway, so Insomnia going to be on the map. Full changes here, too, and that's almost already a sign that you've won a little bit to force them off of their composition that they wanted.
Yep, and also it's going to hurt their ult economy a lot, of which Cloud is trying to take advantage of. The orbital ray is there. The nano just keep Insomnia alive. The orbital ray from I2 is going to be the answer, but KSG is going to be an ending menace on that annihilation. And Myth also has the rally if he wants to really commit it. But the question is, does he really have to use it when the fight's already won? And it looks like that is going to be the case, yes, as KSG is going to take a brief nap of victory as Cookie is going to finish top. Waka Yume, and a late kill onto 8 as well on that Sojourn. So this is going to get worse and worse for Insomnia.
The best teams on Flashpoint maps are really good at chase. And it's because getting that one chase forces a team into just a really bad position. And with how fast Flashpoints rack up, getting a chase kill is 15, 20%, and it can be the difference between having to fight 3 times and 4.
Yep, and VARREL with the rally, there it is. This is going to be the early aggressive rally to keep Insomnia off the point, and it pays off. Yes, the Blizzard is going to take mid-slide. Looking like the fight is definitely going to be in VARREL's favor. Vilcar doing what he can, but the Annihilation without any targets in range will be expired quickly, and KSG just punching away his counterpart. And this might be a very quick Stravasa. Finally, spawn rotation advantage is going to be in favor of Insomnia. So for the first time in Stravasa, Insomnia will be establishing defensive positions early on the point, but VARREL, they have 3 ultimates on the board.
Oh, that's what was happening. Juno has a lot of blue in her icon, so I got a little bit confused. Forgive me, please. Okay, so VARREL is going to have the ultimate advantage when it comes to the orbital ray, and Insomnia kind of threw good money after bad. Insomnia might need to make the play where they nano Aid, and Aid tries to go off with their ultimate.
Yeah, probably, and Aid uses the overclock, but it's not going to be nanoed, so this is not going to be the best damage value out of the overclock, especially after those Sojourn nerfs, but it is going to be Under Siege that takes out Cookie, who has been doing so much in controlling space, and this is going to be the go sign for the side of Insomnia. Of that nano Mint is doing its best to keep Milkara at bay, so this is actually going to be that nano without any kill value, and KSG is going to take down Waka Yume, so this fight might swing in favor of VARREL's favor, and remember, the point is already under VARREL control, so this is going to be really cool. Really crucial for the side of VARREL and Insomnia. They have to find an answer really quick, or they are going to just lose Arvasa, their own map pick.
VARREL winning fights where they end up getting no value out of Orbital Ray is astounding, and it's happened a couple times. It happened on Samoa, and it just happened there because Insomnia just backed off. Now, on the flip side of things, Insomnia needs to find a way to get value out of their Orbital Ray. It is super powerful. You need to take back this point, otherwise it's a quick 0-2 for VARREL.
Yep, Aid moving Shadow Step to get into an advantageous position. I'll even take down KSG, so that's step 1 of Insomnia winning this fight. Also, the orbital array, like that from my view, is going to help, but Aid dying is not. Well, the flip is there, so I guess Insomnia got what they came for, but still, VARREL, they shouldn't be particularly concerned. Of course, they still might lose the consecutive fight because they don't really have a lot of tools, but the same can be said for Insomnia as well. Yes, the Blizzard is there, but looking at VARREL, if they disengage at the right moment, they might have a fighting chance. Alright, there's that fight. KSG quickly getting lower, but still it's going to be kept healthy. And it's actually going to be Aid who needs healing. Will be kept healthy.
If the sustain is there and they can drag this on, Mint and Cloud are both going to have support ults.
Yep. Good point. As, like I said, VARREL just decides to disengage. They have the time. They know that at 99%, they just have to win the fight. And Insomnia, they have a lot of progress to catch up to. And, well, Cloud will be having the orbital right. There is that orbital right. Aid at just a slimmer of health is going to be caught down by Nico. Yes, the nano is going to be there, but Milkaru is just gonna, I don't know, just vaporize, and VARREL looking very strong. Overtime is there for Insomnia, but the flip is there, and overtime in favor of VARREL. Yes, Aid does get that consolation kill, but VARREL really doesn't mind. They got the map, and this is a 2-0 currently in the lead for the side of VARREL already. Match point, check, whatever you want to put it, but it's still one map win away from that third place.
Pretty one-sided. I think you push Insomnia off of their best comp as quickly as they did, and Insomnia never really made it a game after. They were constantly disengaged from by VARREL, and VARREL was doing a great job of protecting Ashe. And that's why you're disengaging. That's why you have walls. That's why you have Peel and the packs. And that's why as soon as Insomnia tried to come in and try to do anything with it, even a diva dive, there was a wall, or there was just KSG playing bouncer, like just punching people, and it's like, well, now you have to leave. And they did a great job of keeping everyone alive, and almost no impact plays from Insomnia that entire round.
All right, now it comes to Insomnia. They have their backs against their walls. They have to make a reverse sweep happen, or if this is going to be the end of the season for them. Let's see if Insomnia can come back after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. We're currently approaching map 3 of the final series of the day. Currently, VARREL ahead in that race for third place. They are coming with fury as they are, I guess, very furious and upset that they're not going to make the finals. But hey, you need to, well, I mean, what's done is done. You need to look forward. You still are fighting for that final wild card slot. As slim as those chances are, you still have everything in the world to fight for. And VARREL looking like they know how to exactly answer Insomnia's compositions. Insomnia, they have been running the Sombra composition from Aid. They also got Aid on the Reaper, and right now nothing seems to be working on the side of Insomnia. They need to find something quick, and maybe Circuit Royale may be that answer.
It's a good map. We play it a lot, so it's not surprising. This is going to be like probably May and Venture early on, and it's really just a question of if Aid feels that they can play the hit scan, or they might try the thing where they went over top of the roof with a ball and a Sombra, except they both ended up missing their tech on it, so wasn't the greatest. I think the question right now is you have to feel is how do we stop KSG from kind of tank diffing Milgaru if they're both going to be playing this Ramatra, which has been the map or the tank pick almost on every map, but especially Circuit Royale.
Yep, looking at the defensive composition right now, it is indeed going to be Milgaru on the Ramatra, and then Aid and, well, Undersea going with that Venture May composition, so they definitely want to get close and personal. VARREL? Okay, I was going to say if Torb's going to be a thing in Circuit Royale, now I have no knowledge of what a meta is on Circuit Royale, but yes, Kuki, I guess quick Hanzo to scan, because VARREL, last time they played Circuit Royale, they actually committed Nico on the Hanzo and really didn't work out.
It did not. Hanzo is still in a weird spot right now. Aid's Venture gets the better of Nico's to start this one off.
Yep, so this is really good news for the Son of Insomnia. They need to burn as much time on the timer as they possibly can in this early corner. And also Kuki down, KSG looking like he's healthy, but same cannot be said for Mihawk. Well, KSG living a lot longer than he probably should be. And is he going to survive? Wow, this is really, I guess, despite everything, it's actually really impressive for the side of KSG to live that long. And Nico is going to be picked down again by Aid. So this is, I guess, somewhat of a venture at the current moment. And if you just look at the, okay, Nico is pissed and he wants revenge. He's swapping to the Ashe.
You switch Sojourn now. I think Barra's usually better to break out of this, but Sojourn can work as long as you can put the damage in. Ults come down.
Ooh, this is going to be a lot of damage towards KSG. The orbital ray was there to probably, the idea was to keep everyone alive, but Kuki also dropping the blizzard as well. Insomnia, nobody freezing as far as I can tell. And maybe that was a zoning ultimate. Okay, Kuki finally takes down Aid, but Nico is going to be traded out. Nico not having the best map so far. Insomnia enjoying a lot of success with the early the frontal defense on the first corner. Already 2 minutes off the board.
VARREL has to clean up this orbital ray issue that has haunted them the last couple of games. They were able to win maps without getting any value from it, but that's another one that Cloud dropped that they got nothing from. Annihilation's gonna get popped here, and Aid don't care. Aid's going to the bed.
Yeah, Aid is nanoed. Aid has the tectonic shot. Well, Undersea clearly does care as he's gonna drop. Aid not finding any value, so this is just 2 ultimates just into the waste bin. Finally though, VARREL, they finally get themselves onto the cart and get the payload out of the parking lot.
KSG once again lights up the kill feed. The Annihilation obviously helps a lot, and you're getting support as well. This is going to be an interesting... Okay, Insomnia doesn't switch to anything to defend top of the hill. They want to brawl on corner.
Well, the problem is that VARREL will be having a huge ultimate advantage. They have the Overclock, they also have the Blizzard online, and this is going to be almost a good sleep drop Mihawk over there, and that is going to make sure that Aid is not going to live to fight this one. And Tuki also drops the Blizzard. Milkaro is going to be taken down under siege despite that wall. Is not going to save himself. And OWCS, he knows that he's going to die, and if he's going to die, he's dying while stalling the payload. So why not? Ooh.
Adventure's animations to me are hilarious, so anytime she does something like that, even though it's technically a murder to a man who wasn't looking, it's still funny.
Yeah, and also I guess good stealth play from the side of Aid. But yeah, I agree that the animation is really funny. SG won't get frozen down. Oh, and
Committed the orbital ray again.
Yeah, questionable orbital ray from Cloud over there. I think, I don't know, with all those ultimates that Insomnia were using, I think there was no way that Cloud was going to save that. And, well, what's done is done. Mihawk will be able to have the Nano. I don't know who the target's probably going to be. I guess with Nico only having 50% on the overclock, the likely target is going to be KSG. Gives KSG enough time and damage to get that annihilation ongoing. It's probably going to be the game plan from Mihawk. Very low undersea going to be taken down once again. KSG doing so much work on the side of VARREL. Anything good that's happening on VARREL almost starts with KSG. Oh, but as I say, I cursed it again. Aid is going to take down KSG, and KSG was so close to getting that annihilation. It's going to be Kuki, the recipient of the Nano, and the Blizzard and the extra damage from the Nano is going to be enough for VARREL to wipe Insomnia off that hill terrain, and I guess they should be able to pass that hill with ease now that they won that teamfight.
VARREL just identified a really nice moment where everyone was kind of stuck in this space where the endothermic blaster could actually do a lot of work. Obviously, Blizzard comes down too. Aid has been the bright spot for Insomnia this map. Let's see if he can get something done with the ultimate.
Alright, undersea, taking down Kuku with a headshot. And Aid is going to enemy lines, taking down Cloud, so they might not even have to use Iconic Shock over there. And that is going to be the case as, once again, Insomnia, they are planning to spawn camp this one.
It's definitely a map you can do it on. There's very little punishability to the Venture right now.
Oh, wait a second. This is going to be both support ultimates used for Insomnia. The Nano recipient is going to be Aid. Aid fails to find the kill onto Kuki, who uses the Cryo Freeze for his safety. So, well, I guess good disengage from the side of VARREL. No casualties after Insomnia using 2 ultimates is going to be good, but Aid is going to start up the aggression once again with the Tectonic Shock, but it is going to be Nico who finds Aid with the overclock. Okay, overtime is ticking, but still, VARREL will be very confident on capping point B, because remember, deaths at overtime will have an extended timer. So now IQ and Waka Yume is coming back from spawn, but the walk is a little bit too long. Aid is there to contest. Let's see if he can actually live long enough to buy time for everyone else to come into the fray. Milkaro is not going to be so fortunate. Blizzard will be the deterrent for the side of VARREL to keep Insomnia away from the cart, and this is cleanup duty. Overtime is going to be there, but still the timer is going to be extended as VARREL will cap point.
Insomnia needs to work on getting their economy back in shape because they used both of their support ults at 26 seconds thinking, oh, we'll just win this fight, and then did not win that fight. So they're definitely going to be behind it a little bit. So you want to maybe even send Milgaru in and let the Ana charge off. But Mihawk is going to have the Nano.
Interesting to see who the recipient is going to be. We've seen a variety of nano recipients on this map so far. Undersea has to be forced out the coverage to keep himself alive. Aid doing what he can, doing actually a considerable amount of damage to Kuki, and Milgaru is just standing there in front of the card to deny any free pushes from the side of VARREL. KSG not really intimidated from the aggression from Sony so far, and a good need onto Undersea, but the follow-up damage is, well, the nano punch is actually terrifying on a support line like the Ana. So Waga Yumi down at 92% with the nano, so that was probably really crucial in that fight. Insomnia give up this fight. It is going to be last fight for the side of either side, I guess. Whoever wins this, either full combos or make that hold happen. Insomnia has 3 ultimates. VARREL also has a few in their belt. They're going to use the orbital ray. They're also going to use the Wizard as well. Insomnia going to use everything in their kitchen as well. Undersea is going to take these down first. KSG taken very low. Nico takes down IQ, but can he make a difference? The answer is going to be no, as Milgaru with the Annihilation is going to clean up the rest of VARREL. But what a decent push from the side of VARREL. They were almost held at point B. They lost about like 2 minutes in the first corner of point A. So all things considered, it was a pretty good push. But Insomnia, the good news is that they have a win condition. They don't have to go to extra rounds. They have that golden box of victory on almost near the end of point C.
VARREL really broke out of that very first spawn camp when Nico went to the Sojourn, and a lot of it is just the threat of the Sojourn, the consistent damage. That's what Farr provides, which I think would have been just as good to try to get out of that spawn. Just the super consistent damage for this team. Yeah, just last set of ultimates came through from Insomnia, and they got a little more value out of their support ultimates than did VARREL. A couple of interesting plays from VARREL. You kind of want to make sure that you're getting value out of the orbital ray. There were a couple times where Cloud dropped it and KSG followed immediately, just dead right away.
Okay, Undersea trying to match Finn on the piano finesse. Okay, I don't have enough knowledge on music to know what that song was, but anyway.
Yeah, I know, I'm just not going to share that information with people. Do your own research, you know? That's what I always say.
Alright, back to the game, I guess. And
I actually don't know, obviously.
Alright, but VARREL trying to duplicate the exact same thing that Insomnia did to them, but it's going to be Milgaru taking out first, so this early forward defense is just going to get just rendered useless. And well, they get a free corner, or maybe even 2 corners. VARREL, at least they're not suffering any more casualties. Milgaru just messing around, looking just randomly to see if any of those autos connect.
Undersea won the May fight for that room, which always happens. Just got through to the doorway, was able to ice block that, opened things up so that you could get through there. Then the wall comes in behind KSG, and everyone else did the rest.
Yep. Oh, a decent need on Kitty and Kuki. They're pressuring KSG a lot, which is, I guess, a good understanding of Insomnia's win condition. KSG is going to live, at least currently, and there are enough members on the side of VARREL on the point to actually make it a close contest. He is going to fall. Milgaru actually pretty impressive on the Ramatra, and yes, KSG does what he can, and Nico also takes 8 out, but it is indeed going to be Undersea that dominates the kill feed, excuse me, and capture point A. This is a much better time bank from point A than VARREL did on their offense, so Insomnia feeling pretty good about this.
It feels like Milgaru is much happier with this double flex support setup and getting all the attention and all the healing, understands the breakpoints a little bit better.
Alright, Aid onto the Widow. We've seen some good moments from Aid on that Widow. VARREL using both the support ultimates. They really want this hill really bad, but KSG, even being Nano, is going to take a quick nap. It is probably not going to matter if Nico has any say in it, as Nico is going to headshot Nade, but KSG is down, so this is a big part of VARREL's win condition going to be lost. Oh, I don't know about that Blizzard. IQ.
I do. I don't like it. They'd already committed 4 ultimates, and it clearly was not going their way. I guess holding at this point is much nicer than having to hold back, and maybe you're trying to get a respawn wave so that you can hold at this door a little more effectively.
Well, summarizing what just happened is that Insomnia is steamrolling over VARREL, which is kind of like, I don't know, both concerning and questioning at the same time, considering how much control VARREL had in the previous 2 maps. They have a little less than 5 minutes to not even finish point C. And Nico finally waking up. I mean, I guess not finally waking up. He has shown some decent performances on the Sojourn, so giving him enough credit, he is going to take down Aid, and Cloud taking down Milgaru means that VARREL can finally stabilize and maybe get some exit kills on the way. EMEA already taken down.
This is where you want to hold on defense if you have a May. You see teams fight over just being able to hold this door so often, and for Insomnia, I mean, maybe you have to hyper ring through, you definitely have to use abilities, but that wall is so dangerous. Wall not perfect though, got some stragglers in.
Yup, and that's, VARREL probably has to pay for that. Milgaru punches Meanhawk to death to take down Undersea with the Blizzard, but it looks things are looking bad for VARREL as multiple members are just dropping like snowflakes in winter, and Insomnia, they're in prime condition to make this push happen because they have the Nano, they have the Annihilation. Yes, VARREL does have the Tectonic Shock and also support ultimates are coming, but still, VARREL, one misstep and they will extend this series. Well, I mean, it's going to be Insomnia that's going to extend the series, but still, Tectonic Shock and Nano Tectonic Shock on that, and Aid is going to also be the recipient of a Nano on the other side. Undersea taken down early by Nico, so this is going to be Blizzard unavailable for the side of Insomnia, but also Nico is going to be punished by Milgaru. Rubble health bars across the board for both sides, but it is going to be a numbers advantage for the side of Insomnia, but wait a second, not for long. Aid is going to fall. EMEA also very low. The rate is going to be enough and damage boost. It is indeed going to be the case as KSG and Cloud are on the kill feed, and Insomnia, yes, they do have enough time, but they could have finished this here and now, but VARREL, good defense, but they don't have any ultimates in the bank.
The absolute greed of the VARREL orbital ray. Cloud wanted to save that. It was going pretty bad for them, and he was the only one with an ultimate left. And it's just, you thought, maybe we can save it, maybe we can save it. They have to use it. They're going to be super behind now, and now they have to deal with that Widow on last point offense here.
KSG was frozen and Undersea was jumping to get the headshot, and it's actually going to be Undersea that is going to be counter punished by Cloud. How does this happen? And Gookie is going to take down Milgaru, so once again, VARREL is successful defense effort. Insomnia, well, not particularly too concerned because they have 2 minutes in the bank, but one more team fight loss and cold sweat is going to kick in on those backs of Insomnia.
VARREL does have to play way back though, unfortunately, like right around these corners, just because that, well actually no, there's a switch off the Widow, never mind. You can also dive the Widow too, but now this is the big ultimate that VARREL has to live through.
Alright, there is that orbital ray that you were talking about. Both May ults going to be used, maybe buying some time for the side of VARREL, and also so they know that this is potentially their last fight, then they are throwing everything because they might not have a chance to use it again, and they are going to profit fully from it. And now, actually, this is going to be a VARREL's territory now. VARREL has the upper hand in these fights because KSG has the Annihilation, and Cloud is very close to that Orbital Ray as well. Also, Nico very close to the Tectonic Shock as well. Whereas Insomnia, yes, they will be having the Nano, they will be having the Annihilation, but only 48 seconds left. The nerves are going to start to kick in, Hex.
The Orbital Ray is a little bit more value than the Nano because multi-targets are going to be able to use it, and this fight is going to occur in a very specific spot. Under C to the switch to the VARREL, there's not really any great VARREL counters to this, but the Orbital Ray comes out really early paired with Annihilation.
Lucario going to fall. This is looking very dire for Insomnia, and Insomnia, their tournament life is in the line as they lose this. Do they even have anyone to touch? Nico looking for any sneakers to touch. 8 is going to be there. Yes, the touch is going to trigger overtime. The question is for how long. 8. Nico is just going to commit the ultimate to take down 8 because why not? That numbers advantage may be everything that VARREL needs in order to get them first place. Lucario trying what he can. He is going back with the doofus play. Looking very, very difficult for Insomnia to turn this around. Even the ultimate are going to be quicker for VARREL. Dookie with the Blizzard, and also Mihawk on the Nano as well. Nico taking down Undersea. This is going to be the start and the end for Insomnia. I had fear. Wanga Yume going to be taking down on the Lucio. Milkaro down, IQ down. 8 is the lone survivor, but will not be able to touch the point. So VARREL, they will be able to close out the series. They will end OWCS Japan as 3rd spot winner. Well deserved.
Congrats to VARREL. Able to bring it back after a pretty disappointing first series that I think people expected them to play a little better in. And yeah, I was just very impressed with KSG, and everyone else played pretty well. I think that what VARREL has that some teams in this region don't is the great ability to play a true flex support by bringing Mihawk in. I guess a couple other teams have that too, but you can see the difference between how aggressive your Ramatra can be when you're just pumping full of both Ana heals and Juno heals. Really well played. I thought that KSG was the guy who was flipping the switch and deciding when they were going to fight and when they weren't. I would be really interested to know what their comms actually are in those instances. And, Cloud had a couple mistakes there was a couple moments before second point that you're just curious of what is VARREL doing? Why are they keep throwing ults? And they kind of had ruined their economy, but then they got a little bit better at it, and the defender's advantage really kicked in. You could see Insomnia yet again struggle to figure out what comp they wanted to run. There was a Widow at one point, there was a Pharah at one point, and that was something that I think cost them greatly most of the night, really. Just being constantly switching, and then you're always behind on ults. Forget the last fight. You have to switch to touch and you're in a bad spot. But it was a symptom all night of them not really feeling comfortable in a composition and then getting off comps really early that I thought hey, you can give it another life. You don't have to switch right away just because you died. So yeah, Insomnia, some things to figure out. VARREL, it's nice to see them get the consolation prize at the very least.
Yep, and I think really what was Insomnia, this has to hurt really well. They were so close. Of course, winning Circuit Rail wouldn't probably have given them any, I guess, it wouldn't have guaranteed the series win, but still, they had 5 minutes to cap a third, a third of point C, and they didn't manage to get it. But our player of the match is going to be KSG, well deserved. We've been talking good things about this player the entire series, and also, if you come to think about it, I guess even in the series when they lost against LAZULI, I think KSG was one of the bright spots of this team.
Absolutely, played fantastic.
Oh, Nyam Gaming, excuse me.
Yeah, with with a tank winning player of the match, all the credit as well should go to supports for keeping them up. I thought especially Mihawk coming in cold to play this map in particular did really well. They didn't overextend on KSG either. There were moments where obviously you like, oh, just orbital ray annihilation, and they would hold, just trusting KSG to make the right choices, and absolutely just always flip the switch, kind of like it's a little bit of a meme of Ramatra being a tempo tank, but that's kind of what it felt like in KSG's hands.
Yeah, exactly. Also, really good point on look, we don't have access to the Japanese comms, and even if we did, we probably didn't understand what is going on. But still, it looked like KSG. If you look at the positioning and actually how team fights start for the side of VARREL, it was looking like KSG is controlling a lot of the tempo for the team fight itself, and just yeah, it would be of course an understatement to say that KSG makes Ramatra look better than it is. Of course, Ramatra is in favor of the meta right now, but still, even that considered, he just makes Ramatra look very strong and unkillable.
It's very much cooldown management and how he's able to flip the switch and when. So it's just really impressive from the get-go. From map 1, we're like, KSG is heavy. He's on a heater today and absolutely kept up the consistency for his squad.
All right, so now looking forward, what we're going to do is that we're going on a short break to figure out how the brackets are going to be managed for the grand finals and also for the OWCS wildcard. We also have a Japanese interview on the other side of the Japanese broadcast, so we're going to wait for that. And after we come back from the break, we will go through the brackets and what it means looking forward, and also some kind of advertisements for the grand finals next week as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break and we'll come back. welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. I hope you enjoyed that extra, I guess, bonus drop time for the broadcast. And I believe that on the Japanese broadcast side of things, the interview are done and dusted. So, to cap on today, rather tonight, it was a very hectic day where VARREL, who was touted to be the very favorite to make it all the way to the finals and maybe even win it, dropped short on the semifinals. So this is this is a trend in the Asia region as well, because Crazy Raccoon, they also lost in the semifinals and will not be there for the finals. So maybe this is a trend. I don't know, but that happened, and for the third place matchup, VARREL did win again against Insomnia, so they will be getting that last opportunity to get that final OWCS Asia seed. But they have to go to the likes of Full House and
Poker Face.
Poker Face, yes, correct. So they still have very difficult teams to go against. But yes, today's results. First series of the day was VARREL versus Nyam Gaming. Nyam Gaming showing very, very good ult discipline and good execution on their win conditions. So Nyam, it wasn't even a series that VARREL did play badly. It was Nyam Gaming just being the better team on the day. So maybe we might have a new powerhouse on our hands, because VARREL, they kind of seemed like they needed competition on this region for the past few seasons. So maybe they have it now. So competition is always good.
It just goes to show you that if you have a couple of damage dealers like that, you can win anything. And then the rest of the team, I think, played lights out as well to support those damage dealers. But from the beginning, we looked at Scarlet and we're like, yeah, this is possible, and absolutely was.
Yep, and then on our second series of the day, it was a very close fought, LAZULI versus Insomnia, but sometimes we do say that even if it's a 3-0, the score doesn't really justify how close it was. I think this time it was the other way around. Like, LAZULI, if you look at the score, it was 3-2. It looked like it could get as close as it gets, but if you just kind of watch the series in itself, it kind of looks like LAZULI was always ahead of Insomnia, and then they were kind of a really comfortable situation. So this is going to be the wild card. Of course, I do have an important update for all of you, in a sense that, yes, Full House was the team that qualified through to the wild card as the third seed for the Pacific region, but they have notified us that they are going to forfeit their spot. So naturally, the fourth place team, UCIA, is going to take their place. I'm hearing that Compops has reached out to UCIA to whether they are available to go to play the wildcard matches, and UCIA has agreed. So this is going to be UCIA is going to be your wildcard contender for representing the Pacific region. So it's going to be the battle between Poker Face, VARREL, and UCIA.
Poker Face has surprised me all year, so I would heavily favor them, but there's a lot of good Overwatch left to play. Obviously the Japan Grand Finals, Korea Grand Finals, viewing part, there's just still a ton of great stuff, and Crazy Raccoon's not being in it blows my mind, but like most things tonight, I blame Juno. Sure, let's just call it Juno's fault and call it a day. But yeah, kind of wild how things have shook out the last couple of stages. But yeah, super fun to watch, and I mean this meta. I mean, obviously Korea's got its own things, but everything is so diverse. I don't think people really remember the dark days of stale metas, because it seems like the game's in such a great state. It's been so fun to watch.
Yeah, we've been talking about back in the day in the Overwatch League, or maybe even before that, where we were seeing mirror compositions for entire stages and even a full year, right? And
yeah,
of course, those compositions were fun to watch and play at the start, but if you look at the same thing for years for months and months, that's when you kind of feel the fatigue. But still, I agree with you that right now this game is in a very exciting state where a lot of different compositions are also map dependent. So map choice actually makes a difference. And of course, these grand final matchups aren't probably the ones that you have been expecting at the start of the season, but but all these teams, not just in the Japanese region, but also in the Korean region as well, they deserve to be there. They fought their way all the way to the grand finals. It is going to be a banger. And what is going to be even more of a banger is that both matches are going to be on LAN. So kind of a explanation on that will be that Japanese finals starts first at 1300 KST, and as soon as that ends, the action is never going to stop, and we will go straight into the KR finals. So I guess FAQ would be that, hey, what happens if Japanese finals go long enough until 1700? Answer is that KR finals isn't going to start until the end of the Japanese finals.
Nice.
Is what I'm hearing. So you're not going to miss any maps or rounds of Korean finals because you're staying here for the Japanese broadcast, Japanese finals rather. So why not stay the entire distance for from the Japanese finals to the Korean finals? You'll watch two champions be crowned.
I will. That sounded like a personal invite. I will watch all of that. Thank you very much, Unknown.
All right, but for now, this is going to be the end for us. Thank you, chat, for watching, and thank you not just chat, but also any viewers that are watching this as VODs, any Overwatch competitive Overwatch fans. Thank you for watching, and also thank you, Hex, for staying up at this late at night in the U.S. forecasting with me, getting all the action done. So thank you, and well, this is where I say goodbye. Thank you. Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon. I said this in the wrong order, but anyways, wherever you are, thank you, and we'll see you next time. So kudos.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.